to get some speed. All right, that would be separate from the speed it's actually traveling with you across the earth in the car.
I was about to start arguing. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Finish it up. So I was about to start arguing Coriolis for the Glober side though the other day because I was trying to explain to him why you wouldn't get any deviation in a hot air balloon or a drone or a helicopter or something. It's just sitting there, right, not changing its tangential speed. And somebody said you got to have the two reference frames.
Yeah.
Right. And I was like, oh shit, huh?
That's your old argument, yeah.
But it's a good argument, though. You got to have two reference frames. They got to be there. They got to exist.
Okay, done.
What do you mean done?
Done. When do you not have? When are you discluding reference frames, dude? And any given event that's occurring, you can describe as many reference frames as you'd like. You can invent reference frames.
This is a terrible. We're not talking about the infinite amount of reference frames from independent observers or every point in the universe. We're talking about two very specific reference frames.
Yeah, the one that's rotating.
And you know which ones they are.
The rotating frame.
What's up? Say it again.
I said one that's on the rotating frame and one that's not on the rotating frame, right?
Yeah. So when this Foucault thing, which ones? Where's your inertial reference frame?
The inertial reference frame would be outside of the rotating one. So when you describe a rotating,
so where do we go?
It's implied that there's an inertial one.
Okay, so the atmosphere, Earth, it's all rotating. Where do we go? This has to be a location in 3D space for us to go to.
Okay, well, reference frames aren't locations.
They absolutely are. They absolutely are. If you are in a non-inertial reference frame, you will be in a location that's rotating.
You can have two objects in the same exact location, and you can describe it from either reference frame. It's not reference frame. It's not location dependent.
Yeah, and when you describe it from one of the reference frames, you're going to be in an area. It's a real actual area in 3D space that exists. This is bad, Kosho.
Yeah, you could be in any area and describe any event, and you could describe it from any reference frame. So
okay, and we're on this. When you're on the spinning reference, the non-inertial reference frame. Not. What's up, Bob? My bad. Did you guys not want to go into Coriolis? Go ahead. You can do something else if you want.
No, go, Jeremy. Go, man. Listen, hold his toes to the fire. This is bullshit.
It's bullshit, right? You're playing games with me, Kosho.
Right, dude. Remember the merry-go-round thing? Yeah.
The reference frames need to be areas, right? They have to be actual areas.
No, the answer to that question is no.
Okay, so how do I know if I'm in the area of the non-inertial reference frame?
Well, first of all, the reference frame is the coordinate system, the grid system that you're using to describe this event. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So if you're using if you're using a rotating reference frame, then your grid system is rotating with that reference frame.
All right. So if we're trying to do this and figure out Coriolis, and we say, oh look, the ball's in the inertial or non-inertial reference frame, whatever you're looking at it from. Or how do you know when you're in the non-inertial reference frame? How about that?
You can describe any event from a non-inertial reference frame.
And you will be in an area, so they're actual areas.
No. Listen, dude,
remember the merry-go-round
example?
Is the non-inertial hold on, is the non-inertial reference frame, is that rotating?
It could be a non-rotating reference frame, could be a rotating reference frame. That's right.
What? No, I said the non-inertial reference frame. That's the rotating reference frame.
Oh, yeah, non-inertial. Right? I mean, that's right. Yeah, that is an example of a non-inertial reference frame.
So a non-inertial reference frame is rotating. So something in that reference frame is going to be something that's in that reference frame is going to be rotating, right?
You can listen, dude. Here's the thing: you can describe any event from that reference frame. Like if you have a merry-go-round, because your questions are not to the point, dude. If
my
you're on a
question
merry-go-round,
right to the point, and it's showing you that these reference frames are areas that you are in or can be in.
If you have a merry-go-round, merry-go-round is a small area. Let's say it has a surface area of 10 feet. A merry-go-round, okay? The reference frame of that merry-go-round, you can describe events that are happening outside of that merry-go-round. As long as you're using the merry-go-round as your reference frame and describing the event from that frame, that there's nothing wrong with doing that. Like if there's something in the sky or something moving across the top of it or something on the side of it, describing the path that object's taking in that reference frame is going to be, this curved path or whatever. And even though it's not happening on the merry-go-round, you can still describe it from that reference frame.
All right. Listen, if I'm in the non-inertial reference frame, am I rotating?
If you're in a non-inertial reference frame, then you're accelerating. Your frame is accelerating.
So I'm rotating, right?
No, you're accelerating. It could be rotating. It could be accelerating.
Okay, but for the purposes of Earth and the roundabout or whatever we're going to use, we're talking about rotation, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and that's going to definitely happen. And when I'm in the non-inertial reference frame, that's definitely going to be an area, right? A place, an actual place in physical reality where I'm going to be, right?
Okay, can be in the non-inertial reference frame, and you can describe events there. But you can also have an object that's not in.
Why can't you just say yes
on that planet, and you could still describe it as being in that reference frame? This is the problem,
bro.
That event, you can describe any event from any reference frame.
The way I was kind of thinking about it in a way is that you almost have kind of three frames. You have the Earth, like the physical Earth. You have the atmosphere between the Earth and space. And then you have space. And basically what you guys kind of say is that the atmosphere is more or less the same reference frame as the Earth. I'm not saying you say that. I'm kind of summarizing it this way because the atmosphere is going along with the Earth. So when you take off on an airplane, the fact that it's all treated as stationary, etc., that atmosphere has to be clinging along with the physical rock of the Earth in order for that to be the case, to make it not seem like you're actually going at millions and jillions of miles an hour and so on. You're not getting like space wind and all that stuff. You're kind of in that frame. And however, you guys then have to explain the Coriolis phenomenon. So for that, you have to say, okay, now the atmosphere is not perfectly clung to the Earth. It's a little bit off to where you get this drift effect.
Okay, so here's the problem, and this problem has persisted for years with Jeremy and nearly everybody else. But a reference frame, here's what it's not. It's not a place. It's not a thing. It's not a medium. These are not reference frames. A reference frame is simply a grid system that you're using to describe where events are taking place. So it's whatever coordinate system you're using to describe the events. So, and you can make this reference frame. You can make this reference frame in reference to the Earth's rotation, but the thing that you're describing happening doesn't have to be taking place from the Earth. You can be describing something that's happening above the Earth and describing the path it's taking in reference to that frame.
This is insanity.
Okay, Travis, that's not going to help, bro. So when I'm in the non-inertial rotating reference frame, I'm in a place, right? I'm in an area, a 3D actual area, right? Right, Kojo?
If you're in a reference frame, you can be anywhere.
I'm in the non-rotating reference frame because the ball appears to deviate. But another guy in the inertial frame can see it go straight, right?
Sure, dude. When you say that this person's in this reference frame, you're simply saying that this person is using the Earth as a fixed location, using that as his reference frame. That would be
I'm talking about a merry-go-round.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is the way that you're wording these things, and then you're saying these people are in this reference frame and not in this reference frame. Let me jump in
just real quick, Jeremy.
It doesn't make sense.
Jeremy, if you and I were having this conversation, it would not have taken this long.
This would have been done within a minute. But the thing is, he's scared to admit this because he knows there's nowhere to go to be in the inertial reference frame for focal. This is how this all started.
How many times have I told you throughout the years that you can't come and leave reference frames? Things don't.
I'm not arguing that. I'm fine. Whatever. That's
I know. So
whatever you want to say to that.
That's why I'm not answering that question. Is because this person is not in this reference frame and not in this other one. You know what I'm saying?
Listen to me.
Observers are reference frame dependent, but objects and events can be described from any reference frame.
Observers are reference frame dependent. So when I'm observing this, and how do I know if I'm observing it from the non-inertial or the inertial reference frame? We were throwing a ball on a merry-go-round. How would I be able to tell?
Well, it depends on what it is you're doing. If you're on the rotating body, then you're rotating, and if you're using your position as the fixed position to explain everything happening, then yeah, you, the observer, would be in a non-inertial reference frame.
Okay, so that the non-inertial reference frame, that's definitely a place somebody's going to be standing in, right?
No, no, dude.
Bro, come on.
I knew it. I knew he was going to say no.
Yeah, because the answer is no, of course.
What do you mean? You just told us he was in the non-inertial reference frame on the rotating body.
Yeah, the observer. You're saying the observer, the observation point. Yeah, the observation point is going to be a location, sure, like the origin point of the grid system.
So the non-inertial reference frame, that's a location for sure, right?
I mean, you can, yeah, whenever you have the origin of that grid system, yeah, that'll be an actual location.
Okay, so we got this guy. This is tough, guys. This is tough. Thanks for bearing with us. So we got this guy. He's in the non-inertial rotating reference frame. He sees the ball curve. He knows he's in the reference frame. Right?
The observer.
That's an actual place.
The observation point, the observer. Yeah.
It's a place. The non-rotating reference frame is a place, right?
No, again, you're saying the observer, the place the observation is taking place, and this reference frame you're talking about.
Yes, I'm talking about the guy who's observing the shit in the rotating reference frame, the non-inertial reference frame. He will be standing in a place that we know is so the non-inertial reference frame is definitely going to be a place, right?
Yeah,
an area
in reference to the observation, yeah.
What do you mean in reference to that?
In reference to where the observation is taking place. So continue.
Okay, so that's that. So the non-inertial reference frame is definitely an area, and we know that because it's rotating, and there can be a guy standing in it. All right.
And you're describing the positions and everything. Yes.
Okay, so it's an area. Ooh. Stop.
Yeah, you need to make the distinction between the observer and the object or event. The object or event is not going to be in a reference frame.
We just did it. Kosho, we just made a distinction we just ironed it out. The observer, and he's in a non-inertial reference frame. He's rotating. It's an actual place. We just ironed that whole shit out, right?
Sure.
All right. So now there can be another guy. So this guy's on the merry-go-round spinning around. Okay. And there can be another guy standing still, static in relation to the guy rotating. He's going to be in the inertial reference frame, right? And he can observe different things happening, like the ball going in a straight line, right?
Sure, yeah.
So that's the inertial frame is definitely going to be a place where somebody can observe this from.
Well, you have to be, if the thing is rotating or accelerating, if the actual thing is accelerating, then the observation needs to be accelerating with it. The observer needs to be accelerating with it. So if you're talking about an observer, then it absolutely is location specific, right? Because it's going to be, if the observer has to be accelerating with the frame, otherwise,
yeah.
In actual areas, accelerating in actual places in reality, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we've just established that the non-inertial and the inertial reference frames are actual places in reality, right?
In reference to the observation, yes. The observer.
Bro, why do you keep adding this in reference to the observation?
Because the reference frame itself doesn't exist anywhere specifically. But the observer, if you're talking about an observer being in a non-inertial reference frame, and a reference frame that's accelerating, then the observer needs to be accelerating with that frame. And in order for the observer to be doing that, it of course needs to be on that frame that's accelerating. So
yes, in the rotating reference frame that's moving in an actual area in 3D space. Yes.
Yeah, but that rotating reference frame doesn't like in reference to the object or the event. It doesn't. It's not fixed to that location.
No one's saying it's fixed. We're just saying it's an actual area. No one said it's.
You
fixed.
don't have the fucking turn lane, you dick.
Sorry,
was I unmuted? Sorry, man. This guy just totally cut me off. Sorry.
This is going nowhere anyways. I hope everyone can see what Kosho's doing.
What's that? I hope so too, man, because I've been telling you this for years.
No, you haven't been telling him anything. Everything that you said right now is absolute doublespeak, gobbledygook bullshit, man. It's just absolutely bullshit. Jeremy's too nice to say it.
I like you.
He said that. But
I like you, Kosho, but you're being ridiculous right now.
Regardless, key takeaways: reference frames are not location dependent when you're talking about events that are taking place. Like
we're not saying
merry-go-round. Hold on, dude. Hold on. A merry-go-round, which is rotating, you can be describing an event happening anywhere in reference to that merry-go-round. That's only for the event or any object. But when you're describing something that's actually making that observation in order to justify using that reference frame as as a place to view things occurring or events taking place, then that object should be on that rotating body or accelerating body. Otherwise, there'd be no point in describing that reference frame in the first place. So that's kind of redundant, though.
So we agree. These reference frames, these reference frames. They represent actual locations in reality, right?
Only in reference to the actual point of observation. Not in reference to the event taking place.
This is insane.
That's fine. Whatever. We can go down this place. So fine. The reference frames are actual places in 3D reality, right?
Why do you keep asking the same question? You're going to get the same answer.
Exactly. I just answered that question.
Yeah, he just answered it.
So the real places in reference. He keeps adding on this bullshit at the end.
I know, man.
But the Coriolis effect is total observational based. There's nothing else to even do with it. So I don't know why you keep adding that on at the end. Like this is some get out of jail free card.
Because, dude, it's actually a pretty big deal. If you describe like a bullet or a pendulum, for example, Foucault's pendulum, you describe what's happening in the Foucault's pendulum, and you're saying, oh, well, which reference frame is the pendulum in? And that question doesn't make any sense. Okay, it doesn't make any sense at all, because
the thing moving,
the thing that's reference frame dependent is where the observation is taking place. You can describe it one way if you're in an inertial reference frame. You describe it in a different way if you're viewing it from a non-inertial reference frame. So,
and where is the inertial reference frame?
In a specific reference frame doesn't make sense.
Where can I view the Foucault pendulum from the inertial reference frame? Because if it actually was the Coriolis, there would be a place to go to view it from the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, you'd have to be in
space,
the sun's
not moving with the Earth.
And I would see the pendulum not processing.
You would still see.
Sure about that one?
What kind of bionicle eyes do you have, man?
It doesn't matter. You would have to go to a place where the object appears to be going straight and not deviating. That's what happens in the inertial reference frame. Things don't appear to deviate. They actually go straight.
You would need to have one at the North or South Pole, and you'd have to be observing it from a place where you could view that and not be rotating with the Earth. And if you had this capability to do that, then you would see the Foucault's pendulum not rotating with the Earth and swinging back and forth.
So it wouldn't be knocking over the pins then. It would be actually going back and forth in a straight line.
The pins would be being knocked over, but you'd be because the Earth's rotating. The Earth's rotating and it's hitting the pins.
I need to go to a place to view this where it's not deviating, where it's really going straight back and forth. Where I can't view that if it's knocking over the pins, it's not going straight back and forth. It's deviating still.
Here we go.
I don't think you understand what a conundrum. You don't understand what a conundrum this is for you.
On the equator, bro, Jeremy. On the equator, it'll go straight back and forth.
On the equator,
there's no precession. You have no precession.
No, you'd have to be.
This is a big conundrum for you guys, and I've been thinking about this for like 2 days ever since that guy said that to me the other day.
No, that's not a conundrum. I just told you if you were at the North or South Pole and you had the pins set up, you would see the pendulum swinging back and forth, and you would still see them getting knocked over, but it would be because the Earth was rotating in reference to you, in reference to you, and in reference to the pendulum.
Yeah, is this
Hold
a
on,
thought
Travis?
experiment?
I'll back out in 1 second. Because I already responded to this nonsense, cockamamie bullshit. If I see the thing go straight back and forth and not deviating, not processing, that means it can't be knocking the pins over because it needs to be going in a straight line. It can't knock the pins over and not deviate. I don't think you get it.
Dude, you know the Epic Discover? The Epic Discover is at a location that is basically inertial an inertial reference frame in reference to the Earth rotating. That means that where it's sitting, it can observe the Earth rotating. Okay? If you were somewhere where you were an inertial reference frame in reference to the Earth rotating, then you would see the pendulum going back and forth, and you'd see the Earth rotating. And the pins would still get knocked over because the Earth is rotating.
So the thing would be going straight back and forth and not deviating, but it would still be deviating, knocking the pins over.
No, you don't
That's
get it.
what you're telling
How
me.
do you not get this?
Yeah, on the North Pole, that pendulum's going to be rotating half as fast as the hour clock on hand.
Please
So,
show
think of it
us.
this way.
Just as fast
Wait.
as the hour.
No, we just hold on real quick. Please show us the documentation of someone actually doing this.
No one's done that. What are you talking
So,
about?
Right,
there's two different options,
exactly.
Jeremy.
Exactly.
There's two different options, Jeremy. There's an option where the pendulum rotates and knocks the pins over, and there's and then there's an option where the pendulum goes back and forth, but the Earth rotates and the pins get knocked over. Does that make sense?
Yo, I don't think you know what Coriolis is.
Just
One guy's
depends
gonna
on what
see-
universe you're in, Jeremy. Which universe are you in?
One guy's going to see the thing deviate. Another guy's going to see it go straight back and forth. If I see it go straight back and forth, it can't be deviating because it'll knock the pins over. It won't knock the
There
pins
you go, Jeremy. You answered your own question. One guy's going to see it go straight back and forth. One guy's going to see it deviate, and they're both going to see the pins get knocked over.
I mean, here's one thing about Foucault's pendulum, which is such a fucking amazing proof for fucking what the Earth is the fact that it rotates in a different way on the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere. But like, no one can explain that shit. Geo did once, and he said, it's because of ether and shit. But again, now we're talking about ether, and you get into this weird place of what the fuck the ether is.
Well, yeah, I don't know whether it's worth going all into all that, but I mean, the magnetic field. I mean, even just the fact that you have, like, when the sun, like on the equator, the sun barrels through the equator, it creates clockwise and counterclockwise vortexes in the north and the south. The stars are counterclockwise and counterclockwise in the north and the south. So there's all these phenomenon of the north and the south having clockwise and anti-clockwise, whether it's magnetic fields, ether, all of that. So the fact that the pendulum does it would fit right along with that. And I understand how it correlates with a globe. It's not that I'm conceding that necessarily, because it's nothing really to concede, but I definitely give at least a part of that argument some credibility for the idea of the Earth being a globe.
I mean, Gio, we had this conversation a while back, and then the secondary argument of that was, if it is this magical ether and the electric fields it creates that's causing these pendulums to swing different directions, then why do gravitational measurements not get affected by that?
I'm not sure.
Like, basically, if you have two balls and you leave them alone for a long time and see if they cause any type of gravitational anomalies to make to make any type of spin.
Are you talking about just a pendulous ball hanging? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about what are some of the experiments we've done to verify gravity?
Well, there's a lot. Talking about Cavendish, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah,
there are all kinds of admitted gravitational anomalies. Of course, they claim that the gravity of the moon is affecting the tides. So
right. Okay. So basically, the point is this, right? If it is the ether affecting a pendulum, right, then why doesn't the ether also affect the Cavendish experiments? Why does the Cavendish experiments work the same way no matter what side of the Earth you're on? But yet pendulums swing differently.
What evidence do you have of that?
I mean, that's just given fact.
No, sorry.
That's given fact. You can go out and do these experiments yourself. Like,
sorry.
Hold. Don't go sorry to me because you want me to provide you the experiments. Right? No.
Here we go. Here we are.
You're you're basically saying that what I'm saying is false because I can't show you someone that's done these exact things. What I'm saying is
you're
that
making a claim. I want to know what your claim is based on. What did you?
My claim is based on shit that I know is gonna work.
Wow.
I know that if you was to have a Cavendish and pendulum experiment set up side by side, and you took that experiment setup from the North Pole all the way down to the South Pole, taking measurements in between, then the Cavendish experiment would be constant all the time, and yet the fucking pendulum will be swinging differently all the time. And
is that an idea?
Therefore,
you have in your head?
Therefore, you can't say that the reason for both is because of the ether.
Is that an idea that you have in your head that you imagine?
It's not an idea, bro. This is the way shit works.
No. Again, I don't know why you think that it's acceptable for you to just declare something to be the case without any evidence.
All right, bro. You know what? If I was drunk, I would have continued this conversation with you, but it's pointless.
Well, I'm glad at least you have some sense
I'm spitting facts, and what you're spitting out is, well, you know what? Can you show me some shit on YouTube, please?
I'm not the one talking like that right now. So
you wasn't talking like that, but that's what your question comes across as.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You might feel that way because you don't have an answer to justify your claim.
You know, I definitely do feel that way.
Yeah, that's fine for you to feel that way. But again, I do not believe.
Let's just leave it at that then. There's no need to continue this conversation, is there?
I'm satisfied.
So am I.
Grant's lost that one. Okay, so I'm up in this fucking satellite or whatever. What am I doing? Where I see this full call going back and forth in a straight path. Am I rotating with the Earth? Like, what am I doing?
The fact that you just asked that question means what is the point? What are you asking, dude? If you're rotating with the Earth, you're not viewing it from a different reference frame. You're viewing it from the same rotating reference frame. So I don't know why you asked that, dude.
You guys said I would be able to see the Foucault pendulum swing in a straight line, not deviating. I'm trying to figure out where this location is now.
If you're viewing it from a position that's not rotating with the Earth.
Okay, so where I'd have to be in what? Lagrange point? What?
That's a good example, yeah.
You could be in Ecuador. I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about, so maybe you can't be in Ecuador.
So I get to a Lagrange point, and I'm not rotating with the Earth, right? Oh wow, man, my fucking AirPod.
Jeremy, I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, man. You're arguing a tertiary claim, man.
Hold on, I'm at this Lagrange. My AirPod died. I missed everything.
Well, let me repeat myself then. I don't know why you're doing.
I'm at the Lagrange point. You don't know why I'm doing this? This is what we do,
no, man,
bro.
You are arguing.
Controls, like you do this all the time.
That's actually the best answer Jeremy could have given. This is what we do.
Yeah, you're wasting our time arguing a tertiary point.
I mean, well, honestly, he's at
what
least.
Do you want to talk
Jeremy's
about?
at least asking back proper questions. What you're saying is no, it's fake. What you're saying is fake. Like basically, all you're doing is just shooting down anything anyone's saying, without any type of fucking scientific rebuttal.
No, I'm pretty sure I didn't shoot anything down.
At least
hold on. Branch. Listen, man. We talked about this earlier today. I'm trying not to overtalk you, but you're overtalking me, okay? I didn't make any scientific claims. I asked you for justification for your claim.
Right, and that's why I'm saying that at least when Jeremy argues, he tries to use some type of, at least if not scientific, at least a geometric claim or some type of claim to argue.
This is
okay. Can we just get to the bottom of this? Hold on.
I don't think.
Just hold on.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom. bottom of where we can go to see the Foucault pendulum swinging in a straight line.
That's true. That
so
was the question he asked. Let's stick with that.
We're at a Lagrange point, and we see the thing. Pretend we could see it from this Lagrange point. We're at a Lagrange point. We got the biggest Foucault pendulum in the history. It's got a giant bright light on it. We can see it from space, right? Was that too crazy, or
no? I'm following you, bro. So we got this enormous fucking pendulum, right? And we can see it from space.
Yeah, there's no reason to repeat it.
So I'm at a Lagrange point, and I'm not. So I'm at a Lagrange point. I'm not rotating with the Earth, right?
What do you mean by Lagrange point? I'm not.
My God.
I don't know. I asked Kosho. He said it had to be somewhere that's not rotating with Earth. Is the Lagrange point rotating with Earth?
It just depends on what you mean by Lagrange point.
Bro, where do I go to see where would I go to see the pendulum swinging back and forth in a straight line? Explain where this area is.
Anywhere on the equator.
Dude, you don't get Coriolis from a pendulum. Branch, please.
Well, a pendulum on an equator doesn't precess.
Yeah, so there's not going to be any Coriolis happening to view it from another reference
That's what you wanted.
I'm trying to figure out where we can see the Coriolis on Earth, and then we can go to the inertial frame and be like, oh yeah, it actually is going in a straight line. Bet.
All right, so I think Kosho said let's use the North Pole. I think.
Oh, that ain't gonna work.
Why, okay, let's use England. Fuck
Why
it.
not? You guys are talking about La La Land. Why not talk about this happening in hell? What is the Foucault pendulum gonna do in hell? The fuck, man?
Oh my God, Copernicus. Travis, seriously, man, we're trying to have a conversation here. Are you sure you're okay?
Oh, I'm very well, thanks.
All right, man. So
Kosho, describe this area to me where I'm going to go see the pendulum swinging back and forth in a straight line and not processing.
Check this out, dude. You're gonna love this. It's not a fucking area, dude. I've said this.
We already went through this. The inertial,
you just have to not be rotating with the Earth. That's it.
And you gotta be
not be influenced by Earth's rotation. You could be directly 5 feet above the Earth, just not rotating with it. Which probably won't be happening. You gotta be above the atmosphere too.
Okay, in this place you're describing, you said we're not rotating with the Earth. Oh,
wait a minute. Did you
said we're not rotating with the Earth? Yeah, I did. I missed what he said because I was over talking to him half the time.
He said you could be 5. He said you could be 5 feet above the Earth and not rotating.
I actually switched that to above the atmosphere. What I said. It's actually above the atmosphere.
Yeah, of course you did. Yeah,
but we need to get 5 feet.
I said that directly after I said it, dude.
Okay.
But regardless, there's not a specific place. There's not a specific place you need to be. You just need to be not rotating with the Earth.
Kosho,
do you not see that how difficult Kosho is making this for me? That like all this other shit isn't going to help. If you want to take over, or somebody else wants to take over, go ahead. I got no problem.
Jeremy, you're doing a great.
We're almost there, though.
I'll take over.
Close. We can never get to the bottom of anything.
You're doing a really good job, Jeremy.
Because of shit like this.
Keep it up, Jeremy. You're doing a good job.
Hey, Branch, man, you got to pass the talking stick, though.
I know. I just wanted Jeremy with some other people talking, and I was just saying that Jeremy's doing such a great job. Why would we ever want anybody else?
Wait, doesn't that mean he was holding the stick?
Yeah, Jeremy, you're holding the stick, bro. Can you talk, please?
I can't do it until you stop talking.
Well, you know why you didn't say banana when you got done talking.
I think you should give up, Jeremy, because I mean you've spoken about Coriolis for cumulatively months and still don't understand it. So what's the point?
Well, Kosho's not defining it very well at all. I mean, he's not defining his parameters. It's going to happen anywhere.
I think Kosho defended it very well.
We're not done. This isn't over. We're not done. You guys are in the middle. You guys are like giving the end of a football game that hasn't ended yet. Can we finish this up or what? 5 minutes, guys. I mean, if you guys want to talk about something else, relinquish the mic. But like,
Jeremy, do you still have the stick?
yes, I have the stick. Shut up. Okay. Now, Kosho, we're 5 feet above the atmosphere, right? You said we could be 5 feet above the atmosphere?
Yes.
Where are we 5 feet above the atmosphere?
Okay, yeah. Where does the atmosphere end that we're 5 feet above it?
Wherever the friction of the atmosphere is not going to fuck with the pendulum.
The friction of the atmosphere is going to fuck. The pendulum's in the atmosphere. You might have got in late.
But we're not rotating with the Earth, right? We're saying we're not rotating with the Earth.
Kosho, 5 feet above the atmosphere. Where? How high am I?
I mean, friction. Friction.
Banana.
They won't. Drop down the live. Kosho, drop down the live stream too, real quick.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Just have the whole conversation here.
We can't. Why are you even talking right now?
But why would you want to? Why would you?
You're telling me to have a conversation here, but you won't shut up.
But if you go downstairs and start a conversation with him, and then come back here, we're all gonna be lost.
If you're lost or you never hear it, it doesn't matter because you won't let it happen here for some reason. I don't know why.
Jeremy, as a good mod, you should never try to split the room like that. You know?
Banana thing's not working.
Mango.
Hurry up, Jeremy. We're 5 feet above the atmosphere. We're not rotating with the Earth. Go.
Yes, so I'm 5 feet above the atmosphere. I don't know where that ends, but is that like 100 miles or like
400 kilometers ISS, right? 400 kilometers ISS. Move on.
Yeah, honestly, Jeremy, my point to him would be that the Earth's atmosphere actually has such less impact on the Foucault's pendulum because of how slow the precession is that depending on how high you are,
we're not rotating with it, right?
It's not that. It's the fact that
yes, it is that
you're talking about going above the Earth's atmosphere to talk about this pendulum. What I'm trying to say is that air resistance doesn't have an impact on the Foucault's pendulum to disprove what we're talking about. So,
Branch, if we're not rotating with the Earth, then yes, it will. Fuck
no, bro. Like. Look, a Foucault's pendulum on ground level, right? The effect of the apparent effect of rotation is so much greater than air resistance that it doesn't matter. So why would we need to go higher?
We're not rotating with the Earth. If we were in the atmosphere and not rotating with the Earth, then the pendulum would have 1,000-mile-an-hour wind on it, right?
What the fuck?
Yeah. What the fuck?
That's why Kosho said.
You're talking about you start a pendulum off, and then you take it outside of the rotation.
I'm turning it down, Branch.
What is the stupid shit?
There you go. You're down.
The globe.
You're lucky, Jeremy. I'm on my desktop machine where you're not turned down.
Jeremy, you know what's interesting? You know why he likes to turn me down? Because I can make him sound stupid.
Branch is one of your smartest guys, Rue. That might have been a mistake.
Branch is a fucking troll.
No, he may be troll. He may be a troll, but he is a smart motherfucking troll.
I think that it's interesting.
400Ks up.
Ruif had nothing else to say to back his point, so he just turned me down.
Branch is the best glober anyway.
Yeah.
He's one of their smartest guys, honestly. I mean, I've seen him shut Veach down. A lot of them dudes, Branch was.
I'll shut down Ruif in a second. He's not.
I know. I don't. Are you scared of him, Ruif, or?
He just talks shit.
No, he turns. You know what it is.
You, Jeremy.
You know what it is, Jeremy. Right? It's because my persona is the dick in the room that he thinks that by turning me down and saying shit like that, he doesn't need to answer the questions. I say it. He thinks that it's okay to skip over my questions, even though they're the ones that stumped him. And he does.
Kosho, are you there?
He does that by gaining the trust of the room by saying, "You know what? I'm just going to turn."
Is Kosho going to get back to you on any of that stuff?
I don't know. All I want to do is figure out the area that we're in, the place. There has to be a location to see the pendulum.
400 k's up, we're not rotating with the Earth. 400 k's up, not rotating with the Earth.
That's actually where the super rotation starts. It's kind of like the super rotation.
I've got to say,
except it's not as. The super rotation of Earth. Hold on, Branch. Super rotation they claim is that's happening on Earth. They say it's not as bad as the Venus one, yet it is happening. I think I can't remember if it was 250 kilometers or 400 kilometers. I forget. That's where it starts, though.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is
some going all the way to the moon.
My bad. I did still talk.
Go ahead, Branch.
No, it wasn't even that. Like I started talking when you asked him a question, when it wasn't my turn to talk.
Go ahead, Branch.
No, you asked him a question.
I thought Kosho was in this conversation originally. Did he? He's not here anymore.
Yeah, he's stepped away apparently. So
yeah, he basically told fucking this guy to talk about some stupid shit about how the Focus pendulum.
I'm trying to advance the conversation.
I mean, I just find it fucking hilarious. He gave this shit to fucking Ruhif, and now Ruhif is trying to run with it, and Ruhif has no clue what to talk about.
No, I was prioritizing my time, okay, because Jeremy's asking the same questions I've already answered. I have other stuff I have to do. The questions that Jeremy's asked, what do you need to be? I answered that question already. I told him it's not a location based. You just need to not be rotating with the Earth. Not location based.
What I'm saying though is that why does it matter if we're rotating with the Earth or not?
Hold on. All right, I think
resistance doesn't have enough impact on the Focus pendulum to fuck with its independence on the Earth's rotation.
All right, Branch, if you could just mute yourself for a minute. I wanted to hear Kosho and Jeremy finish what that was because Kosho, you stepped away. Can we just hear the completion of it?
I just
yes, fine. You need to be not rotating. Go ahead.
I said as clearly as I possibly could say it. You have to be somewhere that's not rotating with the Earth or influenced by the Earth's rotation, and you need to be viewing it from this sort of vantage point. This would make you. This would. Basically, this would be where a non-rotating. An inertial reference frame. This would be viewing it from an inertial reference frame. Okay, anywhere that's not.
We gotta go to an area. Go to an area that's not rotating with the Earth. I got it. So it's definitely going to be an area. So where do we go for that? Where the Earth's rotation doesn't have an influence on you.
Choose a fucking point, Jeremy.
I'm just wondering where we go. Where would you go for this? The moon?
Choose a point 400 kilometers up out of the atmosphere and stop. Apply whatever force you need to stop rotating with the Earth. Be stationary in an inertial reference frame. Choose a fucking point above your head. I don't care where.
100K is where the super rotation is.
Can you not conceive of a point that doesn't move with respect to an inertial reference frame? Can you not conceive of that?
The edge velocity is where it moves the slowest now?
Okay, then apply whatever force you need to stop rotating with the Earth. This is not difficult.
Well, how would I know? How would I know if I'm actually now moving or if I'm actually static?
Jesus.
Like you want me to go move this, Jeremy? I can conceive of it, yes, but not at 400 kilometers. That's where the super. Hold on, Ruhip. I can conceive of it, but not at 400 kilometers because that's where the super rotation is.
There's not enough atmosphere, right? Just apply force, have a rocket, whatever you need. Just be stationary with respect to an inertial reference frame. The end.
Okay, and how do we know if we're stationary to it, though?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you not conceive of this?
Fly an airplane 1,000 miles an hour to the west, and then you're good.
Yep.
I can conceive. We get up in the sky. We get up very high. Very high in the sky. And stop ourselves from moving.
To stop yourself from moving, yes. Can you conceive of that?
Yes, I can. I can conceive of that. Yes.
Good. Let's continue.
So now I'm super high up in the sky. I've stopped myself from moving, and now I see the pendulum going in a straight line, not knocking the pins over.
Correct.
I mean,
correct.
Yeah, Kosho.
Kosho,
you sure about that?
Kosho is looking for your.
That's not correct. It's not correct. It's not correct because
you're wrong.
No, stop. He wasn't here, dude. Jeremy's talking. Okay.
Well, the point of the
hold on.
Just because he wasn't here doesn't mean he's not wrong,
dude. I don't have time to. Stop, guys.
The point was that you can't come to a consensus, and you're not coming.
Yeah, Ruhif. Guys, if you're not Ruhif, actually, there's nobody. Nobody talk for a second, okay? There's nobody. There's Ruhif. The north or south pole is where the Foucault's pendulum is, taking place. North or south pole, and he wants to know where can you be to observe the Foucault's pendulum, and not see it processing, but to actually see it swinging back and forth. And he's talking about the pins that it would be knocking over, and he thinks for some reason the pins will not be knocked over.
Are the pins on Earth or are the pins in the stationary?
The pins and the pendulum are all on Earth.
The pins would be.
No,
hold
the
on. Where do you?
Space, right?
No. That's the thing. I know his Ruhif got here late, but the pendulum is on Earth at the north or south pole. The pins are on Earth surrounding it, and the observation is being taken place from someplace where they can observe the pendulum not processing, only swinging back and forth.
Okay, but the pins are rotating on Earth.
Right. They would be because the Earth is rotating.
Yes. Okay. I got you.
Guys, I mean, one of the reasons why I see this as super odd is because the whole reason why the whole Foucault's pendulum works is because a pendulum will swing in space without if you want the influence of Earth, which is why the Foucault's pendulum shows rotation. And you guys are like taking that core premise of why this shows why the Earth is flat, and you're talking about, let's go 500 feet above the rotation and do this weird shit with it, whereas in reality you should be explaining why a Foucault's pendulum rotates outside of influence of Earth.
Okay, so we're up above. We're in this. I don't know. Did Ruhif? You want to catch Ruhif up yet? Or you got to go on a date? Is your girl gonna get mad at you?
No,
too much?
I'm caught up.
What's up?
I'm caught up. The pins are rotating. It's all good.
The pins are on Earth. The Foucault pendulum's on Earth.
Well, the Foucault pendulum's not rotating though. It's not on Earth. It's not rotating. We're in space, remember?
The Foucault pendulum's on Earth. We're in space, looking at the Foucault pendulum. Are you all caught up now, or?
Foucault pendulum's on the North Pole, not rotating.
My bad. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna just wait for Kosho to get.
Ruhif, this is getting hard for me to.
I will catch up via the conversation.
Like honestly, Ruhif, he's asking you fucking straight questions, and you're not getting it. What's wrong? What's wrong with this scenario right now? Are you not getting them on purpose? Are you not understanding the words that comes out of his mouth?
All right, let me ask Ruhif a question. I'll bring it all the way to the beginning. Where is the? Okay, I can't. I'm not doing that all over again.
I mean, I know, right? You shouldn't need to. I mean, Ruhif, you're a smart guy. You should be able to figure this out.
Yeah, it's not my conversation, so
Yeah. He's not smarter than you, Branch.
You know what? Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up, my man. If it's not your conversation, then why the fuck did you jump in like you know all about it?
You're right, yeah.
I honestly, Ruhif, I tried to tell you were a little late to the conversation. You don't listen to me, though. So we wasted the last, 20 minutes on this.
Well, you've wasted months on it collectively, right?
I haven't wasted anything. I've learned a lot.
You're splitting the point now. Now you talk about wasting months on it.
Have you learned enough to say that Oakley's...
You're getting defensive as fuck, my man. Relax. We're just having a conversation. You don't need to get all defensive.
Yeah, Ruhif, relax, dude.
I've got Branch turned down, so...
What's the flat Earth proposition for what makes the Foucault pendulum? What influences it?
Yo, mama.
We're trying to figure out. Go ahead. I'll back off, guys. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Is
it the
I literally just
ether wind? Because I know that's what.
I think Crypto is trying to make a point. What was the point you're trying to make, Crypto?
No, it wasn't. I just said yo, mama.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out if this
Mama
is
what?
even.
I thought you were gonna make a point.
No, that was it.
Well, first you'd have to observe the effect that we don't consistently observe, and then we have to try to figure out what's going on.
Hurricanes, and cyclones.
Sorry, I'm listening.
Somebody's hot micing. Hold on.
Somebody's gonna mute the music.
No, that was me telling you the
So
evidence.
we're trying to
Coriolis.
Hurricanes.
Yeah.
No.
Joe, so we're trying to figure out if this is actually even the Coriolis effect or not, because as you know, you throw a ball on a merry-go-round, one guy can see the ball curve, another guy can see the ball go straight, right? Then we can tell it's not actual deviation. This Foucault pendulum thing could be actual deviation. We don't know because we've never seen it, Coriolis, from the inertial reference frame.
Can we clarify deviation as opposed to curve? Because you do see deviation from both reference frames, but you only see a curve from one, right?
Deviation, what's deviating?
The merry-go-round and the ball. Right, there's deviation there.
Yeah, but what part of it's deviating?
Somebody throws a ball in a straight line on a merry-go-round. The guy in the merry-go-round sees it appear to curve. The guy on Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Somebody throws a ball. They're standing on a merry-go-round. They throw the ball in a straight line. Curve. The guy in the inertial frame sees it go straight.
Yeah, that's a distinction. But
No, hang on. You're saying specifically that he throws it in a straight line. However, if you were to actually do that and throw a ball, like, you couldn't throw it in a straight line.
Yeah, there will be an arc to it. We know because it's going to drop to the ground eventually. For all intents and purposes,
like, if you're being specific,
for all intents and purposes, it's a straight line though.
Yeah. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I'm trying to distinguish between
the guy on the ground,
a curve and deviation. Right, the roundabout and the ball are deviating away from each other. Right, that's observable from both reference frames. But the straight line versus curve, you see a curve from the rotating reference frame, and for the inertial one, you see it go straight. Right, but the deviation, the change of two objects away from each other, is happening in both.
Okay, but in order to know something was the Coriolis effect, you could go to the inertial frame, see it go straight. We could put a video camera up, right? And we could see, oh, look, here it looks like it's going straight. There it looks like it's curving. We know there wasn't any actual curvature. It was actually going straight because we know, and then you'll know it was definitely the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah.
Any other instance in which,
is
there any other instance in which you could have this apparent deviation in one and not another one and have it, and it's not a Coriolis effect?
Curve versus straight. Like I said, hurricanes and cyclones, but you've got the
of Earth's rotation, not Coriolis. But yeah, I mean, if you want to use that, you can.
Did anyone answer what I asked or no?
Yeah, hurricanes and cyclones, but you've got the added complexity of high pressure going to low pressure, and that's what causes the rotation.
Is there any other instance in which we would see something going straight in one instant from one person, and then another person sees it deviating, curving? Can that happen without it being the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, like if people are wearing glasses.
Give me an example.
Right. So my example would simply be this: like sometimes when you wear glasses, there is a curvature. Like our glasses are essentially just if you want, almost a fisheye lens. and therefore somebody could see something going straight, and if somebody's wearing glasses, they may perceive it as going straight, but because their eyeglasses curve it a little bit, that.
All right, listen, we're gonna record it. Okay, we're gonna record it on a camera, on a video camera, and we'll be able to draw a straight line across the screen or a curved line, depending on which reference frame we're in. Does that solve your little problem now, Branch? Jesus.
I mean, I didn't really have a problem. I just thought I'd throw in. I didn't really say that because there was a problem.
Well, I asked if there was any other instance in which we could view this thing going straight in one place and curving in another place and have it not be the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but you could have just said, if that's the case, take your fucking glasses off.
Is there
was
any
no
other
glasses,
force
Branch,
that's acting on the pendulum in your model? Is there any other force?
Pendulums are kind of like what is it?
I think Pete would say it's the ether. It's the ether.
Yeah, I'm not worried about like models or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening in reality with the pendulum. And in order to know it was the Coriolis effect, there's one way that we could definitely tell, which would be by viewing it from both reference frames. And then we could be like, oh yeah, look, it's definitely Coriolis effect. It looks like it's nice straight here. Looks like it's curving there. Perfect.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, like, pendulums and shit, they I'm not sure what I was going to say. I'm just going to stop.
You could say
anyways, we could change
equal and
it.
opposite reaction. So if you start a pendulum, it's gonna fucking wind up one way, and then it's gonna go the other way. Like,
is that true though? Newton's law? Do you think that's true?
Well, hang on. I'm kind of just spitballing as if I was a flat earther. I'd be like, okay, how would I explain it without using rotation of Earth? And I would say everything has an equal or opposite reaction.
I don't know. I'm not in the business of just making shit up like that. I don't do that. I don't know why the Foucault pendulum deviates. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
what happens? I mean, I think the gist of it, Jeremy, is this, right? Like, once you release a pendulum, right, it's just flowing free in space, and it's moving back and forth as it fucking wants to. It doesn't really care about what's going on underneath it anymore.
It does. If you start a pendulum, it'll in one direction. Hours later, it'll be swinging in a either different direction or just in a different way.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like something's acting on it. A force is acting on it.
Yeah, but the whole point of saying a pendulum is that you don't have forces acting on it.
No, that's
okay. That's not an actual force. That's just a perceive. The Coriolis effect. There's no actual force there. Do you think when you throw a ball on a merry-go-round, actual force making it curve? It's all optical.
No, yeah. So it's not a merry-go-round isn't quite a great example.
No, it's a perfect example for Coriolis, and to detail how there's
Jeremy,
zero force.
It's not optical.
But
Branch,
Jeremy, it is
now ruin. Why are you guys interrupting me?
It's a force,
just mute
though.
him. Just mute him. Seriously, Branch, you can't handle having conversations.
All right, my bad.
I think Branch, you need to let Jeremy speak.
So we know that when we throw the ball on the merry-go-round, we can definitely tell it's the Coriolis because we can go to both frames and see, all right, it looks like it's curving here. It looks like it's going straight here. Perfect. And we know that there's no actual force making the ball turn. We know it's an optical illusion.
Not optical.
Because we know that it's purely an optical illusion because there's no actual force acting on the ball.
Yeah, there's an actual deviation though, right? The merry-go-round and the ball are moving apart from each other.
Okay, hold on, because you're not caught up in the conversation. You're not caught up in the conversation. That was to the other guy who said there's an actual force acting on the ball.
No, you have to introduce a force in the rotating reference frame to account for it. That's why it's called a pseudo-force.
Because why?
If you look at other examples of Coriolis, like it'd be a much better explanation. Like,
yeah, I know my explanation hurts because it shows that there's no actual force acting on the ball.
Force is
we agree.
There is
okay, I know, I agree with that. This guy thinks there's an actual force happening.
Yeah,
No.
there is.
No, you have to introduce the force in the rotating reference frame to account for the curve. There's no actual force. It's just a side effect of the rotating Earth.
Yeah, there's no actual force. It's all optical. It's all optical.
It's not optical either.
Oh, I'm talking about the.
There is an actual deviation.
The pendulum deviating. There's a force being applied that makes it.
There's no force, bro. Yeah. There's no force. You ain't on working out of anyone's book right now. All right. There's no force, bro. We know that the ball's actually going straight. It's an optical effect.
Going back to that example.
You keep saying optical, though.
Yeah, the example that shows you that there's no force. Yeah, I know that sucks for you. I'm sorry.
Right, but there's actual deviation. Right, the two objects are deviating from each other.
Yeah,
it's just that it's an effect of the rotation.
Ball. Okay, the ball. The effect is the observed an observed deviation from a non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we know it's not actually deviating. We know it's going straight because we can see it's going straight in the inertial reference frame. Optical.
So are you saying
I don't like that word. Anyway,
the Foucault pendulum was based on optical, like it was just it's an optical effect? Even the Foucault pendulum?
But it knocks over actual things.
Huh?
It definitely can't be the Coriolis effect. It's actually curving, so it can't be the Coriolis effect.
No, it's only curving if you view it from the inertial reference frame, but it's actually knocking over pins, right? There is an actual deviation.
So it's actually curving and not going in a straight path. You're saying.
From the rotating reference frame, it appears to curve.
It's not actually curving; it's going straight, right?
Well, depends what reference frame you're viewing it from. There is actual deviation, right? Because it is actually knocking over pins, right? So the pins and the pendulum are moving apart or moving together, right? They're moving relative to each other. That is an actual deviation relative from one to the other. Right? It's not an illusion. It's actually they're moving apart.
Then it can't be the Coriolis effect.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Because the Coriolis effect is the observation from a non-inertial reference frame of something deviating, but it's actually going straight. If you're saying this thing's actually if you're saying this thing's actually curving, not actually curving, actually going straight.
From the inertial reference frame, it's going straight. From the non-inertial reference frame, it's curving. Right, but regardless of which reference frame, there is a deviation. They are, moving apart and knocking over pins. There is a relative deviation.
Yeah. Also, if you pause time, it'll stand still. That's just sarcasm.
So we know there's not a force. Listen, I just want to see it. I just want to see it happening to where we can get to one spot and it looks like it's going straight, and then we get to the other spot and it's appearing to deviate. That's all.
Sure. Stick a camera in space.
Right. Well, that's not going to be possible, though, is it? So there's no way to falsify this.
Well, again, we have evidence for it: hurricanes and cyclones.
This is unfalsifiable. Oh, so can we see a hurricane move in a straight line? And it's going we're in the inertial frame and it's going in a straight line?
It is a predicted effect of a rotating Earth that we would have hurricanes and cyclones rotating one way in one hemisphere and the other way in the other hemisphere.
And can we go, dude, the way to falsify this, I told you a second ago, the way to falsify this is you go to the inertial reference frame and you go, oh, yeah, look, it's actually going in a straight line, but it's curving to us here on Earth. Can we do that with hurricanes?
Oh,
we can do that with airplanes. They all fly in straight lines. They don't do the paths.
Yeah.
You can see the straight line paths. From our non-inertial reference frame, we would see all planes looking like they're in a curved path. The Earth were actually turning.
And how many thousands of times have you been told that planes make constant course corrections due to wind? How would you distinguish?
You want to hide it in the winds, Ruhif. I know you think it's convenient just to hide it in the winds, but you're talking about deviation thousands of kilometers or miles over a period of time. It doesn't work. The Earth is not rotating, provably with plane flight. Sorry.
Again, I'll say it for the 1,001st time. Planes make constant course corrections to follow a ground track. The end.
Hell yeah. Or they fly at 35,000 and stay there.
So you're saying planes don't fly in a straight line?
You can say the end because you don't want it to go on.
They're constantly being pushed.
No, because you're going to come back with some bullshit. I'm just going to repeat myself.
Not bullshit.
Hold on, Ruhif, are you saying planes don't fly in a straight line?
Planes follow a ground track. Right? If you're looking at that from an inertial reference frame, they'll probably follow a curve.
They fly at a certain pressure, yeah.
So they.
No, I'm talking about ground track. Yeah.
Do they fly in a straight line over the ground?
From the rotating reference frame, yes.
Was that not his point, or I don't know what was your point, Dice?
He had an altitude. Pizzle had an altitude.
Was that Dave or Dice Law? I can never tell.
Yeah. What? Sorry, they stay at 35,000.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ground track.
Yeah, and constantly maintain that altitude. So they're constantly maintaining that pressure in that same barometric pressure.
Yeah, but that's not really the ground track.
Well, I don't know what you mean by ground track. However,
I know that you know
about barometric pressure.
Yeah.
And they stay.
Yeah, you're talking vertical.
Yeah.
And I'm talking over the surface, like the latitude, longitude.
But like, if you tell,
oh my god, this is so boring. Yo, is there anywhere we can go?
Yeah.
Is there anything you have that will be demonstrable proof, or anywhere we can go to falsify this claim that there's Earth-based Coriolis, where we can see something going in a straight line from the inertial frame and a curved line from the non-inertial frame? Is there anything we can see? Any examples at all?
If you can hypothetically or even practically put a satellite out in space, then yeah, I guess you can. I mean, you can treat
Jeremy,
Hey?
Jeremy, I'm going to try to say this in as nicest way as possible. You are asking them to prove how Santa Claus can get down the chimney as fat as he is. That's
absolutely
what you're asking
not.
them to do, man.
No, absolutely not. This is demonstrable, definitive proof of the Coriolis effect. What I detailed of something going in a straight line and other things curving.
To put yourself in an inertial reference frame, you've pretty much got to be off the Earth. So, if you dismiss all that, then good luck.
I don't quite understand the question. So, like, is there two observers at different distances looking at one, like, thing? What's the... I'm kind of lost when it comes... So I don't even answer,
Yeah, they're trying to...
we were talking about Lagrange points when I walked in.
They're trying to explain how pendulums... I know this all started with pendulums, right? And it's hilarious how it's got here. But I mean, the initial point was trying to explain how pendulums move outside of the cycle of the Earth, and now they're talking about this other weird shit that nobody can understand, and that's just part of Ruhif being Ruhif.
I just want to know if it's what's affecting the pendulum if it's not the rotation.
I mean, that's the point.
Yeah, it seems like there is something.
Once you set off a pendulum, once you set off a pendulum, the pendulum's gonna move. The pendulum's gonna move based on its place and time. It doesn't care about what's happening up or down it. The only thing that's gonna fuck it up is air resistance. But that's so negligible to the direction of its swing. Unless your pendulum weighs like an ounce, right? Then you don't need to worry about it too much.
So the comparable equivalent to the Earth rotating would be the sky moving, meaning that they've taken this, in my opinion, they've taken the sky moving and then said, hey, it's the Earth moving. So if the sky is connected to the medium that we're in a way that would then affect that pendulum, ether, electromagnetic fields, etc., then it would be the field or the medium that's causing it. How that's connected exactly to the sky, how that's all interconnected, I'm not sure we have all those answers. but it certainly doesn't isolate an Earth moving. Although, I mean, I get the explanation, but that doesn't mean that it's actually isolating that that's what it is.
If we stick a pendulum in a Faraday cage, would that eliminate?
No.
Well, only hold on. Only if you could isolate that the Faraday cage is isolating the thing that's causing the pendulum.
Can you put the Faraday cage?
What do you suggest? I mean, how would you go about falsifying one of your ideas?
Just any idea, or with the pendulum? What do you mean?
You said it could be this, could be that. I mean,
right?
Can
you
we
see how
sort of-
now, the bird's been reversed now. Now you're just playing their game. Now you're playing their game, and now you have to prove your claim now, Gio.
Yeah, you guys are asking us how would we falsify it, right? How do we get out outside of the atmosphere, right? We're asking the same of you.
No, I think Gio did a good job. Like he's saying, like I said, they're what's causing the Foucault pendulum to deviate, and he said he went on to explain maybe the same thing that's with the rotation of the stars rather than the rotation of the Earth. The same forces that are creating that and gravity and whatnot in their model. So I would say that the
ether,
the sky and the ground are connected, and in that way, like whatever's creating gravity in the flat Earth model would be the same thing causing the deviation in the Foucault pendulum, right?
The thing is, this is supposed to be science for you guys, and there's a way to falsify the notion that this is the Coriolis effect. Okay, that's by going to the inertial reference frame and seeing it go in a straight line. You guys haven't done that. This is great science. This is great science, guys. Awesome work.
That's a really good point, Jeremy.
You keep talking about this spinning carousel or whatever, throwing a ball off a carousel, and you don't want to talk about like the pools, like emptying a pool of water and and then emptying.
Are you serious?
Yeah. You like the other ways to prove Coriolis effect.
Wait. How did you eliminate? Right? How did you eliminate that it wasn't the shape of the bowl that directs the? Look, are you new to this?
No,
like that's absolutely not proof.
Have you not seen like they've taken into account the shape of the bowl. Of course, of course you can affect it. Scientists aren't dumb. They take into account those things.
Scientists are biased.
They have
a certain parameters. They're expected to reinforce the narrative. So you can't just say scientists aren't dumb and expect that they're all telling the truth, because we know that the reason that we're told the lie about the Earth's turning is to enforce a narrative. So you can't just say scientists.
Hey, can we flesh out if he still believes that do you think that the toilet bowl scenario is related to Coriolis insurance?
No.
No, but I think the important point to make here is that scientists are so fucking dumb. They can't yet figure out how a ball swinging on a string really works.
Well, the thing that Ruhif brought up earlier, being able to isolate or falsify, right? So on a globe, if you were to somehow take that Foucault's pendulum out of the globe and go do it outside of the spinning globe, then at least that would be something. If you could actually go outside of the globe and so on. So, but on a stationary planar Earth that we're in a realm, we're in the medium, I'm not sure of any way that you could take that outside. You'd have to be outside of this whole realm.
Outside, you'd have to be free floating in space to see if the pendulum.
Right, but here's the thing, Gio.
Or you'd have to find a way to isolate the field or the energies that are actually creating that. Like if the ether wind, ether drift, that kind of idea. You'd have to be able to find a way to. That's why Ruhif brought up like the Faraday cage or something that would isolate that.
Right. But Gio, my point, Gio, is that like none of this shit's needed. Like if we're talking about a Foucault's pendulum and how it proves Earth's rotation, all this shit they're talking about, right, is honestly it's straight bullshit. It has nothing to do with the argument. I don't even know why they're talking about it. I don't get these weird globers.
It's really not productive of the conversation, but
no, it is, because honestly, it's like Ruhif and I guess Kosho started it. They're talking about taking the Foucault's pendulum outside of the if you want the the influence of air resistance. And I'm like, what the fuck does that matter? It's ridiculous what they're talking about.
Okay, I guess that's a commentary that you have.
Yeah, but along with saying that, Branch, you're also saying that you think that Foucault's pendulum actually proves the rotation of Earth. So you're criticizing the ballers for augmentating.
I definitely think
you think it proves it. So that makes no sense.
What I'm saying is
not proof.
What I'm saying is that it
Evidence.
proves the shape of the Earth. It proves that it's spinning, right? It also proves that it's a globe because of the.
Yeah, that's what I was criticizing. It doesn't prove any of those things, and Ruhiff just admitted that.
But
yeah, it doesn't do any of that. It's the It's just the observation of an effect.
But what
it's a predicted. Yeah, it's a prediction of a rotating globe.
Yeah, but I can also use that as a prediction that it's pink and purple fairies that are, yeah. The fairies have a different. The fairies and their wings create a different vortexual field in the north and the south. And it's all predictable because there's larger fairies near the equator and smaller fairies near the middle. I mean, you could do that whole thing and predict a whole model.
No, you can't. We went through this before with weight change with latitude.
And
getting from my hypothesis.
It's the same thing you're doing. I'm not saying
it's not. Getting from my hypothesis that it's a rotating globe, right? The fact that we would have Coriolis is a necessary consequence. I can't get from your fairies to Coriolis.
But it's not.
You think there's a link?
The Earth's atmosphere you claim is going along, like the wind and everything is going along with the globe. So it's actually not.
Yeah.
It's actually
that's the thing, Gio.
Point about logic.
About.
Right. You have to accept that if the Earth's rotating, then there'll be centrifugal force and Coriolis. Right? That's a necessary consequence of the hypothesis. Whereas yours, I can't get from fairies to Coriolis. I mean, I'm sure in your mind you can, but we have to agree that it's a logical, necessary consequence.
I don't know if someone else wants to respond, or you'd have to say it again because Branch was interrupting at the beginning. And
sorry, Branch.
If you just say it again, if you don't.
Okay. My hypothesis is the Earth is a rotating globe. The necessary consequence of that is, weight change with latitude, Coriolis, etc. Your hypothesis is fairies, right? I don't see the necessary consequence of Coriolis from that.
Well, I'm not actually proposing it's fairies.
Somebody could just say back to you, they don't see your necessary thing either. They could just say that. So you saying you don't see the necessary thing doesn't make it so or not so. And him saying that the fairies are necessary doesn't make it so or not so. So do you see the problem now? Both sides can do that with literally anything they want. They can say it is necessary, and the other one can say, no, it's not necessary. That doesn't help the argument or the discussion in any way, shape, or form.
No, it does, because then I just say, go and learn what Coriolis and centrifugal force is, and come back when you accept that it is a necessary consequence. Go and learn some physics.
What I said is that it doesn't help the discussion or the conversation, the argument, and that you saying that doesn't help it. It just ends it. Do you see the problem?
Yeah,
so I was correct in what I said. It didn't help at all by what you said.
Right, because I could hold on, let me just jump in real quick. I could say an equivalent to what you said with the fairies. I could say, well, it's a necessary consequence. I could, because you're kind of saying like, you got to go to something else. Like, let's go to another.
Well, no, you could just call Ruhiff a victim of mind control, and go back and study geopolitics and get back to us, Ruhiff.
We could just tell Ruhiff to go study fairies, and when he's ready to accept its fairies, he can come back and have the conversation.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
you're not helping move along. You're just refusing to actually have the real conversation.
No, you can say that. That's exactly right. You can say that.
I posted a link.
Okay, so you admit that it doesn't help. It doesn't help the conversation.
No.
Just to say that it's a necessary there's a necessary consequence of something else. I could say, well, the fairies doing that is a necessary consequence because they come from Antarctica and that's where they're born. And the fact that they're born there, the way that they're born and the way that they're, they're birthed or whatever, they have this specific way that their wings flap. And so it has to be that, but it's just
you can completely say that. Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't isolate anything. I wouldn't say that because it wouldn't be a useful.
No. But we're in the same.
It's not useful. Just like your claim, Ruhiff, is not useful. That's what I was just trying to tell you. Neither of those things are useful because of what he just said. It makes it useless because of the way you're claiming it. It's worthless to anybody here trying to have this conversation.
I agree with you, Bob.
Yeah,
I'm in violent agreement with you, right?
Okay, you agree that your claim is worthless.
No, we're equivalent, right? I have to go and research fairies, right? And you have to go research centrifugal force and Coriolis, right? To make sure they're necessary consequences.
Nobody's claiming fairies.
Well, Geo's hypothetical, right? Yeah,
I was just using it to elucidate that you could come up with, because he was saying originally, it predicts the model. And I was just saying I could have a model of fairies and use it to predict that. But it really isn't predicting anything that isolates or verifies anything in reality. It's just like a hypothetical idea that you're plugging the digits into. So you could plug it into globe, you could plug it into fairies, you could plug it into anything else you would want.
Yes, you can.
Right, but I'm also...
But it still comes down. Still comes back to, is that a necessary consequence?
Yeah, but even if it is, it still doesn't isolate it.
Oh, you can't ever isolate every variable.
Well, that's the whole goal. Well, because you're asserting that it proves that the Earth's a sphere and that it's rotating.
No. How many times have I said no?
So you're not using Foucault's pendulum to assert a spinning, rotating Earth?
Not as proof. It is evidence.
Okay, well, evidence could be anything. So I guess
no, it's got to be a necessary consequence of your hypothesis.
And now
you're not asserting something, but you are. This is like
I'm asserting it that Earth is a globe. I'm not calling it formal logical proof, and I've said 1,000 times that you can't formally logically prove things like this.
Okay, so then the best you're doing is linking a pendulum drift to a theory, model, idea that you have that's unverified, unsubstantiated, and it's just your personal opinion that maybe the pendulum is doing it because globe. All right, but it doesn't really move the conversation forward. But if you want to have that opinion, I guess you're free to.
I disagree with unverified and unsubstantiated.
Yeah.
All the evidence points to a rotating globe. It's all in support of it.
All the evidence that you value.
It seems like you don't
show me something that doesn't support it.
Evidence versus proof. Yeah.
There's been lots of talk, and you know this, about the ether being the cause of it as well. And if you want to say that ether is just as magical as fairies, you can say that, but we can say that about what you're saying too.
Yeah, we're in the same position. I can't see any necessary consequences flowing from this idea of ether. I don't even understand ether. And therefore I can't make any necessary consequences.
Well, do you understand what the scientists have said about ether? What their proposition, if you looked into it at all? Well, that might be
Why not, Ruhif? It was a legitimate theory that scientists. There's videos. You should look into it a little bit, even as a glober. Yeah,
I should.
Yeah, Isaac Newton, one of your favorite guys. His entire original in the Principia, his entire book is he talks about ether in it extensively, and all of his original theories around gravity were all based on ether and electromagnetics and electrostatics. Somehow it got converted and contorted into this thing it is now, his name. But if you actually look at his writings, he literally is using the word ether and writing specifically about ether. He talks about the drift. He talks about the ether gradient. He talks about the electromagnetic and electrostatic fields between the sky and the ground. So Isaac Newton himself was deeply entrenched in ether.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've only watched maybe half an hour to 45 minutes of ether stuff. But I've overheard, people talking in here and other servers, and it's an interesting theory, All I gotta say is to Ruhif, it's worth watching some of the old stuff. Like it was a legitimate scientific. Yeah, there's many. YouTube, like even.
I don't know, but you mean old hundreds of years ago or sort of old couple of years ago?
Old 60, 70 years ago when they actually were experimenting on these things.
Yeah.
I
should.
Let me just read this. Let me just read this real quick. This is about Isaac Newton and ether. This is what he says. He calls, this is actually like a review. These are not his words. Somebody else is talking about the book, the Principia. But anyways, he calls this intervening medium ether. Okay, I'll go from here. He based the whole description of planetary motions on a theoretical law of dynamic interactions. He renounced standing attempts at accounting for this particular form of interaction between distant bodies by introducing a mechanism of propagation through an intervening medium. He calls this intervening medium ether. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is partially absorbed and partially diffused. This circulation of ether is what he associated the force of gravity with to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion. This theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient. His theory also explains that ether was dense within objects and rare without them. As particles of denser ether interacted with rare ether, they were attracted back to the dense ether, much like cooling vapors of water were attracted back to each other to form water. In the Principia, he attempts to explain the elasticity and movement of ether by relating ether to a static model of fluids. The elastic interaction is what caused the pull of gravity to take place, according to his early theory, and allowed an explanation for action at a distance instead of action through direct contact.
Cool. I now know a little bit more about. I know a non-zero amount about ether now. Thank you.
I can't believe you didn't look into it and what they actually said first.
I glazed over it. Like people bring it up and I glaze over.
But I mean, what he's talking about there is the planetary motions, quote unquote. So the sky, the sun, the moon, etc., and the motions of the wandering stars, and how there's a medium connecting those to the ground and to gravity. So I mean, he's basically talking about the understanding at the time and their understanding and how those are all interconnected. So the way he even described it right there, this kind of flowing from the sky to the ground, this interaction, the gradient. So that, at least from that general layout, he's laying out how a pendulum would be affected.
Yeah, that's swirling.
Hold on, guys. Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, new perspective. Yeah.
Dave. He fixed it.
He's muted. All right.
In a world where people don't know what the world is, they come online and pretend that they do.
Damn.
Propagating
was that
lies and indoctrination that the powers that shouldn't be force-fed them from the age 5 up. Welcome to Earth Awakenings.
Was that addressed to me, Witsit, talking about stuff that I don't know about?
We have Globers propagating Rockefeller indoctrination and equating it to intellect. Who will prevail?
Was that addressed to me, Witsit, talking about stuff that I have no idea about?
It appears that it obviously seemed to sting you. I don't know.
I think me saying 5 minutes ago, I have no idea about ether.
Bro,
I wasn't
even listening to you, dude. I just walked back to the computer, my guy.
It's obviously addressed to any Glober.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
because it's a flat Earth thing. Like,
yeah.
So when I get into a quieter environment, I'm gonna do like a proper cinema voice for that.
You probably got me beat. I'm not good at Helios fire at it.
Sorry, could you guys unmute? Can you unmute New Perspective? He didn't realize he was he fixed his
hang on, Skype push.
I feel the ether's coming right through the speakers. You talking the same speaker. But Rue, if you're not really about it, the type that's gonna leave them confounded with dots, it's way too profound and so deep that it leave them drowned. There's an ether no way around it. Hence,
I'm cringing so hard right now.
Pull up the raps.
Hey Rue, if I got a question for you, man. How can you fly on a globe, on a great circle, longitude, like meridian route, and not account for the Earth spinning underneath you? Like if I fly from, somewhere north to south, say, I don't know, 5.5 hours, going like 500 kilometers an hour. So the Earth would go underneath me, like 3,000 kilometers to the east. How do I not have to account for that? Because we don't.
You weren't here for the thing 15 minutes ago. A plane is constantly making course corrections to maintain a ground track.
That's your answer. The ether just cuts you out, bro, because you're bullshit.
The airplane is velcroed to the Earth, bro.
Yeah, so it's making corrections for the Earth spin, Rufus?
It's constantly making corrections to follow a ground track.
For the Earth spin?
Why can't you
I'm just going to repeat it, right, so I don't get misquoted, Austin, right? The plane is constantly making corrections to follow a ground track.
Yeah, you know
what
what?
you want to say?
They don't. What they do is they have talking points, and when you ask a specific question, they say something as if it's an answer, but it's called red herring fallacy, right? It's the illusion that it's a direct answer because it sounds somewhat related, but it's literally sophistry, and it doesn't actually answer the question.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
Hold on. What did you say, Roof? Ground track? What did you say?
Ground track. The plane, is constantly making corrections to follow a ground track.
He's just going to keep saying it.
That will account for any Coriolis.
Okay, so is it only updating in one direction?
Hold on. I want him to define what ground track is because I don't know. So
the track over the ground from your origin to your destination, your flight path.
So does it only update in one direction?
What? What do you mean?
When you're updating your ground track, are you constantly updating to the east?
Correcting.
To the east?
No, you're correcting anything. Wind.
Oh, so we're not just going to the east then.
You're correcting whatever deviates you from your ground track, right? How are you distinguishing wind from Coriolis? You cannot.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for making this point. So you
hidden in the wind.
So
Hold on. Does the constant adjustment, is that automated or is that something the pilot is constantly doing, or is the plane does it?
An autopilot does it, yes.
Yeah,
Depends
autopilot
on
does
how awesome your plane is. If it's
That's true.
It doesn't have autopilot.
Yeah, but in commercial flights, autopilot does this.
Also, wind affects it, so it compensates.
Yeah,
you will not be able to distinguish wind from Coriolis.
Yeah. So the Atmos moves in lockstep with the Earth?
Approximately, yes. Any deviation from perfect lockstep is called wind.
So then that's not Coriolis, though. Wind is different, right? Wind goes in all directions.
Right.
Yeah, different air pressure zones.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with Coriolis, does it, Ruif? Because that's different.
Coriolis does cause winds to move. Like winds go from high pressure to low pressure, right? And if a pocket of air, high pressure air, is moving towards a low pressure air, right, it will appear to go straight, but it will also still move towards the low pressure. So there's two effects there.
So when you say approximately,
yes,
that's not a very satisfactory answer, right? Because if it's not moving lockstep with the Earth, then in addition to the wind, you're going to have to adjust for the Earth itself spinning underneath you.
If I said it moved exactly in lockstep with the Earth, you would go, "Oh, what about winds?"
No, that's not what I would say.
Okay, so then am I okay to use the word yes, it rotates with the Earth?
Yeah, but now I'm just going to
not be a fuckwit and say wind?
No, I'm just going to destroy your whole worldview. No.
Okay, go.
Yeah, so that's actually the exact opposite of what Coriolis claims, because you have to have two different frames of reference. You have to have an inertial and accelerative frame, so if you have to have an inertial and accelerative system, that's two independent systems. So how is that you're now claiming that there's one singular lockstep system?
Again, you're telling us that you don't understand reference frames. Quite obviously, all right. You're in the Oakley camp of the Earth is a rotating reference frame, and therefore the atmosphere is not rotating.
Does Coriolis require...
Witsit just detailed it perfectly with the inertial.
No, he didn't. He fucked it up the same way Oakley does.
Does Coriolis
He said you
require...
needed not. What was wrong with what he just said? Why don't you tell us that?
Because it implies that the atmosphere is therefore not moving because it has to be, this object has to be the non-rotating reference frame. That's just not how reference frames
Does Coriolis require an inertial and accelerative system, yes or no?
Reference frames, yes.
Okay, so that's two separate systems.
Yeah.
One's inertial,
They're
one's
not
accelerative.
systems, right? They're not systems. They're observer locations. They're coordinate systems, right? I know that you're about to go, the Earth is one reference frame and the atmosphere is the other. That's ridiculous.
Is it inertial and non-inertial?
Yes, they're the two reference frames, yes.
Yeah, inertial and accelerative. So say whatever you want to say. So, okay, so that's how we get Coriolis, because there's two different references, right?
Two different, you think of it as two observers or two coordinate systems. One of those observers is rotating, one of them's not.
So it's just an optical effect observed. It doesn't have like physical effect on objects or anything.
Yeah. The curve that you see from the inertial reference frame right? You must introduce a force to account for it. That's why it's called a pseudo force. Right?
You just agreed there's no actual force. Yeah.
They're right. There's no actual force, right, to make that thing look curved. It's just a side effect of rotation. But to account for it under, Newtonian classical mechanics, you need to introduce a pseudo force.
So you account for the non-actual.
We had this discussion half an hour ago. There is an actual deviation between the Earth and the projectile, whatever it is, right? They deviate, right? One's moving away from the other. That is an
But it's hidden in the wind at
deviation.
the same time. It's an actual thing hidden in the wind.
Right.
Hold on, let Witsit finish this. Yeah, go ahead, Witsit.
Yeah, so it's intrinsically contradictory to Coriolis that requires two different references, an inertial and accelerative, and then you claim that it's lockstep. The problem is, of course, that planes. I'm talking, Ruth. I don't know if you heard me or not, but planes
I've stopped listening because
planes have a constant speed, right? So planes get in the air and then they have a constant speed, but of course, to catch up to something accelerating away from you, you of course have to accelerate. You couldn't simply bank in one direction and then catch up with it. You would have to accelerate to catch up to the system.
Right. What do you think the bank achieves?
Well, you know that planes have a constant speed.
If you're banking, you are accelerating. You're changing your direction, changing velocity to another direction.
So it's speeding up and catching up with the Earth.
It's banking left and right? That is an acceleration.
So does it slow down when it goes to the left?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
any change in velocity, change in velocity, velocity is a vector, right?
Yeah, you have to speed up while you bank to the left.
Any change in velocity, which is a vector, has a direction, is an acceleration. Fundamental fucking 14-year-old kid physics.
Yeah, any change of direction. Okay. Yeah, we know. Just like your stupid
acceleration.
All that's
very good.
Yeah, so the problem is that you're claiming that you don't have to account for it because the Atmos moves with the Earth, right? But that's intrinsically contradictory to the claim that bullets physically experience something called Coriolis due to an inertial and accelerative difference. So you have a contradiction on your hands. We would have to account for the Earth spinning underneath it east, but we don't.
I don't know. Do you want me to explain reference frames to you?
No, so you only have a script. You can't answer directly. Another problem, though, Ruif, because none of the Glovers have been able to answer this one either. So if you say the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, that would mean that the top of the atmosphere has to move faster, right? Because it's further away.
It has a higher theoretical rotational velocity, yes.
Why is everything theoretical and approximate? This is supposed to be reality.
Because every deviation from that perfect lockstep is called wind.
Okay, but what about when the wind goes in the opposite direction? How's the atmosphere keeping up with the Earth?
It's whatever the wind is, right?
Okay, so if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then the atmosphere has to go faster and faster proportionate to altitude.
It doesn't have to, right?
It literally does.
But any deviation from that calculated velocity is called... What's it called?
Wind.
You're just going to keep saying wind because you have a script. But so this is basic physics. If the air is moving with the Earth, then the higher you go, right, the faster the air has to go to keep up with the Earth.
Right. Does it?
Yeah, like even your model claims that this is what happens. You didn't know that?
I
has a higher tangential velocity. How do you not know this?
Has a higher calculated tangential velocity, right? Any deviation from that is...
Stop saying the same thing over and over. You're breaking down like a robot. So now here's the question, Ruhif.
I'll just not answer that.
What's the mechanism that allows it to go faster higher up? What causes that?
What causes the air to move?
Faster, higher. What's the mechanism that allows it to have more energy?
I don't know. I would think... I don't understand super rotation. I don't understand.
No, this ain't even about the super rotation. This ain't even that. You ain't talking about the super rotation, right? What's it? That's a whole nother problem with your shit.
So you don't know.
I don't know super rotation. No.
This isn't super rotation.
Okay, then what is it?
Super rotation is where the
friction?
entirety of the atmos moves faster. We're talking about within the atmosphere itself, it's moving at different speeds, and the top of the atmosphere is moving faster than the bottom. It's proportionate to altitude increase. So what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism?
Air has friction, right? So it's going to get pushed along. Does air have friction? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it is going to get pushed along. We agree it's going to get pushed along.
That's not answering the question.
State your question again. We agree that it will get pushed along.
Okay, so you claim that gravity is holding the air, and then you have friction as a byproduct of that. But we need a mechanism that's going to give the additional energy for it to speed up proportionate to altitude increase. So do you have the mechanism?
Does it?
Does what?
Is there a proportional increase in rotational speed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Wait, hold on. Wait, he just got you to beg the question. We're not talking about rotational speed. We're talking about wind speed.
Yeah. I mean, I know wind goes in different directions, right?
Yeah, colloquially, for intents and purposes, the rotational speed of the air. It doesn't matter. He needs to answer the question. I'm not playing any other game other than what's the mechanism?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's rotational speed? Hold on, what's rotational speed?
This is why flat earthers aren't good at debating, because they always take their bait, right? And when the truth is, he just needs to. You have him in a corner right now. So why? Why take the bait?
Let's explain rotational speed for a minute.
No, go ahead with it. My bad. Go ahead.
So what's the mechanism?
I don't know why winds go west, and I don't know why winds consistently go east or consistently go west. I don't know. I'm not a fucking meteorologist, right?
Jet stream occurs.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, I don't know much about jet streams, no.
Boy, you don't know why it's faster to fly to London from New York and not the other way around?
I know that jet streams exist. I don't know the meteorological justification for them.
And that's actually
I assume it's related to rotation.
You are very smart. Like, I know you're smart. So it's just funny to hear you don't know the jet stream, like the rotation and how fast.
He knows there is a jet stream, but he's claiming that he doesn't know the reason, the mechanism, and why it does that. What it does. But the whole point is that he seems to think that he knows exactly that the reason for these things happening because it's the rotation of the Earth, but then claims that he doesn't know anything when it comes to the reasons why it goes faster. So it's like, well, you're saying it's third grade, and we know that the Earth turns and there's friction for the air, and that's why Coriolis is hidden in the winds and all that. You seem to be really knowledgeable, but then claim, I don't know why.
I will tell you things that I know about, and I will say if I don't know, right? Guess what I'll say?
Yeah, you don't know.
That's good.
Okay. First of all, once again, you guys got to work on your tact, man. So the jet streams is a different thing. Okay, jet streams only go like 5 to 10 miles up. Okay, so we're talking about the atmosphere. It goes much higher than 10 miles, and we need a mechanism to even propose that the reason we can fly on the meridian circle routes because the air drags with the Earth in lockstep, and so the plane just goes with it. And when it's accounting for wind, it's automatically accounting for Coriolis because there's really no Coriolis. It's actually moving with the Earth in lockstep. You're gonna have to
answer some of this rant because you start with 9 miles and it's like, yeah, that's 47,000 feet.
That's not 60 miles though, Pizzle. See, I'm asking about the top of the atmosphere.
Yeah, but as soon as you say,
you said the jet streams stop at like 5 to 9. What was the number exactly?
From my understanding, it's like 5 to 10 miles.
Yeah, so that's
I know the answer to your question.
Well above
Austin.
like flight level.
Do you?
Yeah. Yeah. After about 10 miles up, there's like these like workers, and they strap a jetpack onto every oxygen molecule that goes higher than that height so that they can keep up with the rest of them that have the shorter laps to complete. You don't know about the molecule jetpacks they hand out after you get so high?
I just wanted to
I bet pressure mediation is probably a better answer, but yeah, but
the budget seems legit now, honestly.
When it started with like the jet stream only goes up 9 miles, it's like, yeah, that's well above the plane's altitude, cruising altitude.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not relevant to planes.
Yeah. He was talking about planes. Why are you bringing it up?
It's just how you start with that, and then you continue.
No,
on
I was rebutting that someone brought up the jet streams. See, this is the thing. I happen to know that there isn't an answer. So I just think it's funny because you can't claim that the air moves with the earth until you offer some type of viable mechanism that's going to introduce the extra energy. This would violate the law of conservation energy. This is not just some no big deal thing. This is the law of conservation of energy and momentum. Okay, so we're going to need some viable mechanism that's going to actually cause the top of the atmosphere to move faster proportionate to altitude increase. We need some type of mechanism to even pretend the claim the atmosphere moves with the earth is viable.
Right. Is I don't know an acceptable answer to you, is it?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, thank you. Good fun to
But
get.
then claiming that you do know that the wind, because of friction, the wind is moving along with the rotation, and then to have another big part of that be something that you're happy to not know, seems very contradictory in your understanding of everything. Like you're just accepting that there's friction and the wind moves along with it, but at a certain point that we're just kind of like in a mystery land. So it doesn't really...
So doesn't really
make your argument about the friction of the wind and the atmosphere moving with the earth very convincing when you're just claiming that, you know, the rest of it's unknowable and that's okay.
All right. Do you accept that air has friction?
Now you're just going back to your script. We already said yes.
Okay. Well, then what's his fucking point then?
Because you're not understanding. So his point is that when you're so confident and even derogatory with your tone and condescending, as if it's just our inept
Jeez, the projection. Condescending.
As if it's just our inept.
You just play it back, Ruhit.
As if it's just our ineptitude, and that's why we don't grasp how simple it is, how the planes fly on the meridian. The truth is that you actually don't even know or understand your claim.
Can I just ask real quick? Guys, ask real quick. You guys were talking about rotational speed earlier. You were talking about the angular velocity or the tangential speed.
Linear velocity.
Those are two different. The angular velocity.
They're the same thing.
No, they're not.
They are. Bloody hell.
Tangential speed and angular velocity are the same thing.
It's the same movement, same momentum. It's the same thing.
It's a different speed.
Well, it's quoted in different units, sure.
Jeremy, that might be a sidetrack.
Yeah, let's
physically moving. Well, I mean, people laugh because they're like, "Oh, do we need to explain rotational speed to you?" And this guy doesn't even understand it. Go ahead, though, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I made my point. I mean, if you guys want to change I just wanted to give that to Flat Earthers. They don't have an answer.
Hey, Whitson, I put a close-up screenshots of the Michael Brenner question. You can maybe just try to see if Ruhiv has an answer for the Frankfurt thing.
Well, he doesn't, right? So by bringing up the Brenner thing, that's what ended up leading me to this question. And so I went and looked into it, and just waiting for the Globers to see if they can figure out an answer. So that's not in Brenner's argument. It's an implication of it in a way.
Where am I looking?
I don't know. See,
I posted it just a little bit ago.
A little bit ago. Can you give it time?
If it was working like they said, if it was working like they said, and it was due to friction, fluid dynamics, and shit, wouldn't it have to be going slower as you go up? The higher you get.
Yeah, I don't understand super rotation.
No. So like
this is not about super rotation.
The super rotation is the entirety of the atmosphere moving faster than the Earth. Okay, or any planet, quote unquote. But it's not entirely unrelated, I guess. But it is actually non sequitur. No, Jeremy, because it's simple, right? Like the higher you go up away from the Earth, that's like the greater distance the atmosphere has to traverse to keep up with the Earth, because it is a greater radius proportionate to altitude.
I understand that.
Well, that's it.
I understand it would have a higher tangential. It would have a higher tangential speed, yes. But I'm saying if it was due to fluid dynamics and friction and all the shit they say, it would be lagging behind at the top.
Yes, that's a good. Yeah, okay,
maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just like with the blender, right? Like with the blender, the air on the outside.
The Earth's slowing down.
The air furthest away, but it's not in your model. It can't be for you to claim it's going.
But actually, it is. The Earth is slowing down.
No, the atmosphere can't be slowing down at the top of it. But so like if you have a blender, right? Like the air away from the central piece of the blender, right, is obviously always like lagging behind the actual like rotation of the central piece of the blender. Like the air is always lagging behind it.
Yeah, like if it was fluid dynamics and friction, like they said, it would be lagging behind. But
there's an assumption there. There's an assumption there that the Earth was
fluid dynamics.
Oh, you haven't listened, Jeremy.
My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. In the blender example, right? The air is stationary. Then you put the blender in, and it spins and starts rotating the air. Right? Maybe the Earth started at a huge fucking rotational speed and has slowed down and shit like that. I don't fucking know, right?
Oh my!
I don't know is the answer.
I know you don't know.
Yeah, I fucking said so 5 times.
You understand, Rue? If it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
I don't see that. No.
Well, you need additional introduction of energy to get this mechanism. If you don't have that, then it violates the law of conservation of energy.
Yeah, actually, that's why I was trying to point out earlier. This angular velocity and tangential speed are not. It's not the same thing. It has to be going faster. The tangential speed of the air up above has to be going faster than the tangential speed of the air that's on the ground.
Right. You mean theoretically or yeah.
No, not theoretical. Why do you keep with this theoretical shit?
Well, you're saying
theoretical because it's talking about a ball that doesn't exist.
the theoretical speed with the extra radius.
Jeremy, both of those terms that you're using to describe it, both are, I think, only apply to ball, like a speed over a ball or rotation.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Talking
that's
about
what
a
we're
ball.
talking about, right?
I dig it. I'm just saying, yeah.
Every rotating body has an angular velocity, and that's going to be the same anywhere you are as long as you're attached to the ball. But your tangential speed will change depending on where you are.
I kindly extend to you the fresh, sharpened blade, young Padawan flat earther. Use it wisely.
So the funny thing about this is that they have one of their main arguments for the rotating Earth and how you don't feel it is because when you're in a constant speed in an airplane in one linear direction, you don't feel any of that. So it's just the same with all these multiple thousands of miles and the same with the Earth and blah, blah, blah. And they think that's good enough to excuse it. But the fact that the irony is that the fact that we have a cruising speed and we don't have any acceleration sideways or forward.
Yes, you do. They make corrections all the time.
You can say banking is not accelerating. Banking
yes, it is.
And correcting for winds you can't. Okay, so there's a constant acceleration sideways. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
we're constantly accelerating in one direction to keep up with the Earth?
Any deviation,
you can't have both.
Any change in velocity is... Can someone answer?
Oh, so we feel that? Do we feel those accelerations?
Should
That's
you
what
feel
we
it?
feel, right? We always feel accelerations. Yeah, we should constantly feel that on an airplane, right?
Are you saying you don't feel it when you bank? Why would you not feel that?
You're saying that the banking that the thing does is it's not a change in speed. That's different.
Well, any
No, we're
change
talking
of
about
direction
velocity.
in being a vector is going to be classified technically as an acceleration. Just like the Earth rotating, having a change of direction, it's always accelerative.
But the problem is we have a constant cruising speed, and if you're going north to south, it fucks up everything for you guys. But I just put it. If you did you see the example I put in the live stream now, Ruhit?
I'd have to read it.
Well, they need
wouldn't
to
I?
accelerate forward. That's the whole point. They need to accelerate forward.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's another one. Just pull the blade out. Dude, the Great Meridian routes literally end the globe, as you know.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. But you just literally have no answer.
What is it? Great Meridian route?
The
Hold on,
Great
what's this
Meridian,
Great
yeah,
Meridian
like the
route?
a longitudinal north to south Great Circle route, like at the meridian. It's on a meridian.
Yeah. The longitude lines?
Yeah, meridian. Yeah, like just eviscerates the globe.
Yeah.
You'll notice that Globers always bring up the Great Circle routes, like NASA's like, because we're like, okay, to fly a plane, obviously, even though they claim it's curved and spinning, you have to fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. So I'm gonna be like, no, and then I'll just drop my 13-second clip with two pilots saying, yeah, of course that's how we fly. I'm like, oh, maybe it is flat and stationary, bro. And then they're like, no, because of navigation. Oh, great circle routes. They do great circle routes, you stupid flurf. Ha ha ha. And then we're like, you know that you can have a circle on a flat plane, right? And they're like, oh, yeah. You'll notice that. Well, they won't even say yeah. Then NASA just leaves and says it again the next day. But anyway, the point is that obviously they only bring up east to west. They never bring up a meridian flight. Meridian, and they don't even know why, right? They just regurgitate things. But meridian flights debunk the globe, dude.
Have you done any math on this meridian flight from
Yeah,
pole?
yeah. You want the math?
I'd love to see it. Yeah, if you have a document or something, sure.
I could read from the document that I'm looking at right now in the Michael Brenner example, if you want.
If you go from Frankfurt to Abuja,
yeah,
that's gonna be 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
you can read it. I gotta get.
Okay, I'll read it.
I gotta get.
Oh, you can.
No, I gotta go get
Okay.
a tea.
Okay, so if like he's got that under the little graph, the Wikipedia little graph that shows Coriolis effect with the two discs. Down below that a little bit, he says, if you think of the red spot on the disc as Abuja, 4,500 kilometers south of Frankfurt, and the plane as the black dot moving uniformly along a southern course, then it will arrive at the latitude of Abuja, a great distance west of Abuja. We can easily calculate how far west that would be. The tangential velocities of these cities are calculated via, then he goes into the equation right there for you. And then he talks about how Frankfurt is, this far away, and then the tangential speed and how it would make a big difference. There's all your math. The difference is 576 kilometers an hour, and therefore Abuja would during a 5.5 hour flight move 3,171.8 kilometers to the east, which means the plane would miss Abuja by that amount, just as illustrated in the animation above, where the black ball misses the red dot. At this point, I hear already the atmosphere is part of the Earth and moves in lockstep with it and carries the plane with it like a river argument. But that is exactly what Coriolis says it doesn't. It is an effect observed between two independent systems, one inertial, the other accelerated. And Coriolis cannot do anything anyways. It has no executive power in physics. It is not a physical species. It is an observer-dependent artifact and cannot
Can you stop for a second?
be the physical cause of anything like tornadoes or.
Can you stop for a second, please?
It's done. I'm done.
Okay. Can you please give me a link to that? I'll go and read it, and then I'll come back.
All right, I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Just real quick, angular speed. That's not a thing.
Oh.
It's angular velocity.
Yeah, sure.
Tangential speed. Because angular.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, sure.
They're the same momentum, right? It's the same thing.
Same thing. They have two different names because it's not the same thing.
I know. I'm aware, Jeremy. I'm aware.
I detailed how they're different a minute ago.
Oh, you can measure the same thing differently, but it's still the same thing.
No.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever. We're attached to a rotating sphere. Everywhere on it, you're going to have the same angular velocity, whether it's 15 degrees an hour or 1 degree an hour, whatever.
Yeah, and you got a different linear velocity on different latitudes. Yeah, I know, Jeremy. I know, right? But wherever you are, you have the same momentum, right? It's just measuring it with different things. Don't worry, it's not an important point.
All right. I just want our guys to sound like they know what I don't want our guys to go out there and sound like you. So.
Okay, thanks.
No doubt.
Do I have to fucking Google this thing myself? Or is it Frankfurt Abuja? Abuja. Was it Quora?
I'll put the link in there for Michael Brenner for all of his Quora questions. You'll have to scroll down and find that question, but I have all the screenshots put into a comp that you can read the whole thing in one download.
That would be great.
So, guys, tangent. Just once again, this took me a while to get to because my memory's not the best. Tangential speed that can change. Angular velocity that doesn't change.
On the globe, sure, yeah. In terms of it's always going to be 15 degrees an hour.
Any spinning sphere that doesn't change.
On the Earth, 15 degrees an hour, yes. But the tangential speed will be some different number of meters per second, depending on latitude.
All right, I just posted in a live stream for you, Rohit.
Thank you.
Latitude slash latitude and height. Or
sure,
elevation, if you will.
Yeah. All right, I'll go and read that, and I'll get back to you shortly. See you.
What up, gang?
Grab some tissues,
I'm just
man.
mopping.
Yo, we out here just slaughtering the globe, no big deal. Just a normal day.
And you know what? You seen Kosho's graph that tries to explain this? I was bringing it up to him months ago, and he made like that little Atari-looking graph that somehow explains how, if you're going like, this is another question that also pertains to this, and there's another thing that doesn't make any sense. Like, say you're going to from New York to Miami, right? Well, if you're going over a 4-hour trip or 5-hour trip from one tangential speed to another, as well as the city, and then calculating that the city, if you're going south, would be moving to your east. And by the time you got there, if you went in a perfectly straight line, the city would be, completely gone. This is what we were talking about, Jeremy, before. Like, wouldn't they take advantage of the fact that the city's now spinning towards them because they're in a different reference frame, and their flight would be catered towards, curving the path?
You'd save so much money on fuel.
You would.
Is that Kosho's demonstration that I just dropped? Is that the one you're talking about?
Let me see. Oh, the magic. Nice.
Have you guys ever seen that scene, bro? Like, he literally, that wizard just brainwashes Arthur into believing in a globe.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. I have seen that. I've
It's
seen the clip
crazy.
of that in some Flat Earth documentaries. And then there's that Mathemagic one that Disney did. You've seen that one, right?
Yeah.
Mathemagics? Yeah, that was great.
Disney be dropping like the truth right in front of everybody. He's like,
Right.
they even pull a plane out and fly it over the globe, like, just to show you, like,
Right.
We know this
Yeah,
doesn't
total
make
indoctrination.
And then the owl's like, he's gonna think you're crazy.
Right? There's so many references. There's so many truth in plain sight through cartoons. There's also that one with what was that show with the dinosaurs that were like people in dinosaur costumes? What was it called? You know what I'm talking about? Where there's another clip that people always use for Flat Earth videos where they're like, the Earth is flat. Yeah, with the dinosaur costumes.
They're like aliens in the future type thing. They're like dinosaur looking things, but they're like from the future or something. Yeah, and they're talking about like an orange or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, and then when he does, he pulls Arthur over to the telescope, and he's like, he looks at the telescope and he's like, then they're gonna discover that
Fraggle Rock. That's what it was.
Tiny speck of dust.
Right?
Dude, so evil, bro.
You're totally insignificant.
Yeah.
How's that feel? What's that like?
Crazy, bro.
Right?
Why does it matter if they line him at the end? Doesn't even matter.
Right?
Yo, they know, bro. They know when they sit back and they listen to us talk like this. They come in and they don't come off mute. They hear us just like intellectually eviscerate a Glober that's like one of their top guys, and then they just leave or go on mute. And then they're like, "Damn!" They know these people that are in here on mute. They know that like something's up. Like they know like, "Damn, these flat earthers aren't stupid like I pretend." And yeah, there's something to this. I'm never, since they're still trying to figure it out and they don't know the answers, I'm just going to sit back and kind of keep an eye on them. So I'm going to be here, but I'm never going to like put myself in that vulnerable. I think that honestly, they kind of like have mad respect for us in a way, right? Where we're kind of like their heroes because we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? We're doing it for them.
Well, they're helping us.
I got the globe proof right here. So, check it out.
Over.
Yeah, I got the globe proof. So, whenever there is a volcanic eruption with a plume of smoke and ash that goes up several miles, or any mushroom cloud caused by a large explosion, I mean, they always, the higher they go, start drifting to the west.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like a steam engine
Yo,
of a
say a
train,
word.
right? It's like a steam engine train puffing out, steam clouds at the top of it. Trains leaving it behind. Got that trail of smoke. The
They
trail of steam cloud
always
behind it.
go to the west.
Yeah, they all. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any photos
Or evidence or anything.
or evidence of that. But trust me, guys.
Yeah, I thought you were being serious for a sec.
Shout out Moyak, man. Shout out to Moyak, man. Isn't this his like ace in the hole proof, his Tonga volcano thing?
Oh, they're serious? They say that they all go to the west?
No, I literally just made that up because it doesn't happen. Like, that doesn't happen, but that's what should happen.
No, I thought that's. I was like, damn, is the ether really out here like balling like that? It's messing with smoke nowadays. What's going on?
Listen, let me add one more thing onto this, onto the Coriolis effect. If this was actually happening, they would be able. This is falsifiable, right? So they could show something moving in a straight line from the inertial frame and a curved line in the non-inertial frame, right? In the same instance. They haven't done that. They can't do that. But that's what you would do to show that it actually was. That's the one thing that where it would actually be happening. It'd be undeniable at that point. Or you could falsify it and show it not happening.
I mean, it is flat Earth evidence, though, that all volcanic eruptions don't have this tendency to always head westward the higher they go.
They don't head anywhere, right? I mean, they just be chilling.
Yeah, I mean, someone would have brought it up if there was any sort of common pattern to it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's necessary on a globe that all large vaporous projectile eruptions that go high into the atmos, they should all drift to the west as the Earth spins to the east and leaves them behind.
How dare you be logical with your deductions?
I mean, it's the same thing as like Coriolis upward, or like a cannonball that's shot for the theoretically 10 minutes into the sky, right? A cannonball shot straight up should land west of the cannon if it's up in the air long enough. I mean, you got a slow motion cannonball right there in volcanic eruption. All the smoke should be drifting westward.
Yeah, like cannonball's good because it's heavy because of wind. I say you can shoot a bullet. It's also kind of dangerous, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, the bullet's not gonna be near as fast when it comes back down. But cheer. Let's do the cannonball, dude. I'm almost where I'm bored with Globers. I'm like, dude, you guys aren't even putting up a fight anymore. It's kind of
that guy that you debated last night put up a fight. Man, was he persistent? You're gonna one-on-one him? That'd be cool.
Yeah, it was the 1v1 me, bro.
Yeah.
One thing I was going to say about that, I think this is just my thought, but I think that in discussions like that with guys like that are really, really fully into the mainstream teachings, because he obviously went to school. Like I said, he probably read every book that they gave him, and he's in it. And there are some truths that are in some of that stuff. It's not all false, but I think this is just my general thought. But I think the most progress will be made when to concede the things that are true that he has, and then being able to show him where the things that are false, in that sense. Because those guys, some of those guys are very rigid in their thing. And I'm not really saying this. I'm not trying to say that this is like a comment on that debate or anything. I'm just saying in general, to concede the things that are true, because I think in their mind, if some of the things that are true that they believe in are denied, then they're going to it's going to throw them even more off, because then they're just going to think everything else that's said is false that you're saying, just in general.
I would say Austin does a good job of that. In fact, that's part of what he's brought to the table a lot with Michelson Morley being something that they're detecting, or even the pendulums and all these things that
seem to be telling us something that instead of just saying, oh, that's pseudoscience, or yeah, just throw it out because it's globe proof, it's a mechanism, it's a parlor trick, or any of that. Just let's look at, if there is an effect, what could it be caused by besides this ridiculous idea that we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, like with that guy, there really was like almost nothing. I did it the one opportunity I saw, which was how some flat earthers make the stupid argument that the land masses looking like they're different sizes in the pictures prove that the pictures of the earth aren't real. And it's like, nah, you can take a sphere, you can take a globe model and take pictures at different angles.
Yeah.
And
you have to acknowledge that is a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like immediately jumped in like, yeah, you're right. And then when he's talking about something like the inverse square law, and he's like, I did my experiment, and I'm like, yeah, you can see further with light.
Well, hold on, real quick. What's it? You talking about when all the pictures NASA puts up, or sometimes America's big, sometimes it's little.
Yeah, you can replicate that with a globe.
I know, I've seen it.
It's still an extreme claim, we have to say. I mean, even though that there is you can replicate that on a small scale, but to believe that that's what's going on every time they take a picture of the Earth, that their distance and the focal length is this much, and that's why it looks so different. It really doesn't pan out. I know that effect is real, but when you look at the proportions of the ball with the states, it still doesn't seem possible that's that much of a difference comes out.
This is a truth or trap, bro, because I think it would be easier for them to keep them consistent. It would be way easier. I think that the reason they didn't was to add the illusion of validity, right? Like it's like, oh, these are different angles. So it's like it's a truth or trap. Similar to
they do that often. They have something they put out there that seems very suspicious, so they put it out on purpose because they have in their back pocket the answer for it.
Yes, dude, and people falling for truth or traps. The CIA has really upped the truth or traps, like with mass shootings and everything now. So I'm like always on the look for them. I'm like, there's like 4 things in this story that are definitely truth or traps.
Hey, Austin, man, if you ever talk to that guy again, like he kept going back to the point where the gradient changes, man. And I think at the end you started to talk about it, but it was kind of too late. But if you ever get a chance to talk to that guy again, and he asks you about because I can tell you got him curious. But if he talks about the electrostatic gradient and everything, is you never got a chance to bring up the incoherency part of it. You know what I'm saying? If you could have explained to him that the incoherent part, where like the magnets when they're all jumbled together, it's just one-way force. It's just attraction only, and it weakens it, because he kept talking about the strength of the Coulomb force because it doesn't match up with his math, and that's true. But what you expect, and it takes away the repulsion. So, man, if you ever talk to him
say that last sentence one more time.
Screen,
you wrote out your last sentence, Brian. Say that last part one more time because we couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I was saying that the incoherency part straightens out the math. It makes it possible to link the mathematics, and it gets rid of the repulsion aspect of it, because that's what that guy kept screaming to the rooftop. The field flips, the field flips. So if you ever get a chance, send him that video, so he could look at it, and then the mathematics and the one-way force makes sense.
So there was no way to really do anything, because every time I said more than 5 words, he started interrupting me. But
I was gonna say I'd put him in the category of people that would rather not know, even though he says he wants to. I don't believe it from the way.
But he has just challenged me in the YouTube comments of that video to a 1v1. So like that dude has been spiraling. Obviously.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he obviously didn't do that if he wants to prove you wrong about the electrostatics and all that. So and he kept bringing that up over and over again, and then saying he didn't want to debate you directly. So it was funny contradiction.
Yeah, but the reason that sorry, what?
Well, I was going to say they're going to deny that electrostatics is what causes gravity, because their understanding of what electrostatics is like limited to one particular spectrum. And they are kind of right in a sense. Like, it's not just that straightforward. Like, it's not just the same electrostatics that they're taught in school.
Yeah, he kept saying it's neutral. Kept saying like it's neutral, and that totally eliminates it. But that doesn't.
No, man. Okay. Like I was trying to tell him, bro. All right, it's this they think, oh, well, gravity is this field that pulls everything down to the earth, tens and tens of miles up in the air and all that shit. That's not what I claim, okay? I don't know what anyone else claims. That's not what I say. What the electrostatics does is it sets the up and down. It sets up and down. And density and buoyancy sorts everything out. Okay, the Earth is not pulling something down 30 miles in the air. There's a downward electric pressure because of the electric field. It's up and down. It sets the up and down. We have a very slight, damn near negligible bias. You look at electrostatics, it doesn't pull something that far. They're not wrong. So he thinks, oh, we got him. This is such a stupid argument. He thinks electrostatics is pulling stuff down to the Earth. And really, you could just look at how quickly it falls off distance-wise. But that's not the argument. The argument is that it sets the down and the up. That's all it does. It sets up and down, and then everything settles out. Beyond that, his main argument was that when you get to the ionosphere, it drops off. I'm like, how high is the ionosphere? He didn't know, but the answer is like 50 to 400 miles. Oh, you mean right around where we definitely can't verify at all, and they claim they go to space? That's what you're. Oh, right before they claim a vacuum pops up. That's what your claim is. That obviously doesn't mean anything. He said that there's less electricity by Mount Everest. That's wrong, though. That isn't true. He's wrong. So he was wrong about all of it, bro. That's all I'm saying. And then he said, "Oh, the whole field flips." I'm like, you think that the entire electric field of the Earth flips because of lightning? No, dude. It's a dielectric pulse in a concentrated area. It's a dielectric discharge to counter space.
Yeah. How do you know? Hold on, real quick. Let me DM you a video. I got to say this, man, because I'm gonna DM you a video. It's a kinematic. It's a kinematic force of gravity.
I just posted that earlier and told. Did you watch that Witsit one I was talking about with the kinematic equation that I sent that to you, Brian? Right? That's a good one, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. And if that guy asks for the mathematics, just give him that short video, and he'll be dumbfounded, bro.
There you go. Yeah, that's why I sent that to you during the debate, Austin, when he was talking about the equation doesn't work without the laws of the ball. Just check that out. It doesn't directly include dielectricity, but it doesn't necessarily rule out that as a bias like you're talking about.
Yeah, well, see, this is
the way of equating it.
I'm happy to do that, whatever. But you don't. Okay, go ahead.
What's it? How do you know that it's the thing that sets the downward bias?
And I know heads know I'm trying to get in.
That's a good question. No, let's put that on the next topic. But we'll go right at that. But Jeremy wanted to get in first.
I just wanted to ask. So you're saying the electrostatic sets the up and down, because that's the big question the Globers are always asking: why up and down? How do you get that? Because relative density doesn't answer it alone. So you're saying it's electrostatic sets the up and down, and then it's relative density from there on out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is why.
Yeah, he was totally bothered by that. He's like, oh well, now I guess it's a combination between the density as well as the like he was like, oh wait, that does kind of make sense, but I want to make sure I prove it wrong.
He went in there with just like the argue against density plan.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, I was just checking. Go ahead with RC then.
Okay, yeah, so we have a negative, quote-unquote, negative charge on the surface of the Earth. That's just discharge. There's no such thing as negative or positive charge, but that's, I digress. And so then you have 100 volts per meter increase of atmospheric electricity, as it's been coined, going up in the air. So, we have a downward electric pressure. You can take a corona motor, an electrostatic corona motor, tie a string to it, tie a balloon to the string. The higher the balloon goes up, the faster the motor will turn because a current runs down the string. So it just sets the electric pressure.
How do you know that sets a downward bias, though?
Because there's positive going up more and more and more above it, and there's negative charge on the surface. And we know how electricity works.
So negative, it sets an electric pressure, you said?
Yeah, there's downward electric pressure.
What's it exerting a pressure on?
The air itself is exerting pressure on the air below it.
Okay. Well, so are you telling me that the electric pressure is itself pulling or pushing on the air?
It's not really much as pulling or pushing. If that's how you want to say it, sure. You can say that it's like it's pushing it down more so. It would definitely be pulling anything.
Why is it pulling or pushing on the air? You can say however you want. I just want to understand what you mean. So
we have more electricity, so there's more potential energy higher up, and so that layer of potential energy is stacking on top of each other, and so you have a up and down set. There's a downward pressure. You have more and more electric pressure as you go higher. Electric potential increases 100 volts per meter.
Okay, so my question is, though, how does that affect matter? You're saying that somehow affects the air, correct?
It's in the air.
Okay. Is it the thing that is making the air push downwards?
If you want to say it that crude, whatever, it just creates the up and down. So yeah, it's electric downward pressure.
Okay.
Okay.
How is this electricity interacting with the air? What is the property of the air that makes the electricity the thing that is pushing the air?
All the air is electrostatic. All of it.
How do you know that?
It's just objective.
That's not an answer.
Yeah, you can literally test for charge in every single type of gas molecule that exists.
Okay, so what's the charge of air?
It varies. Are you saying that there's something that's material on the Earth that isn't electrostatic?
I'm not saying anything. I'm listening to you. I'm asking you to explain because what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
So you're saying it doesn't make any sense?
I did.
So you're saying that there's something that exists that isn't electrostatic? Maybe you can help me out.
What? Why would I help you with your explanation? You're trying to explain to me because I have no clue what you're saying.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Okay. Does that mean that the air is being pulled down or pushed down by electricity?
It means there's electric pressure. So there's more and more electric potential. The higher you go up, you can measure it. Yeah, so everything that exists in the material world, all matter that exists is electrostatic. Pretty simple.
Then what about the fact that it accelerates?
I did answer your question, RC.
No, I asked, does it interact with the air? And I need you to actually answer yes or no.
What was my answer?
I don't know. That's why I said I don't understand.
The air itself is electrostatic. So of course it interacts within the air.
It itself, okay, so it does interact with the air. Is the electric the thing that pushes or pulls the air, according to you?
Pushes or pulls it. So yeah, there's a downward pressure. You just have more and more electric potential. Pressure mediates, right? So we have an electric gradient on the Earth. It's provable.
So according to you, the electric potential is pushing the air down.
If you want to phrase it that way, we have an electric gradient.
Correct me. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm simply trying to understand. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
You have layers of potential energy. It's an electric gradient on the Earth. You have more and more potential energy the higher you go up. Things want to seek their equilibrium. We have negative charge on the surface of the Earth. So we have our up and down set. We have positive, quote unquote, energy potential increasing proportionate to altitude increase. We have an electric gradient. Okay, so we have a downward electric pressure. You want to say the same question again? Does the air push down on the air?
Are you okay? So are you saying
that doesn't make any sense.
RC, hold on a second. Let me just ask one thing. So then, are you saying that is what causes the 9.8 meter acceleration?
Okay, so 9.8 meters per second squared is an agreed upon average of downward acceleration. It isn't like literally what always happens, but it's close enough. And so what technically determines it is the density relationship between the object and the medium. That determines like whether it's going to go up or down, right? But so it's like a mixed answer. So it's what sets the bias. But what causes the downward acceleration? Well, not everything does go down, right? So it's relative to density. But yeah, you can't have density or mass or weight without electrostatics. So something's weight that causes it to go down, which they define weight as mass times gravity, is intrinsically actually electrostatic. So all weight and density and mass is proportionate to electrostatics. Not necessarily proportionate relative to.
How do you know that this potential is the thing that is pushing or pulling the air?
Well, we can just prove it's actually there. So I'm acknowledging variables that we can test and prove that are there and actually prove them.
Yeah, I didn't ask you to repeat like if it's there or not. I'm saying, how do you know that electrostatic potential is the thing that is pushing the air?
Well, we can use a Van de Graaff generator and we can manipulate electrostatics and show that depending on what you do with the electrostatic charge, you can make things go down faster or you can make things float based on electric pressure.
Have you done that with air?
Well, air's inside the Van de Graaff generator.
So are you telling me that you can create more or less pressure with air in a Van de Graaff generator? That's it?
You can create, you can make something float or you can make it fall faster.
Okay,
the Van de Graaff generator pulls the static charge from the field, and then that static charge mediates the pressure to change the rate at which something falls and or floats and which direction bias it goes in.
Okay,
This shit sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
this
fire.
sounds fucking good right here. You can manipulate your variable. Hold on, RC. All right, my bad. Go ahead, RC.
He's just a contrarian.
My very specific question is, can you get it to pull the air, just the air?
Jeremy, sometimes you gotta just barrel through, bro. You gotta just go for it. I know you're so kind to always pull back, but sometimes you gotta just go for it.
Can I ask why you would need to pull air?
That's what he claims. He said he has a claim that it can pull the air.
When did I?
No, I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, when I said that.
So you guys are saying space-time bending.
You said the electric static potential pushes or pulls the air. I asked like 4 times.
I said there's a downward electric pressure in the air. I said if you want to keep saying it, this remedial dumbass question you keep repeating because you're just being a contrarian with no intention of actually understanding and acknowledging the actual point while you simultaneously don't critique your bullshit replacement of bending and warping of space-time, I have lost interest. I'm trying to talk to people that actually want to address the argument.
All right, well,
it's not even valid.
That's headed into a personal tag ad hom category. I think RC is just asking questions. I'm actually interested in his question.
No, he's not.
I promise.
RC's not going to apply any of this critique to what he thinks going on, but he has this derogatory condescending tone that he knows I'm stupid and wrong. He said I'm making it up.
Yeah.
All right, that is fair, RC. You might be able to admit with the condescending tone, but so maybe just be aware of that, and then let's not do the ad hom so we can hear what's
So, hey,
let me go. Let me go real quick.
I didn't do it. I didn't do any ad homs.
He was checking me for the ad hom.
I'm simply asking him if it actually pushes or pulls on the air because now he's walked that back.
I said there's
a downward
electric pressure in the air. You said, does it push the air down? Is it involved with the air? I'm like, the air itself is electrostatic. We have downward electric pressure in the air. I'm not claiming that gas gets pulled down. Gas goes in all directions. There's a downward bias in all of the air because there's an electric downward pressure, but the elastic velocity of gas is significantly stronger than this weak downward bias that sets the up and down.
I really wish you would be this crucial of your own model. Can they show that space-time is pulling the air down? I mean, what are you doing?
Jeremy, that's exactly what I was thinking. Spot on, Jeremy.
Or the theories of gravity, but really, like we were looking at earlier, are the theories of gravity even rooted in Newton himself? And Newton was using ether and electrostatics for his understanding of how the sky is connected to the ground.
Jeremy, you or I or anybody else trying to debunk like Einstein or Newton, or let's just say that, oh yeah, Einstein and Newton were dumbasses. Great. Okay, let's just give them that. That doesn't make Witsit make sense right now.
Can we show that
gases with electrostatics? We have something that can literally convert energy out of electrostatic wind. We have like all kinds of electric wind patterns, ionized wind patterns, as they would be called. So we know for a fact there's an intrinsic relationship with electrostatics and air. And RC left because he just got destroyed. So yeah, you can literally.
They got destroyed when I said, they're sitting here going to critique. Can you move air with this electrostatics? Well, I don't know. Can you do Cavendish with fucking air? Let's see that shit. I wish they would be as critical of their own model, as they were of this. And as far as this goes, I wanted to add on. As far as this goes, we can actually manipulate the independent variable in this and make things float or fall down. They're not manipulating space-time and making that shit go up or down. That's ridiculous.
Hey, Jeremy, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Thank you for asking that.
No doubt.
That's what. And my bad, Gio, for being so aggressive. But it's just like I'm very intuitive, and I knew what that dude was doing. And like no pure intention. It's like that's all I'm thinking the whole time. Is like Globers always do this. They hear me say it, and then they think they're so smart. They're gonna find a hole in what I say. But then we're supposed to just let them run wild with consensus behind them and just say they know that their theory of gravity is real, and they don't apply even a fraction of the critique to their own side. It's just like really, really, really exhaustive to me. Like I find it to be very disingenuous. But yeah, I'm sorry about kind of changing the vibe and being aggressive. He was just getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I mean, you should be as skeptical of your own model as you are of this, because at least with this you can manipulate. That's fucking bullshit.
Jeremy, here's the deal, right? Like I'm not skeptical or not of the old model, like of Einstein or Newton. Like I don't give a shit about them. I have zero need to defend it, right? I'm simply listening with an open mind. Hey, Jeremy, I'm listening with an open mind to Witsit, trying to put two and two freaking together to see if like his explanation holds any water past 3 freaking questions, and he hasn't gotten past 2.
All right, hold on. I would
see what I'm saying? He's such a dude. Like, and this is the problem, right? He says stuff like that when I literally answered every question and told him that you can repel gas with electrostatics, and that we have ionized electrostatic wind. We can actually literally generate energy with electrostatic air and wind. So
what
I
he
did.
expects you to overcome. He expects you to, with your Van der Graaf generator, to overcome freaking the existing pressure gradient around him with the electrostatics. When Jeremy brought up a good point, let's see them do Cavendish with air, Meisty.
Well,
You're not critiquing your own model.
The Van der Graaf generator will do that.
Right, to a certain extent, but it's not going to like flip everything on its head. It's just the bias.
Gio, are you saying that a Van der Graaf generator, the Van der Graaf generator, can do Cavendish? Is that what you just said, Gio?
No, I didn't say that at all. No, Brian was mentioning something related to that.
But yeah,
no, I would.
Sorry. Cavendish is electrostatic. So what are you talking about?
I don't think.
Let me say this is what I was thinking. Hold on. I thought 25 hours. Hold on, RC, 1 second. I thought you and Witsit were doing really well. Like that was awesome, dude. Witsit was totally dropping all that information. You were asking questions. Can we just actually continue from there? If you know, and so let's try to like keep the ad homs and all that out of it, so we can actually hear what's being said. You sound like you're interested in the alternative explanation. You also said that there's certain things you didn't agree with. So could you be specific, and could we actually move forward with it?
Gio, I didn't do any ad homs.
We know that, bro. We know that.
Hey, stop clipping people. Hold on, Brian.
All right. Well, it seemed like perhaps it sounded like you were being like excessively questioning and looking for a gotcha. Maybe I don't know. It was the vibe.
That's not an ad hom.
I know, but it was.
When you ask the same question over and over and slow it down.
Can you just calm down? Look, the ad hom was actually Witsit. When Gio said don't ad hom, he was talking to Witsit.
That's who he was talking to,
For some reason, both you and Rolling My Boulder in the text don't seem to have understood that. That is the case. So we can.
And then I apologized, although technically it wasn't an ad hom because it wasn't my argument. RC Meisty, you're not allowed to talk until you address my question. Listen, RC, you asked me a question 5 times. You then said, I can't even answer the questions, and I've answered them numerous times.
You guys, we were doing good. Let's just get back on it. So, okay, where are we at? Because I have some questions too.
What was my answer to your question?
Your claim that Cavendish is inherently electrostatic. Well, I got about 25 hours of observations that show otherwise.
Okay, before we get to that, what was my answer?
Blue Marble Science did that. Where he said there's like 25 hours of this with electrostatics being measured at the time with no change in it, but still showing an acceleration. So your claim that it is counter to observational evidence.
Okay,
so what's your cause?
Dude,
please,
that could
be the next topic. Let's let Witsit. That could be the next topic because that is separate. Go ahead, Austin.
Okay, yeah. Before we get to that blatant lie, because I've talked to Blue Marble Science about it, he said electrostatics literally ruined all of his first observations because it was messing with the results. You kept on saying that I have no evidence that it does anything to do with air. You said I can't even make it past 2 questions, and I gave you 3 examples. 3 specific examples. I said that electrostatics can repel gas. I said that we have ionized wind, electrostatic wind pattern. And I said that we can literally harness energy via the electrostatic nature of air.
That doesn't establish that electrostatics are the cause of the downward bias. That's my point.
You actually asked me if I could give any evidence that electrostatics would react with other, like air would be pushed or pulled. That was the way you phrased it like 5 times, and then you laughed at me condescendingly because you thought you had some home run. And I just said, yes, literally you can repel gas with electrostatics.
The thing I was laughing at is that you cut me off and then went on a 30-second tirade. But
are you going to address it?
My point is hey, Witsy, calm your tits. I'm not talking over you, so chill the hell out.
Dude, let's not get into that stuff, man. But yeah,
come up with a better phrase. That's such a stupid phrase.
Then mod your
calm
boy
your
over
tits.
here.
Who says calm your tits? Where did that even come
mod
from?
your boy
Travis,
over here.
please, Travis.
So
okay, RC, will you just answer?
I don't know.
That's fine. Hey, Gio. Then mod your boy. All right. So here's the deal. Witsit. I asked specifically, how do you know that electrostatics are the cause of the downward bias? You went into 8 other things of why you think electrostatics can move air and create quote unquote electrostatic pressure. Okay, cool. How do you know then that is the cause of the downward bias?
Because he manipulated it, bro.
Brian, that question was not for you, bro. Go ahead, Oscar.
So I explained that we have equipotential increase, 100 volts to 120 volts per meter going up. So we have a higher electrostatic potential the higher we go in the air. It's called atmospheric electricity. We can prove it with a Corona electrostatic motor. And that, of course, we have, like in the colloquial terms, that positive will go to negative. Systems seek their equilibrium. Certainly, if we have some type of container, we'll have 2 Gaussian surfaces, the surface of the Earth and then the container, but you're going to freak out about the container and try to divert away to that. So I explained that the electric pressure, right, because you have more and more energy potential the higher you go. So the pressure is going to mediate relative to that and always seeking its equilibrium, right? As we colloquially say positive going to negative, we're going to have downward pressure, electric pressure as a result, right? We have an electric gradient that's measurable. And so it just sets the bias. It's very, very weak, damn near negligible, but sets the bias. And then density and buoyancy does the rest. And this can all be tested and proven, and we can make things float with electrostatic manipulation.
How do you know that is the variable that sets the bias?
I just explained that we can prove all the variables about it that would result in a bias. So you can just keep on asking your same scripted question over and over, but
I didn't ask the same.
You just repeated the same question. He gave an elaborate answer, and you repeated it.
Well, I have kind of the same question RC has. So, how exactly are you saying it sets the bias?
The elaborate question is actually not all that elaborate. It's a
we have an electric.
Hey, Witsit, chill. It's actually specific to the idea of how do we know that he said that we can test for every variable. Can you tell me what are all the variables that you control for that lead you to conclude electrostatics is indeed the independent variable that actually causes this bias?
Yeah, so I'm acknowledging the actual variables that can be tested. And so we know that electrostatics repels, right? We know that positive is going to go to negative. We know that systems seek their equilibrium. So now when we look at the Earth, we have equipotential increase of positive energy going higher and higher. And we have a negative surface charge. So we have a negative surface charge on the ground, and we have tons of positive equipotential increase going up from the ground. So positive going to negative is going to create that downward bias within the air because the air is carrying electrostatic charge, constantly trying to seek its equilibrium. Now, based on the equipotential increase, we have layers of density. We have density layers, and we have electric gradient. So that would result in a bias. Now, if you're asking me, how did I control and make sure there's no extra variable that would cause the downward bias? Well, I don't have any evidence. You said, how do I control what all variables do I control to prove that it's the independent variable?
Yes, because your original claim was that we can control for all the variables. I said, okay, cool. What are those variables that you can control? You controlled for that led you to conclude, okay, electrostatics is the independent variable that is causing the downward bias.
Yeah, so you just blatantly lied to try to make your point by saying I claimed we can control all the variables. I never said that phrase, but I said that we can manipulate electrostatics as the independent variable and prove that when we do that, we can make things fall faster or we can make things float. That's what I actually said.
Yeah, like you can change the actual direction of it based on the charge, which is like the ballooning spiders do that. And
not to my bad, Gio.
No, I was just saying that can be actually controlled for with an independent variable, the whole setup, that it is the charge that actually changes their bias.
Here's another piece of evidence. So we have clouds, right? Clouds just stay up there and they float. You know, I don't know how they try to integrate that into gravity or whatever, but these clouds just float. And if you've ever been in like a crazy rainstorm, they can hold tons of water, right? And they just sit up there and float in the air. Well, we know that what holds the clouds together is electrostatics. So that's what's causing it to levitate, electrostatic levitation. That's what holds all the water together within the cloud. So all the evidence shows us that everything's electric, and we know that electrics, I can quote, what's his name? Welton or whatever from MIT, a professor of 4 decades, astrophysics and physics professor, who will tell you that everything on the earth that we observe is caused by the electric nature of all things, and that the electrostatics is 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and that gravity would not be responsible for anything we observe regarding downward acceleration until you get to the planetary scale.
Yeah, Walter Lewin.
Walter Lewin, yeah, MIT.
I mean, just on face value, this seems more legit than space-time bending. At least we know that electrostatics exists and is real, right? We don't know if space-time is even a real fucking thing.
Right, like everything's Austin is saying is actually in reality and is built within the entire like lineage and history of humanity. Like the ground being the ground is ground for a particular reason. And like he was saying how it's like a discharge field. I definitely agree with that. It's exactly what it does. It like absorbs charge and discharges it. So the ground is an actual thing in reality. And then the sky having the positive connection is clearly there because of lightning and all the interactions between, and the actual measurable 100 volts per meter, which Richard Feynman, who won the Nobel Prize. So that 100 volts per meter, I'm not even like hyping up that the Nobel Prize matters, but it just is who it is. You know, he is connected to that.
Gio, I
care
don't
about that. And so all of that is actually measurable and is in reality and is already occurring to correlate with all of this.
Sure, Gio. Like, nobody, including me, is denying the fact that, like, yeah, ground is ground and electrostatics are a thing.
Well, will you respond to him manipulating?
Can you, hey,
Mike,
Brian,
real quick.
Brian, can you shut up?
Yeah, you're
Brian, what are you doing? You can go next,
Lord.
Brian. Brian, you're next. He's been trying to get in.
My entire point is very simple. My entire point is very simple, right? I have not heard sufficient connection between that being the independent variable setting specifically the downward bias.
I explained that we can manipulate it as the independent variable and make things float.
You didn't show that that is the actual thing that on the Earth, and that's the way that the downward bias is indeed set for the entire Earth, and more specifically, causing an acceleration that would happen worldwide.
Yeah, believe it or not, when you ask me how did I manipulate as an independent variable, I actually can't manipulate the entire Earth. See, he keeps leaving. He keeps leaving, then jumping in once I give my answer, and then just talking past my answer again. So
that was my point.
I mean, he may be dropping out from his connection, but I mean, the point is for the audience to hear it. It's not really about.
But then he's going to come back in and just act like I'm getting destroyed and keep asking.
Yeah, he keeps asking the same question and just slowing down.
It doesn't have to be about who's getting destroyed. Like it doesn't.
That's how he talks. That's how he talks to me. He's like, he can't explain it. Oh, he can't even get 2 questions in. He's just like objectively being condescending when he has nothing to offer. All he's doing is what Oakley does. Nuh-uh. Like it's annoying.
Let me back that up. When he asks the same question, if Austin gives a concise, elaborate answer, detailed with example, and then right when Austin's done, instead of addressing it, he asks the same question, just slows it down a little bit. What is causing? Like, dude, that is condescending on its face, man. Just asking the same question, slowing it down like it changes the question over and over.
Gio, you don't think I answered the question, bro?
No, I think you did, and you did brilliantly. I thought what was so great about that is that you were dropping these like great answers, and I agree, he was condescending and trying to kind of trigger, but then it's like he got what he wanted in a sense because that was such a great conversation. There was so much. We were on a great roll there. But yeah, I do hear you on that. I mean,
because what he's basically saying is, I need to prove unequivocally that it's what causes the downward bias on the Earth. And you see how the Globers are. They're just very disingenuous, where they don't do anything they're requesting for their claims. Like when they claim that space and time bend and warp and gravity is 100% real, they don't do anything. They don't prove it at all. But they need the most home run, like bulletproof, like evidence and proofs of everything when it comes to what I'm saying. And I'm actually demonstrating it in spades, right? I can't manipulate the entire Earth as an independent variable. That's just a disingenuous request and some attempt to pretend that you've dismissed the validity of what I'm saying. What we know is that everything that exists is electrostatic. So any object that accelerates to the Earth, it's electrostatic. And the Earth that it accelerates to is electrostatic. And the air that it accelerates in is electrostatic. Everything that exists. So we know that's a variable, right? We literally know it's a variable. Things get struck by lightning and pop up in the air. We can literally see bumblebees, spider ballooning, and beetles use electrostatic levitation. We have ionic winds. We have gas that repel. These are all naturally occurring things. And now if we're going to go take this independent variable and try to make an experiment, we use a Van de Graaff generator, right, which is just like the Earth, everything in it's electrostatic. And when we manipulate it, we can make things float or we can make things accelerate faster down. What that proves is that it causes acceleration.
Let me back that up too. In the Van de Graaff generator, if you take the iron filing and you scale it, it comes out to like 3 times the size of Mount Everest. If you actually do the scale, Zach demonstrated that, and I think it's a point he doesn't elucidate enough, man, because that's a good point. So that little iron filing that you're showing in the lab, scale it out. That's equivocates to bigger than Mount Everest, man. That's a hell of a good point, man. It's a good demonstration, man.
Yeah, when the Gaussian plate represents the Earth, yeah.
Well, I have one question I wanted to bring up as well, but I would just say, in general, these discussions, like, I guess I can only speak for myself, I suppose, because everyone's unique in their own ways. But to me, it's more about, like, I want to hear what the people are presenting. So I don't really care that much about their ego fight or whether one thinks they wrecked the other one or one thinks they won over the other or anything like that. That, to me, that's all just kind of like lower level stuff that is just not interesting to me. What's interesting is like what the two sides are presenting. So like I just kind of throw it out there openly for people. Like, we don't necessarily, like, these discussions, it doesn't have to be like a fight against one another. It could more just be an opportunity for everyone to listen and learn from what you guys are sharing. And of course, like, having that debate style, like two opposing energies, is obviously cool because then you can actually see both sides of it. But to me, like, if it's more about the audience and it, then we could actually hear all that's being said. And then of course the audience can kind of come to their own conclusions.
Of course, he didn't have a side and didn't present anything. So, and like when this is the thing, right? Like,
he was asking good questions at the sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he was asking good questions at the beginning, and that was giving you this platform to totally rock out. And then it brought some questions up for me as well. But yeah, he did kind of try to, he didn't really stay with that like open, honest questions thing.
Well, he just kept repeating the question, like. And then he's saying, how did you prove? Now all of a sudden he has the most rigid scientific like parameters ever. All of a sudden, a glober that thinks he knows photons exist and that it's a particle and a wave at the same time yesterday. All of a sudden, every little thing has to be perfectly proven, and I have to manipulate the entirety of the Earth as an independent variable to establish it creates the up and down bias. It's insanely dishonest, bro. And then like he's like, oh yeah, does it react with air? Dude, we literally have something that harnesses energy from the air. I know no one in this room knew that, right? Because I didn't know that a couple days ago.
What, you're talking about the AC generator?
No, but yeah, I knew that with the Corona motor. I knew that.
I would say the generator does. It actually it's an arc form, which is literally an inside-out magnet, and it's not generating energy yet manifesting.
It's called an electrostatic wind energy converter.
Nice. Reminds me of the electrostatic tethers as well.
Yeah, that's another good example. NASA admits they use those for their weather balloons, satelloons. So. Yeah, and we have naturally occurring. We've checked every box, bro. Like the only box we can't check is manipulate the entirety of the Earth.
Well, and that gets into free energy. Can they manipulate the ether with this matrix, as it were, that we're in? This, like, I was thinking the other day, 1776, like, independence, like revolution. How about the idea that that's when we were taken over? Because it does seem like shit all started going down in the 1800s, these huge changes, and that's when they were pushing the globe, everything that was coming in, and then World War I was just massive, and then we've been in that whole thing. But anyways, it's like, yeah, I was just thinking about that like that 1776 might be connected to that. But hold on, that was a side point. What was the original point I was making? About manipulating the ether. Yeah. Things like free energy, free electricity pulled right from the environment, things like magnetic propulsion and suspension, and that gets into, basically being able to manipulate the medium electrically and positionally and gravitationally, to use that term. But it's about having the tech to do it. So, that's what I was originally saying. This current kind of matrix system that we're in, if they did take us over in 1800s, whatever it is, this whole paradigm that's being pushed, if that tech existed before these guys took over, of course they're going to hide it from the rest of us. And that would be the whole point, the whole purpose, perhaps, to do so. So I'm just saying, like, this, I think it already exists. And
that's what they were working on in World War II on the Glocken, also known as the Bell. That was it was supposed to be an anti-gravity device. Yeah, I hate using that word too, but yeah.
Yeah, it's electrogravitic propulsion. Gravity is just electrostatic acceleration. So it's not really a bad word. It's just been bastardized,
So I had another question in that whole conversation, like, okay, Austin, for you, like, so the 9.8 meters per second, we were talking about that. So, that does seem to have like an acceleration rate to it. So that's where it's, if the buoyancy and density, does it fully explain it, is the question. So if there is like a force, whatever we want to call it, something that's actually causing that 9.8 in that particular way, what do you think is behind that?
Yeah, it is. It's electrostatic. It's electrostatic field. So there's technically a force. It's just super, super weak. That's why we can run a Corona motor. Like the Glober's response is, you have to have the string to run it. Oh, you have to have something to carry it. It just has potential. Like, yeah, there's electrostatic potential everywhere, and the positive is seeking, like, all that charge up there wants to seek its equilibrium. So it's going to go to the place, it's going to try to go to null pressure. Like, that's why magnets go towards each other, for example. They accelerate to the null pressure point between them. So all that positive energy, it's going to try to work its way to equilibrium, a state of equilibrium. So it's going to try to go where there's less energy, right? So that it can, like, basically disperse and become equalized, right? So it's going to go further and further away from it. At least it's going to try to. It's going to be impeded by all the other layers. And so we have the negative surface at the ground. And of course, the ground's called the ground for a reason, like you said. That's where it would be able to dissipate and seek its equilibrium. So that's what the downward force is. It's just very biased, very weak. It's almost negligible, but it's just trying to seek its equilibrium and go down to the earth. And so anything within that is going to experience that bias downward, right? Which is what gives you a pretty consistent rate. So you could test this. You could test this by looking at the electric field and then taking a gravimeter and trying to see the correlations between it. But gravimeters are like $20,000, and they're usually only given via grants to universities, because I've looked into this, and they're baked in with a lot of like algorithms and assumptions. So you'd have to be able to build your own. A gravimeter is like a little vacuum chamber, and then it has a little BB that drops, and then it uses like really precise laser measurements, interferometry, that just scans the BB super fast with all these cross patterns, and it very precisely measures how quick that BB falls, and then you just take it to all these different places on the earth to see how quickly it falls, and that's how they get their their downward acceleration measurements, as a gravimeter. And it's got all kinds of algorithms in it, and a lot of times they get all kinds of drastic mishaps, and they just bake the numbers. So I can't really get the real numbers, and that's kind of what that dude last night was wanting to do, was like, give me his real numbers. So I just go with the idea that it's pretty consistent, but honestly, I don't know, is it? That's another test we want to do, is see, basically, can we get magnets to fall at a different rate? Can we get like, because we can make things float, right? So like, if we can make something float, we can make something fall slower. So it's like the question is, how do we to do it out on the Earth? It's like, how do we get enough charge somewhere outside to affect something falling to the Earth, while the Earth is like the ground of all grounds, obviously, and it's going to dissipate that energy so quickly and so efficiently. It's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, this is what was perplexing Nikola Tesla with his Wardenclyffe tower. He was trying to figure out how to like manipulate the Earth in entirety. That's the whole thing. Like if you read his writings, he literally talks about it all the time. And
They
now
probably
he
already
claims
got
to have
it, man.
transmission around the whole world. What's up?
They probably already have technology to this, and you know that's a perfect way of hiding it. It was just hiding the whole point altogether, and that's why they're fighting against it so hard. Like, look into it, you know, and see where it leads, see some consequences, and they just condemn it, criticize it, laugh at it. It is a good explanation, man. And when you're talking about dropping things, like they said, it was air pressure was the reason that things fall at a different rate. So I got two objects of the same size with the same wind resistance, the ping pong ball and the golf ball. I dropped them. I did it live on Jose's, and they said, well, the golf ball's got dimples, and it's making it more aerodynamic. So I literally filed the dimples on the golf ball, got it the same exact size as the ping pong ball, dropped it. It didn't change shit. And instead of addressing that, they just addressed other things. And but the point is, like, you know, in their paradigm, the helium balloon in the vacuum chamber has to drop at the same speed as the lead ball in a vacuum. And that doesn't happen. We see the air being evacuated, and then all of a sudden it trickles down after there's almost no air left in there, and the balloon can't expand. So I could argue that the pressure is just going up inside the balloon. But literally, it's a water balloon, so it's real tough, and it doesn't expand. So it finally does drop down. But like I said, it drops slow. In no way would it ever drop at the same speed as a lead ball. That's insane. So there's more to this than they're leading on. And
Yeah, you want some more gravy? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was, if you're, I was going to just say something earlier, but yeah, I want to hear what you wanted to say too. But you pause for a minute. Well, I was just going to say a little bit before as well, Austin, just kind of tagging on to one of the last things you said about the electrostatic field and the ground and all that. I was just going to say that it's fascinating that when we ground our bodies, like when you actually put your feet or your skin on the earth, is actually a measurable difference of charge in your body can actually be measured. You can put your foot on the earth, off the earth, on the earth, off the earth. And once you ground your body, there's actually that grounding effect is actually detectable in the body. And then all the actual biochemical effects it has, like with the blood and with the health and with the hormone system, like it connects you to melatonin. It's actually a way to solve flight lag. What's it called? Jet lag. When you fly to another area of the earth, the minute, like right when you get out of the plane, or at least like the same day, ideally like a couple hours after you get out of the plane, just ground yourself on the earth for like a good half hour. Just have your skin touching the earth, like good, ideally your bare feet, and it'll reset your circadian rhythm, and it solves jet lag.
Yeah, and like
Hey,
inflammation.
you remember that? I'm sorry, this is totally random. Remember that scene in Die Hard when he first gets off the plane and he goes to the
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Die Hard.
He does that same thing. He takes off his socks, but he's doing it in Tanaki Plaza. Not on the ground technically, but it's still the same idea, I think.
I was thinking of that exact thing, yeah.
Nice. Well, I just wanted to tag that along because we were talking before about the 9.8 and the ground. And so, yeah, it's just fascinating that it's like our bodies are actually connected to the ether. And then when we connect to the ground, there's something different about that. Because if you're not on the ground, you're still in the ether. You're still in the environment. But once you touch the actual earth, it connects it connects the circuit. So you're literally connecting your body, which is in the air, ether, whatever term would. I mean, I'm not really calling ether air, but I'm just sort of using that in terms of that part of it. And then once you touch the earth, you complete the cycle between whatever we call the air, the environment, and the actual ground. It's like actually built.
Just curious. My bad. I clipped you at the end. Sorry. I wanted to make sure I could get in. See, that's what I mean. We all do it. Do they have any kind of like scientific reasoning for jet lag? Why jet lag happens?
Well, it throws your
What
circadian
would be the
rhythm.
global?
It's known that it throws your circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm is connected to the cycle of the sun with melatonin and hormones in the body, specifically melatonin, and that's changed by the light cycle. So when you move to a whole different light cycle region, that whole thing is going to be thrown off until you reset with it. So I mean that's all known, at least in terms of the mainstream. But they definitely don't admit that there's a connection to grounding yourself actually sets you in tune with that field. They definitely don't admit that.
So yeah, there's like a whole deep spiritual thing. Like, what is your spirit? It seems to be like this electric energy, and what would be ascending, or what people call heaven. It's like you remove the material confinement and you can float. That's what astral projection is. This is just my opinion, but that's super speculation station. But anyway, I'm about to drop a video, and it's an unexplained phenomena. Okay, right. So that's when you always know they're lying about something. Oh, dang it! It didn't.
What's the phenomena?
It just, I tried to drop the video and time it, but it didn't. It's too big, I guess. Let me see if I can make it smaller. I don't want to give it away.
It dropped it, but yeah, it looks like it only lets you download it, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it smaller so you can just play it.
I can't watch it right now. I'm driving. Can you just? All right, tell me after.
No. I'll tell you after I drop it.
Tell me after, yeah.
Because I don't want to ruin it. It's dope.
No doubt, no doubt.
Look at that one that who just Carnivore just posted. That sorry, it's a different topic, but that laser bending up, like, is that? Wow, that's huge upward bending laser right there. They want to say that thing's bending around the curve.
Yeah, it always bends up, is what Bob said.
Yeah, we actually witnessed that.
That's the opposite. Oh,
the one that was in the filming for the behind the curve thing with because I was there with Jaron, and it actually happened to us. Like, what was happening is the moon was behind us, and it was like almost a full moon. So we were shooting the laser. It basically, we, in a nutshell, without going into all the details, the light of the laser was being warped upward to the moon. It was amazing. It was almost like the moon's electromagnetic, electrostatic charge energy, because of course the moon is more the receiving, the dissipating, whereas the sun is the exerting and the charging. So it's the charge and the discharge. And it's like the laser was almost acting like the sun in that sense, like very concentrated light energy. And the moon was just pulling it, in a sense, attracting it, perhaps trying to dissipate it.
The Globers need the laser to always bend down in their mind, because that's how you get things loomed up, right? They say.
Oh yeah,
so,
they need that whole 8 inches per mile deal to be just eradicated with
So, but if light bending up, that would make you not see things.
Hey, have you guys seen my lunar capture where I was messing with the levels in VLC just to see if I could see the moon more clearly, and I came across this laser beam light show from the moon? I put it in the chat.
All right, sorry, I got a one up. If you press play on the video, this is the unexplained phenomena of what's called a lightning ball. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
It's crazy.
No.
It is crazy, bro. And yeah, there you go. There's electrostatics just floating.
I'm talking about like plasmatic discharge.
Plasmatic? I don't know.
What's the source? Where'd you get this?
That's from History Channel.
Huh.
Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't like seen how many I can find or whatever.
Is that as much of the clip that they showed at all? What you got there?
It might be longer. I just screen recorded it. I mean, that's clearly floating though, right? I mean,
yeah, it goes across the whole track. And it goes right underneath almost that crossover part. I don't know if that's significant or not. Like it, you know what it looks like.
There's a lot more videos in here. I'll drop the link.
Yeah, it looks like it crosses the railroad tracks at the same place where those pillars are. Like it's following the cable up above.
maybe.
I don't know. There's one that's just like out in the field.
Oh.
And you start looking at, of course, sprites and stuff. So like, as of now, what I think lightning is like dielectric discharge, trying to get back to its state of equilibrium. So, like trying to get back to its rest state of like in counter space, dissipate, disintegrate, equalize.
You ever stuck a grape in the microwave?
I have heard.
Who would
I've seen
do
a
that?
video of it, yeah. I've seen a video. It's crazy looking.
What happens? What happens with
Like
the grape
it like
in the microwave?
looks like a Super Saiyan spirit bomb from Goku.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. But yeah, it's literally the same phenomena that you're witnessing on those fields, the lightning balls, plasma ball, whatever you want to call it.
Check this one out.
That's a dielectric or electrostatic capacitance that hasn't completely discharged itself, and it's still staying Cartesianally present before it discharges back into counter space. So it's like a hot Dugan.
Yeah, it's rare to see.
That one I just posted is upward lightning from the ground upwards. And if you go to about 5 seconds, it shows it. It's kind of quick, but it does it. And then I was actually putting it in slow motion, going frame by frame. It is amazing. Like all of that light literally starts from the ground, and it creates like this fractal, almost like branches of a tree. It creates this completely starting from the ground and attracting upwards. All of the light starts from the ground and goes upwards, and then it fractalizes out and then gets dissipated from what looks like the cloud layer.
Oh yeah, slow motion is crazy.
Yeah, the slow motion on that one. Yeah, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah, I'm about to record it slow-mo.
That is like one of the most unbelievable discharges I've seen.
Because like that's the thing too. So it can discharge from anywhere, and it's just it's trying to go to the counter space. Like that lighting doesn't go infinitely up, right? So it's like it's always just trying to get to where it can find its equilibrium, and that's why lightning hits the ground so much, because it can just dissipate into the ground. At least as far as that's how I currently understand.
Yeah, and what's wild about this one, dude? Like I mean, I could even share it on the stream here. Here, should I? Because this one is pretty fascinating.
Sure, I'm about to actually record it in slow-mo too, in case someone wants to watch it.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, that'd be sweet if you could do that. Take a screenshot of it. Because like what's amazing about it is it's basically everything just looks normal. There's 2 pops of light, like 2 trigger charges of light in the cloud layer. So it goes boom, boom in the cloud layer, and then like it's almost like a symphony, like the timing of it. So it goes light in the sky, and then maybe 1.5 seconds later or something like that, then then the light comes from underneath, these like streams of light that come up and branch out like branches of a tree, and then you hear the sound as well. So it's almost like there's a charge in the sky that then reacted with the ground, like a echo reaction, and then you get that whole phenomenon coming from ground up. Like it does seem like there was like a charge and a reaction.
Yeah, that part is crazy because I just went straight to 5 seconds. Wow, you see all of it on the bottom layer of the clouds going to the ground first.
Ken says lightning is not a ground to cloud or cloud to ground energy phenomena, rather a lateral discharge in a counter space. And he says so too is the phenomena of gravity being the impulse current of the ether by simplex or compounded matter, and that these ultra high energy dielectric dynamos and their motions being anti-spatial towards counter space that are induced and impelled by the ether. And the movement of matter is not mutually induced by the matter itself, rather by the ether and the medium's induction towards inertia homeostasis.
Yeah, so in that perspective, essentially the charge within the environment would have created a manifestation from using the term counter space that you're using from counter space into the. So do you see it as through the ether or into the ether to then manifest as to what we see as light, and then dissipates back to it? Is that like a summation of what you're saying?
It would be the ether in a dynamic state. So like in motion becomes physically manifest, and then it reverts back into its rest state, dissipating into counter space. So whenever it's visible, it's dynamic and in motion. So it's like the ether being thrown into motion physically manifested, from my understanding at least. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I could read it again, but either way, it seems kind of complex. It's not in his definition list.
Debunked. Dude, Earth is Life immediately just tries to debunk things. Look at the this is the lightning slowed down. And I don't know, that's just History Channel. There's like 6 videos on there. I feel bad for anyone that immediately Google's trying to debunk anything that Witsa says.
What is that supposed to show, that video?
That's just lightning in slow-mo from, it looks like seemingly from the ground up.
Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, right about 18 seconds. Yeah, that shows it. That shows there's like a double charge. The sky goes boom, boom, 1, 2, and then wow.
Oh, you're saying like lightning comes from the ground?
Yeah, seemingly.
Not the other way around?
Well, okay, so like seemingly both, but then some say well neither. But you see all the bottom of the clouds, like we'll just say like lightning going from the bottom of the clouds to the ground for a few seconds, as if to like charge it up, and then it like discharges it in the air.
It's like it reacts. Reminds me of like an echo. Like if you were to go into like your bathroom or something where it's pretty echoey and you clap your hands, like just one clap, it's going to go, the sound waves are going to propagate through the medium. They're going to hit the walls and then bounce right back to you. And it almost seems like there's like a call and response effect.
Look, Extremist looked up, is Witsit a liar? Flat Earth. And it says, you won't believe Flat Earth lies. Austin Witsit, a.k.a. Witsit Gets It, is a liar. This covers just one of his many lies. Flat Earthers must lie because the Earth is not flat.
Damn, man, you're indexed.
Oh my gosh. Is that
you're indexed in Google?
YouTube, yeah. And like, look at them, dude. They're like, I'd be feeling bad in a way for them. Like, and they make it hard to feel bad for them.
Yeah, it's like a toxic form of fandom. It's bizarre.
It's a weird little paradox.
Yeah. Fandom plus hatred.
Like vitriolic hatred, yeah.
Like that is definitely out of balance.
You're taking away their globe, Austin. You can't do that.
Yeah. And
I think the more you do like you did last night, which was absolutely awesome. I really enjoyed watching it. You four. And I actually enjoyed the gentleman too that you were talking with. I thought he had a good sense of humor. But the farther you get along into this, Austin, the more they're going to come after you. And of course, I think you know that. So, but we'll be there with you, and you have our support.
Sorry. Who had a good sense of humor? The guy literally breaking down in front of our faces.
Well, he was interesting. I think he's a decent human being, and Austin kind of broke down the fact that he hasn't agreed to this, BS over the last 30 months, which the anniversary is tomorrow. And so, I give him kudos for that, recognizing the BS.
Yeah. And like getting kicked out of places for not wearing masks and stuff like that in the middle of it. So he gets some leeway. He thinks that all the anti-flat earthers are really toxic and dishonest. He doesn't like how they treat flat earthers and how they lie about so much and stuff like that. So, he thinks there's a ball, but he's not like the full other side of the spectrum or anything like that. He was triggered last night, though. He was getting triggered.
He was triggered. I'm just thinking, we're out watching something else.
Well, the globe does it to people, man.
Is there a link I can watch this on?
Yeah, just a sec.
It was it was on Jeranism's channel.
I don't think Bryant was ready for Austin at all.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to consider, I would say for everyone, is that the globe thing is we were all taught it as children. So in my mind, it's considered a trauma. Like it's an actual type of trauma to be lied to at a young age and to believe a lie. It's not obviously physical trauma, it's not something like that, but there is a trauma involved with it. Just being told a lie is one thing, and then being told to believe it. So I guess I'm just saying that to say that I think everyone, perhaps there's a spectrum of more extreme to less extreme, but there is a lot of just like emotion connected to all this because it is connected to our foundations, our worldview, who we are, literally from our birth. So
absolutely. I keep saying it. I think it was a little bit worse for me because I looked into it a little bit. I thought I had a pretty good understanding of gravity and all that kind of stuff. Now, Austin, he says, well, for me, it was just like minutes. And I'm like, what? Well, you're an anomaly then, because for me, it was like a year at least. And it was like a kick in the gut. Like you just said, trauma. That's what I felt.
To clarify that, though, like, so I was already like a conspiracy theorist, right? Like, I was like 13, I found out about the moon and 9/11, and so then by that point that I came across flat Earth, I mean, I knew about all like the major things. So I knew about like a bunch of the lies from the government. I knew about JFK. See, now I think JFK's assassination was potentially fake, but I knew the story of JFK if it was a lie, and that he was trying to end the Federal Reserve and stuff. That's how I looked at it. Yeah, like GMOs, chemtrails, the Federal Reserve, Tesla, free energy. Like I knew about a bunch of this stuff beforehand. So, and I knew the moon landing was fake again, like from 13 up. So then I heard B.O.B. dropping mixtapes, and he was talking about like chemtrails and genetically modified organisms, and he was even talking about clones, and I'm like, whoa, that sounds so wild to me. And he was talking about celebrities being taken out once they talk too much, and so I was like really fascinated because like I really liked rap at the time, and so anyway, then he said the Earth was flat, and I was like, what is going on? I just told all my friends. I thought that was how I was gonna wake up all my friends, was by getting them to listen to B.O.B. because some of the songs were like bangers, and I'm like, this will wake them up. It's like slaps, but it's truth. Blah blah blah. And so then he said the Earth's flat. I'm like, well, out of respect for one, I have to go look at it because he's been on point with everything else. Like, how am I going to trust my own country and state that's more loyal to Satan than their own occupation? I'm like, this dude just dropping heat. I got to see what he's talking about with the Earth being flat. I didn't even understand it. It was confusing. The picture confused me. So I went to look into it, and then and because I told all my friends to listen to him, so I'm like, oh man, dude, I look so dumb now. So I had to go look into it just to figure out what's going on. And yeah, I very quickly, like luckily, came across the blue marble and how it wasn't real. Who was it? I guess maybe it was Math Powerland. Did he talk about the blue marble? I can't remember, but someone when I looked up flat Earth, the first thing I saw was the blue marble from 2002.
He was doing that like a bit of a stand-up thing, wasn't he? Talking about it was fake and whatever.
Yeah, I think that might have been one. I can't remember. I just remember that I heard about 2002 blue marble, and I'm like, whoa, I remember that my friend had the first iPhone, and that was his background. And I'm like, what? That picture's fake? Like, I'm like immediately when I noticed that the picture that everyone had seen and was on everyone's phone actually wasn't a real picture, like immediately red flags went up, because I'm like, so my dude B.O.B., who has just been right about all these conspiracies I already know, said they lied about the Earth, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. We have pictures from space, and the first thing I find out is the main picture from space that everyone's seen, that they pushed to everybody, wasn't a real picture. It was like, manufactured. I'm like, okay, that is kind of sketchy. And then I found out, like in the same video, that the picture at the time was 2015, so like the only real picture they claimed that they had, like actual picture of the Earth in entirety, was from 1972, right? And I'm like, oh, the Apollo missions. And I already knew that those were fake for a long time, so I'm like, so we don't even have a real picture of the Earth, because I knew the 72 one wasn't real. So that's why so quickly I'm like, yeah, they clearly have lied to some extent about the Earth. Like very quickly, I knew something was there. So that's what I mean by it clicked very quickly. Like I was like minutes in, and I'm like, oh wow, there is 100% something here. I didn't know what it was, but I knew that there was a lie about the Earth and certainly going to space. And that's what clicked with me so fast. And then, so I didn't fight it because I like the whole Cogdis thing went out the window real fast. So after that, it was just like obsessively watching flat Earth videos and then talking to my girlfriend at the time about it, and her not really being as interested as me, but me just not being able to shut up about it. So yeah, it was pretty easy overall because I was already kind of woke to things. Sorry, that was a long time to explain that, but
No, I think most of us clicked on the moon landing thing. I mean, it was just so obvious. I remember, I keep saying this about Joe Rogan. He literally went on national radio and talked about it for like 20 minutes non-stop, like all the little bits and pieces. But yeah, but there's a big jump from that to the Earth potentially being flat, actually being flat. That's a fucking. That was actually funny last night, actually, on that with Dave Weiss, where he's showing that Brian did the moon land. The guy just kept saying, no, I don't want to look at that one.
I don't want to talk about
that. That was hilarious. And everybody's like, yeah, I'm not surprised you don't want to talk about this thing. What was he saying? Can I put you in water with it or something? That was hilarious.
Like, can I put you in water?
Oh, that's funny.
I just remember May 2021, just a year and a half ago, somebody asked me to look into flat Earth, and I said, no. I'm not going to be one of those crazy flat earthers, because I was just being introduced to terrain theory, Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory, and I was working on that. So I worked on, that for, from April, May of 2020 until introduced to terrain theory in May of 2021. And then I got tired of in October 2021. And then I decided, what else have I been lied to? And obviously the shape of the Earth and the sky above me came into mind, and that didn't take much time at all. Now, it took time to learn stuff, and I'm still learning a lot of stuff. But it took what happened 30 months ago tomorrow for me to wake up when I found out that we had lied to about much of our health.
I think Marvel's trying to kill my vibe by saying that's fake. I'm trying to figure it out.
I was thinking about that with the peer reviewed thing we were talking about for ages. I was thinking about that through politics and medical and just basically across the board. It's the same thing. History, the same thing.
Hey, do you guys agree that if someone defends the official story of 9/11, you just can't trust them as an individual?
I think
that's actually that's interesting.
I think you said a couple of weeks ago, Austin. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you said a couple of weeks ago, Austin, that if somebody believes the official narrative about Apollo moon landings and 9/11, you can't really talk to them about too much.
Yeah, that's one thing. You can't really talk to them about a bunch of truth if they can't see those two in the order of 9/11, then the moon landing, and I give the moon landing more leeway. But I'm saying something a little bit more extreme here. Can you trust them as individuals? Is that extreme? I mean, it may. I don't know. I guess
no, it isn't. No,
I'd say no. But would there be a caveat that they would have to have looked into it or have enough knowledge about it? Because, yeah. Like if it was someone from another country, for example, that doesn't even know much about them,
No, for example, my dad just refused to look into the conspiratorial side of 9/11, and my dad is super trustworthy. As far as I'm concerned, I trust him with my life. He's a super moral person, doesn't lie. He's just brainwashed. He's just ignorance is bliss. Come from malady. I play pickleball. I play basketball. I do my job. It's like I watch the NFL and NBA. It's type thing. So I mean, like, once you see all the information, right? I can trust you even if you don't want to, like, adamantly search out truth, like, of conspiracies or whatever. That doesn't mean you're, like, literally, like, not trustworthy, but like, if you look into all 9/11 and you have gone through the mental gymnastics to play defense attorney for the official narrative and all the details, it's like, bro, I really have difficulty, like, trusting you as a person. I don't want to sound bad, but I don't know.
That's I won't trust them at all. What are you on about? Especially if they're on here. Oh my god. If they were on any of these servers, yeah, and they start banging that on us, yeah, that's true. No, I won't.
People
like,
don't.
Sorry. No, go on.
I'm sorry to interrupt. People don't like to have their apple cart upset, and you can literally go tell a spouse that their spouse, wife or husband, are cheating on them, and take them to a hotel where their spouse is coming out with the other person, and they'll get over that. But if you tell them that the shape of the ground they walk on is a stationary plane of existence and not a spinning ball, that upsets their apple cart, and many can't deal with it.
That is a good point, though, man. With people who have took the time to go over and fine tooth comb, to scrutinize the shit NASA's showing us, and to just clip out the important parts to show that it's bullshit, and then people see it, and then start making excuses. Like that is a characteristic of deception itself. Look, you took the time, we pointed it out, and you still deny it. Like maybe one or two, but just dozens of
think how the
problems.
ether guys feel, man. Think how the ether guys feel when you guys see the contradictions, before you, whether it be 9/11 or the shape of the earth. They lied to you about this, they lied to you about that, but what, they were right about light and gravity and magnetism and all this other shit? Like, where do you draw the line, man? When do you start questioning things?
That's another good point. Like, it's not like as extreme as 9/11, but because a lot of people are like, I don't know, I just want to stick with what I can prove, and it's blah blah blah. But like, yo, if you're like fighting against the ether, I can't trust you, bro. Like, if you're fighting against it, I just don't trust you, man. Like,
if you're fighting against the argument itself, just trying to close it down. Like anybody who's all ears and wants to add input or even criticism, that's fair. But somebody just trying to shut it down and shut down the argument, that's deception in another form. Yeah, that's worth.
Dude, they're standing beside, just like your video. Your video did a great job, but elucidating this. But like, they're standing beside Brenda, Team Skeptic, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. Right, they're standing right beside them, shoulder to shoulder, attacking the ether.
Right, it's hilarious, wasn't it? That's why I was like, I'll throw Nathan in, so maybe it'll open his eyes a little bit if he sees himself cheering right alongside of Brenda. I guess it did.
Eyes are super glued shut, my guy.
Well, it seemed to me like there was like an attempt to try to divide, and they hoped they were going to get everyone on their side, and it seems like the opposite happened.
Yeah,
I understand their point, but look, there's another explanation, a better one, quite possibly, probably a better explanation that goes against the globe, and they're shutting it down. Like, that's I'm still having trouble comprehending. Like, do they think that it's helping the globe argument or something? That's how they act, but they won't spit it out. Like, I'm trying to point out to them, look, this is an argument against the globe. Why are y'all shutting it down? And they act like it's helping the globe. It's weird. They put me on the ball team when I try to bridge the gap.
I would have respect if it was like, if it seemed like genuine and consistent, meaning like we can't talk about anything we can't prove. Now, for me, I would rather go play tag with traffic than like not use inductive reasoning. I think it's the mark of a wise man to use induction, but to each their own. But if you're like pushing particle physics while saying that, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, right? So it's like, that's pretty egregious. That's like, there's something else here. There's something else going on here. It's not some like virtuous motive to make sure you keep Flat Earth bulletproof from making any falsifiable claims. No, that's not the case if you're talking about particle physics, my guy.
there's a lot more going on here in this realm than I could even ever imagine. When Gio just said that about the tree, that lightning coming up from the ground, and likened it to branches of trees, that was just like, wow.
Yep.
I mean, it's mind blowing.
Yeah, it's funny you just went right back to that because I just finished. I was just writing up this thing to post. I just found this other one. Check that one out. It's like it makes like a track through the sky and it goes really slow. It's amazing. I've never even seen one like that. It's like it looks like a little rocket or like a little car that's like going along a track and it's just creating this light that just hangs in the environment.
That's wild.
Yeah. The original footage is right at like 54 seconds or so. It's like almost like insect or something. It's like building a tube in the sky or something. And then it gets more energy. It gets like another surge, and then the whole path lights up again. What are we even looking at? It's like veins of the ether.
Yeah. Oh, that's a trip.
Maybe like it's taking the pressure of the cloud itself, trying to push down, or maybe moving through the air, making all the energy, and it's just trying to pump all that energy back down to where it belongs, or its ground state.
Yo, every time the mainstream says they don't like something's mysterious or they can't understand it, that's where a lie is. Every time. Like there may be a few exceptions. Some things.
Yeah, look for the word paradox, and you'll find the same shit.
Yeah. Paradox, mysterious, unexplained, inexplicable. Like these are tell signs.
Due to
the impossible eclipse.
Yeah, exactly. The impossible.
Anything that leads to truth. Anything that leads to truth is pretty much what you got to watch out for. And anything that leads to truth with the mainstream media, pretty much the opposite is usually what's true.
Like, I was just saying, because they say they don't fully understand lightning, right? And they don't understand bumblebees. Bumblebees aren't hard to understand.
They buzz.
Or anything they say like due to gravity, or due to the core, the iron core of the Earth, or due to the Earth's rotation. They give you the whole explanation and try and give you math like it's satisfactory just by saying due to. Since it's due to, they say watch out for that word, due to.
It's like bees actually buzz, like an electrical. They actually give off like the way electricity can buzz. Like buzzing like on your headphones, or if you have like the connection on your speakers a little bit off.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, and it is interesting because
anything to mic check.
They have like a tone to their. We all know the kind of tone of a bee, and then when you're around it, it does seem to be like makes sense that it's actually charged.
Yeah, if you think about like a buzz, like electronic buzz, like you're saying, when you listen to a bee, that would trip you out. Like sounds just like it.
Anything that leads to some sort of divinity, to some form of revelation via truth, it is immediately censored and demonized by the mainstream media.
Like we know that bumblebees are not aerodynamic. And their wings could not generate enough lift for their body. They're not aerodynamic. It's like the creator made them so you would know that they couldn't just be flying with their wings. Like they're like chubby looking. They're like stout, chubby. Like they don't look like they should fly at all. You know what I'm saying? They have little bitty wings. And they're like, oh, their wings, guess what their wings do? They vortex. And then their whole body begins to vibrate. And it creates this resonance. It's just electrostatic resonance. They're able to like levitate. And it creates this little orb around them. Because like, oh, it's their wings. Oh, their wings. Man. Like, it's just the way their wings and their body. They don't want to talk about the electrostatic part of it. Dude, they can fly through crosswinds of up to 60 miles per hour unfazed.
that I think this Russian guy, I think he made like some sort of flying like platform or something using like beetles or scatter beetles on wings. I don't know the name, but if anybody knows the name of this guy, it's some Russian guy.
Yeah, I will. I do know who you're talking about.
Ravinikov?
Yeah. I was gonna say I just posted up a little thing of a bee, and I was just gonna make the relation between the wings of the bee look like they look like almost like circuitry, and they actually look similar to the ground to sky lightning that we were just looking at. It's like they kind of fractalize out in like branches. So it would make sense to me that the wings are actually charged electrically from who knows what's in the body actually creating that. Then the wings have the charge through it. The wings then create a vortex, so it's like an electrically charged vortex field. Almost like a bubble of an electrically charged vortex.
Yeah, it says here like electrical fields of flowers stimulate the sensory hairs of bumblebees. How crazy is that?
If you're thinking about like all the energy, if it is all around us, to me we would expect lightning, like a ball or anything else. Most everything's connected to the ground that's moving, and so you throw a ball, it basically comes straight back down. But like with the rain clouds, you have all this stuff that's kind of out of phase with density, and it's all the motion. It's where's the energy going to go? It's just collecting, and it's like the same way we get energy from a magnetic field. Like the magnetic field is contained in the magnet. Instead of going to ground, it's contained in itself. So the motion, it's being captured by a conductor. Just by moving the magnetic field around, it's just basically taking the energy. So it's kind of tied in a different way with lightning. The energy's got to go somewhere. If it is all around us, it's got to go somewhere. When it builds up, and then boom, it equalizes. It's the same kind of principle. I think that's what Tesla was trying to, prove and replicate more or less. I think they have this technology.
It's interesting that you guys mentioned the beetle and the bumblebee, and I've noticed that like some scientists, before they make some sort of breakthrough or they come up with some new invention, usually they are looking into some form of insect, some form of animal, right? Like that I find that like a repeating pattern with these scientists that come up with technology. They're usually some sort of insect nerd or something. It's like they look into nature so much that they start recognizing the way nature actually works, and then they start duplicating the technology.
Definitely. Yep. It's like reverse engineered from nature.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's how you should do it. Like if you ever look at a helicopter and then look at a what are the things called that like
the little spindle things?
Nah, like horseflies. No, not horseflies, but something close to that. They fly around the water a lot. Oh my God, what are they called? Damn it.
Dragonflies?
Dragonflies. Look at a dragonfly and then look at a helicopter.
Look at Platter on it. Man's on it.
A medic. The trying to draw designs off of it's like it's the meme of biology.
Dude, they look like helicopters, bro.
Sure.
Like some of them, like we were floating on the river, and Kai and I were talking about that because this thing was just hovering right around us so effortlessly, and it had this huge front body with this tail coming out, and it was just able to go whatever direction, and then it'd like swing over, it like tip its whole body over, float over to the right, then pop back up and let float there. Then I'm like, bro, it looks like a helicopter. Then I kept looking, I'm like, bro, it is a little helicopter, bro. Like, man, someone just sees a dragonfly, they're like, let's make that.
I know, dragonflies seem pretty crazy. I've seen like some other types of insects from like Cambodia and stuff like that, like like in a bug collection. They're like crazy, dude. You'd be so afraid if you saw these bugs. But they're like dragonflies, but even like more like much larger like than any dragonflies you get to see. Like separate sets of wings, like wing stalks. Nature's pretty crazy with bug design. I'll tell you that. Makes some creepy looking shit.
They remind me of drones as well. They kind of, the way you were saying, they tilt, left and right. It reminds me of a drone.
Yeah.
They kind of, is this like a helicopter mixed with a drone? Yeah. So, but their wings don't actually spin like a helicopter, but they move like a helicopter. So, yeah, I wonder exactly what the motion of the wings are. Whether it's like, I guess
They kind of do spin. They kind of do spin a little bit though.
Do they
like
go
it's
at the
not-
same time, or do the four wings pulsate at a different rate? They must, to make it turn direction and all that.
I don't even know.
Like it's not just a straight up and down flap, the dragonfly. It kind of is like a spin, or it is up and down when you look at it, but slow motion you see it kind of vortexing a little bit.
And they can hover. Yeah, exactly. They can hover and move in all directions, whereas a fly, for example, can't really do that. Isn't a fly just always forward?
Yeah, I think so. Circles are forward.
Yeah, flies are always on the move unless they're standing, whereas a dragonfly can just float there. Yeah, it can hover. It's pretty cool.
So anyway, Austin, what do you think they're doing with these colliders then? If they're not smashing particles together.
You mean like
energy generators probably
messing with the
there's a lot more than just the one. They're all over the place.
Yeah, you can call it a collision if you want, but it's just as much a interaction. If you want to call it a collision, that's fine, man. But
I'll just play with I just wanted to play with ideas for funsies, not
kind of like an interaction, them isolating little charges basically, man, and check, just recording interactions. They just call them collisions. A spark, call it whatever.
Now I was thinking, what if it had just absolutely nothing to do, not even close to what we think they're doing? If it were just something, I don't know, like they found another Tower of Babel sort of thing.
I'm actually gonna jump in the shower real quick. I forgot to stream. But nice checking it.
Yeah,
What's
good
up?
job yesterday, Witsit, man. That was fun to watch, bro.
Thanks, man.
Agreed.
Think about this: if you believe in relativity, then you got to believe, okay, and you're looking at quantum mechanics, then you've got to believe, okay, that these particles, they have the what do you call the particles? How they have the A and the B, basically the partners. What do you call that again?
Right, anti particles.
No, like the what do you call, or something happens at A? Like what do you?
Superposition.
You're on the right level, but
I'm
talking about not particle duality, but the fact that electrons are supposed to be paired with the cell, no matter, even if you separate them, they're supposed to be infinitely, paired, even across the whole universe. That electron is still part of that particle. I forgot the name.
Like quantum entanglement is where.
There you go, entanglement. So if you believe in entanglement,
that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're right. You're right there. I just my whole quick little story is basically, if you believe in entanglement and stuff, and you believe that what happens at the entangled particle is going to happen with its host, basically, then you have to believe that in communication, basically. So if you send a particle, if you isolate an electron and you send the rest of the particle around at the speed of light, then you have to believe that it's possible to communicate through time. Basically, they're trying to time travel with information, because and without even doing it. So if they can force the entangled particle through a prism, they can force the color of it. So in other words, it's like a primitive form of Morse code. So if they can send it for 1 month spinning around the accelerator, or even a day, and then force it through the prism, then they can look at the host particle and see if it flashes red or blue, and so then they could communicate with the future, basically. That's what I think they're attempting to do. But if relativity's wrong, it's all out the window, though, right? And
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think
exactly. Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? That's Austin's point. That it's just all fairy tales and nonsense.
Stupid, dude. It's just the ether's already there, bro. Like they're just funny. Think of like a harp with like a cajillion strings. This is crude, but and they're just trying to find different ways to like pluck the strings and you know, make them tighter vibrations or wider vibrations. And again, I don't believe in string theory or anything, and it's crude. And actually, there's not any strings because it's just all together. But
no, that's the perfect analogy, though, because if you pluck a string, you could say there's a rate of vibration, right, or rate of propagation or whatever. But the whole string's moving all at once, you know.
Yep.
And where you pluck it from may be like a split second, you know, or whatever difference from when the end of it starts to vibrate, but it's instantaneous essentially, and that's where it seems like the speed of light.
There you go.
I remember somebody saying something about weird weather phenomena above these places. I don't know if you've heard anything about that, but
I don't know. I gotta go though. I love you guys.
Good talk.
Love you too, bro. Take care. Thank you. When's your stream starting? A little bit. He left. He's gonna do a stream, I guess.
Is he doing one on his channel? He said.
I think that's what he said. He's got to take a shower to do a stream. So yeah, I imagine. Probably a review of the debate from last night, maybe.
You know, when you take the time and hear what he has to say, instead I see the people like dismissing it, but when you take the time and you really listen and you look into it, it makes more and more sense, man. It's it becomes almost hard to even deny.
It does. Yeah.
But if you shut it down,
analogy,
call it word salad, then you could easily just shut it down and act like call it word salad, and it's exactly the opposite of word salad. It's actually making sense of things we don't understand. If you think about it.
Oh yeah, exactly. And yeah, to say word salad means that they don't understand. I think Gio pointed out that contradiction with maybe Ruhif or somebody yesterday or the day before. That was so
Yeah, I
funny.
mean, word salad is generally. You got a feedback, Brian, in your mic. Yeah, when it's word salad, it's generally like incomprehensible, just a slew of words all strung together that don't make sense. They don't link to each other. Maybe sometimes like even like not even real words, you know, just like a slew of like sounds that are not even words. That's like generally the definition of word salad. If you're actually using words that are linked together and have specific meanings for a purpose, even if they're words that are not commonly used, that's not the definition of word salad. So if somebody's calling it that as some kind of a ridicule, yeah, I think I was saying that to someone the other day, where it could be viewed that it's actually more of a criticism on themselves because they actually don't understand the words, meaning they don't understand it. So they're like, oh, it's word salad, even though it's actually at a higher level of intelligence that they think is just gibberish because they actually don't know what the words mean.
Right. And then you'll say that to them and they'll go, no, I understand. He doesn't get it. So like total contradiction right afterwards. Word salad. Oh, I get what he's saying, but it's word salad, which means they don't understand what he's saying.
Well, the philosophy is brilliant. I've always been drawn to philosophy. As far as I can, I've always fell asleep to philosophers, in fact, and I've talked about Alan Watts on the other stream quite a lot, endlessly, in fact. But when I listen to Austin put it all together, it makes perfect sense in my and also it joins everything together. You know, like unifies everything. Whereas, you know, atomism is the exact opposite. They separate everything into, as Nathan likes to say, quantized chunks, and that's also fascinating to me as well.
Think about the other, like to the stubborn flat earthers, if there's any listening. Jeremy had a great point earlier. We can independently manipulate the electrostatics with the Van de Graaff generator. So we know that we can vary density and prove that that's playing a key role in things moving up and down. And we can also independently vary the electrostatic charge and make things lighter or heavier. So I mean, is that not a fair explanation? And even through science, that it's the mechanism to cause the up and down, and then the density and the buoyancy. You know, we can show all these things. I think it's a fair argument, but they're shutting it down, man. And I tried to bridge the gap so we could discuss some of these things, and I got shut down like I'm in love with ether and all that, like I'm emotionally attached to it. It's an interesting idea. It's a great idea, and
it's historically important.
Shut down the same way, bro.
Historically important for this very conversation, just for the context alone.
Yeah, you can't separate the Earth from ether. It's just impossible. And they've tried to, and they said the Earth was a globe, so they literally separated it into a fake model, and then have tried to replace it with space-time and all that stuff. But I mean, ether is not just some new idea. It's not even the luminiferous ether. That's actually quite recent as well. That was like 1800s. But I mean, the word and the understandings of it through all the different traditions of humanity, going back to all these different lineages, and where that term comes from. I mean, it's an anagram for Earth. Like it has EARTH in it. It does have an extra R, but it's like Earth with an R, Earther, ether.
No, it's just one less E. There's only one R in both of them, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. The E, yeah, the E.
But dude, Anthony Riley did a video. At the time, I was no, I ain't even gonna lie, dude. Why am I even about to say that? I forgot. Even at the time, I was like still kind of against it, but still interested in discussing it. And he did a experiment where he hooked a battery up to the water, like a 3-volt battery, and showed that it didn't move the egg. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is that? Like you just hooked a 3-volt battery into the water, and because it didn't move the egg, that proves that that electrostatics. I mean, nothing he did was had anything to do with electrostatics in the first place. Even when he did it, when I wasn't even on fence or on any, I was pretty much just sold on just density and buoyancy. And even then, I wasn't happy calling that an experiment or any kind of proof against something, man. That was ridiculous. Did anybody else see that?
I'm thinking about the implications of this free energy, Brian. And it's terrifying when you think about it. When, from the point of view of the system, how they're going to shout it down, and much worse, you know, I don't even. Can anybody talk about that a little bit? Because I don't even know. That's exciting.
At World War II, when after Doomsday, you know, they had all the ships occupying the space, and all them ships had them floating balloons up
right,
above.
I know they've got that Tesla machine. I mean, I know they've got that thing, but I don't know anything about that. I've seen the pictures of it in America. You know, that thing with the ball on top. I don't even know which state it's in.
But I thought them balloons were for like radio signals or something. But they literally said that them balloons were for airplanes. And I'm like, really? That's really their official? To me, right there, in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, there's more to every one of them ships having these tethers with these balloons up about half a mile or quarter mile, and they're saying it's against airplanes. I don't believe that for a second, man. There's probably more to it.
I heard Gio something about these tethers earlier. What's with these tethers then?
I don't know, man. I think that like if you hook up, I did this experiment, man. I set up a balloon with a copper, real thin copper wire, and I had my voltmeter. I had a car headlight, right? So I took a little peg, rebar peg, and I put it in the ground, but I only put it like about 2 feet in the ground, and I attached the negative end to it, and then I attached the copper, the other end to the balloon, which had hydrogen in it, and I let it go up, but I wound up getting tangled up. I didn't go near as high as I wanted to, but I got it up a couple hundred yards, and then to see if it would light up the headlight. This is when I was brand new to this shit. This was years ago, and it didn't light up the headlight, so I was like, I don't know. But I took my voltmeter, and I measured the voltage. It definitely went up. As I pulled it down, it went down, and I blew the current. Like I couldn't check the actual amp, but I checked the resistance, and I was getting resistance changes when I pulled the balloon down and went it up. And so if you have volts and amps, literally, no matter how minute, whatever, you still have current, even if it's just a little bit. And that was only at a couple hundred yards. And I've never repeated this, but I do have another spool now. Well, not a spool, but a winding of real thin copper wire. And of course, the ability to make hydrogen and a shitload of balloons. I might do this again and see if I could measure the direct ampage. But here's the thing. So if they can run the Corona motor.
Brian, this is becoming a bit of a monologue, just FYI.
Okay, well, it's done. All right, never mind.
No, just pause and let, because no, it's just, it begins to be so much information that it's like we can't even respond to it.
It is a lot. I've got to be honest.
I understand. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Gio?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add in, and then you go on with it as well.
Yeah, wait. Finish it up, Brian, about the Corona motor, though, because I wanted to hear that part.
All right, yeah.
Okay, so here's what I was thinking, man. This is a theory, real quick. This was where I was going to end it, and I was going on long. I understand you. But so if you take the extra voltage potential, I mean, it literally is voltage if it's attached to a conductor, and then you somehow can tie that into a motor here on the ground, like a regular electric motor. And so you're basically putting the volts to use. So in other words, I don't think they could do everything by itself, although you could spin a Corona motor. But I think if you connect the line to an actual motor, I think you could get like probably, maybe twice or maybe 10 times the amount of power out of what you're already producing. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that is, how to actually pull that exactly. I mean, that's likely what Tesla was doing and what they stole from Tesla, like being able to pull it exactly from. Because I was going to respond, he had asked about the electrostatic tethers, and kind of like with what Brian's saying, and it's connected to the Corona motor as well. But they basically can hang a tether from a balloon, and by changing the charge of the tether, it will cause it to either go up or down. So they can basically, like NASA does it, and a lot of different in the military they use it as well, to keep balloons floating at different altitudes. And all they have to do is add or reduce charge to this tether, like this long wire that hangs down from it.
Hey,
and
so
by changing the charge, it either makes it go higher altitude or lower in altitude.
So they can put it, they can control it in the currents for the satelloons and whatnot.
Exactly. And it's the change in the charge that changes that bias. And then with the Corona motor, that's being able to pull some of it. But then the big thing would be if you could pull, I mean, I think that's what they're doing. I think the electricity we have in our houses is being pulled from the ether for free energy, and then they're selling it to us, and then there's a huge deception around it.
Well, I think it was also you that said there's something went on around the early 1800s. There certainly is, because I keep trying to stitch together history, and that particular marker in time, somewhere in the mid to early 1800s, something definitely went on there. And I can't put my finger on what. But Rudolf Steiner bangs on about, all sorts of weird anomalies, like it was just a given. Like they would talk of angels and all that sort of stuff. And I can't really subscribe to all that stuff. I don't know. But it was sort of a given. It was just common knowledge, These angels come down and they did this and they did that. And I'm like, but there's all sorts of grabble going on around that time. We've seen all these orphan trains and all that stuff, and the World's Fairs, and it's bizarre.
Yeah, earlier when somebody made mention of that, thing happened at 1776 time. I agreed. Like, something happened. Almost like all the real smart people that were advanced at that time. It's almost like they took off and left it to the rats to run the place, and they cheapened everything. They took advantage of all these free energy sources and all these great technologies that were good for us. It seems like they squandered that just so that way they could make money off of everybody. Somehow, some way, they did something.
Yeah, I had brought that up because I thought about that the other day. I'm like, this whole 1776, independence and all this stuff. And I was saying, like, is that actually when we got taken over? The opposite of revolution. Like, they sold it to us as some revolution because, there does seem to be a lot. There's also this thing, like, we can't really trace back any of our ancestors, like, before 1700s, it gets pretty weird when you really start putting it all together.
Yeah, you know that one channel, Mind Unveiled. They proposed that as an idea, like the quote unquote Tartarians or Phoenicians that were here already were the ones that were really fighting in the Revolutionary War, and the blue and the red coats were on the same team because their uniforms are exactly the same. So like you might have been blue or red coat, but if you were blue, you were just representing the United States, and if you were red, you were the British. But the real fight was against the woodsmen that were like the old ancient tech Tartarian, trying to hold on to their land type thing. That's an interesting idea.
I'm not sure about the whole Tartarian thing. It seems to be when anything's pushed like that, I instantly get a bit
Yeah,
paranoid.
and they point that out. They're saying Tartarians, and then like in quotes, and then they or at least that channel proposes that they were Phoenicians.
We do seem to be a species with amnesia. That's
yeah, that's
aphasia too.
It seems to me like they did a huge reset and then mind controlled everybody. Not necessarily mind controlled, but like MK Ultra, like brain wiped like everybody, and then repopulate, like actually some physical shit that they did, and then repopulated everybody, and then we were all like, yeah, amnesia. Like I'm not saying they used electroshock, but you can do that with electroshock. Like if you put enough electricity through someone's brain, like they'll lose their memories of who they even were. Who knows what they actually did? I know it's an extreme idea, but it's intense to think about. Like, what if there was like a very advanced, what if we were very advanced on multiple levels, had free energy, this Antiquitech, airships, life was just pleasure. We had free energy machines to do everything we wanted. So we didn't have to even work jobs or be under $1 or anything like that. And then these like psychos come in, basically destroy all of our architecture, all of everything, kill off a bunch of us, kidnap the rest, do some like MK Ultra electro shock therapy, insane drug based, who knows what, like wipes everyone's mind, and then basically starts through the orphan trains and all that, starts repopulating people in these cities. And the cities now are going to be like 50-50, like some of the old architecture, and then try to build them to be new. Then there were all these.
You don't gotta.
There are all these
I don't think you gotta wipe everybody's minds, though, Gio.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, dude. I thought that was you. I thought I was coming in at the right time, but I don't think you. When telling that story, it sounds great, but when you start talking about like MK Ultra and things, I think if we think a little more about it, man, I don't think that's even necessary. You pegged it with the children, the orphans and stuff. You populate the cities with the orphans, and all the mind control is basically just done through the social engineering. I don't think we need any crazy drugs or. I didn't mean to say crazy, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think we need
just the zapping of us. It could even be like directed energy weapons they had at the time, like that could be like the reason for the plasma events and stuff.
People would have memory though of who they were. Like if there wasn't some kind of like literal amnesia thing done on them, they would know. Like they'd be like, oh yeah, we were just these advanced people and this and that. Like they would have the memories of the old world. And then the fact that like it seems like none of us do. Like we're looking at all this architecture, like wow, look at this, and we're believing all this false narrative about it. But I don't.
They kill them though.
It doesn't.
They kill them, Gio. They immigrate. Everybody immigrates to this world after we kill all the adults. We keep all the children. They keep the children, and they kill it. Yeah, if you're a certain age, you got to go. And everybody else comes in.
Yep.
See?
Oh shit! Yeah. Shit, dude. I see what you're saying. So you're saying the idea that that's a little simpler way to do it. You just go in, and there could be a mixture because they might have done some shit to the children too. But you're saying go in, and this is a very dark thing to even say, but go in, kill off all the adults, and then just take all the children, and then basically raise them like the way you want or whatever, and then repopulate those.
Yeah, right. You can see evidence of it. The orphanages are huge. There's a huge.
Yeah, bring in the population. You bring in all the adults from Ireland, from Europe, from Spain, from everywhere. Flock, and then to combine with the children, and then you give them a new story. It's a new world, and and you just social engineer them basically, and you don't even have to do any crazy.
I was
I was
Sorry,
I was watching this. I was watching this one video, and they were showing all these amazing, beautiful, constructed buildings, not here in America, but throughout Europe, throughout Russia, throughout the Middle East, in South America. Like they have these crazy, amazing, like wonderful architectural accomplishments, and then they have us believing that men were building like these small, like ugly looking houses and little, places here in America in the beginning. Like, how do you go from, like, let's say like in Russia, those buildings have been there for a long, long, long time, but they're like how did they even make those back then when we're over here in America building like simple boxes with a roof, and it just looks like compare like an artist to like a kindergartner trying to draw a fucking picture, and it's just so like dumbed down. Like, what happened to all that amazing not only artistic value, but the technology that was going into them. It was a really, really interesting video, and that made me go along the lines too of what you said. Like, something happened back then, and it had to have, because there's proof from the old world that they were building some shit that was like mind blowing compared to now.
Some of them stones we can move. We can't move today. Them stones they were mining out were like 900 and 1,000 tons. I don't think we could move them today. So I don't know. It is weird, bro. I was thinking of like a Noah's Ark. I used to, years ago, just playing with ideas like this because it's fun. I was thinking like Noah's Ark, and obviously Noah's Ark. I just think of it as, a bit silly, obviously, because it's not possible. But it would be possible if it was DNA. And then I start thinking about these deep underground military bunkers. So maybe they just wiped out the previous people and just kept a sample.
So what we do is the fight they're not telling us about was the main fight, and we catch the ass end of it of trying to wipe out all the people outside the cities, like the Indians, and they speak a different language and everything. So there's a gap, and that's the part of the narrative we get to hear about are the people that were living in peace and harmony outside of the cities, wandering around, and basically, nomadic people, teepees and shit like that. They're everywhere outside of the cities where they probably had harmony before. And that's where they pick up the narrative. Like that's the whole battle was against each other in the nomadic people, the Indian tribes and shit. So they're telling probably part of a true story, but they're throwing in deception because they're by omitting the main fight, the main people who were here. There's obviously stuff here when we got here, man. I think that's hard to deny, the possibility at least that there was shit already here.
Yeah, the best lies always have a hint of truth in there, don't they? Obviously, I feel that it's very important that you don't identify with any such, that you recognize the dangers of ideology. When I first went into 24/7, that's what I kept saying. For the first few times I went in, I was like, "Oh, you can refer to me as the ideology guy," because I would need to warn everyone just how dangerous it is when it sticks to a person and they can't think for themselves anymore. So anyway, it's fun to play with ideas.
So you guys are talking about like Tartaria and stuff. I just came in a couple minutes.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Kind
Him
of.
talking about like red coats and blue coats, like really fighting together as opposed to each other. Like they might have had a little bit of revolutionary. They might have had some disagreements toward the end or something, and had a little bit of civil war. But there's obviously something going on before that. And their uniforms were real similar. Like he put up an idea that the blue coats and the red coats are basically they're the same uniforms, just different colors. So they just represented what unit or who you're fighting for, but on the same team. So it's like we came over here fighting against the people who already who already housed, for lack of better words, this territory. And then all they told us was the story, the aftermath, like fighting the nomadic people, like the Indians and the tribes and shit like that. When there was and then pitted it where it was like us against them, blue against red. when literally they're, the possibility of them leaving out a whole scenario where they just killed all the adults and were left with a bunch of orphans, and then everybody migrated. All the adults pretty much migrated over here, and together with the orphans and all that.
A lot of our like great grandparents, like even people in our generations, like your great grandparents, and it's like some of them like don't even have a mother, like they don't even know what their birth date is, like what their actual true date of birth is. So there's like a lot of that, and they would claim, it's because it wasn't really kept very good records. But I mean, what do you guys think of this idea? Like the idea, because we are told this whole history of what was going on in the 1500s and 14 and this whole kind of narrative. And then obviously getting back to like the Greeks and all that stuff. I mean, how much of that do you guys actually think is true? And then what do you think about the idea that it was a completely different world, like entirely different, like not even what they tell us at all. And then some entities did some kind of a huge reset, orphan repopulation, tearing down all the old architecture. And then if that's the case, then how much, I guess these are all just open questions if anyone wants to respond to that, because I have my thoughts.
Yeah, I think it was natural, man. Like the people before were like, you call them Tartarians and all that. They had a great civilization. I think it was something natural, like an electromagnetic event. There's a possibility anyway. It's an electromagnetic event, and we just came over and finished the work. They pretty much put their civilization in turmoil, and we just came and cleaned up the pieces, basically just clean up the mess that was left from the natural disaster. I don't know. That's possible.
I remember Terence McKenna's telling a story, and I can't remember the story, so I want to tell it, but I don't want to mess it up, because I know I will, because I can't remember it. But there were a phrase that stuck with me, and he was basically telling a story about somebody really who got huge in history, and I want to say it's Nietzsche, but I don't think it was. But he's basically talking about him as a corporal. He's a kid. He's like 18 or something, 19. And he says that something visits him something like an angel visits him in a dream. And he says, and this is the phrase that stayed with me, he said, "We're going to take over this place using measure and number." Isn't that interesting? Using measure and number. What does that make you think of? Because I know what it makes me think of. A square and a compass. Yeah.
Yeah, Freemasons.
That's funny.
Are you familiar with amillennialism?
No, I'm not sure. No.
It's a Christian idea that like all this Tartarian stuff was part of the 1,000-year reign that's described in the book of Revelation. And after the 1,000-year reign, the devil is loosed for a short while. And that's where we are right now. Where we used, like Gio said, like there used to be just like all this amazing architecture and technology and stuff. And that was during this 1,000-year reign. But now we're at a point where the devil's come back.
Yeah, but the devil, I think, is always going to be there. I think, but it might not be. But I mean, is it crazy to think that does it have to be pressure that causes volcanoes and magma pockets? Can it be like big ass deposits of sodium, like from a electromagnetic event that turned certain things to certain things, like it left maybe pockets of just hypothetically like a big sodium pocket where Mount St. Helens is, and where the water touches it, it just freaking basically, it reacts. And of course it is under pressure, but there's plenty of other reactions. I just threw that one out there as the first one that came to my mind, like water and sodium reacting. But magnesium or any freaking natural minerals, is it crazy to think that these volcanoes are just like pockets of certain elements that are reacting with each other, and not for the pressure and magnetic core, iron core bullshit? I mean, these things, there's probably more to it than they're letting on, man.
Well, if you look at the greatest minds, that were living in the 1800s, obviously they learned that from somebody probably before them, or along those lines, those teachings. So everything of this foundation of electromagnetism and all this, like this was already known and established and understood, and then all of a sudden it just switched to like the science we see today that just totally changed the way things work, and it's weird.
I mean, we've been making metal, dude, since a freaking what, like a 800 fucking AD or some shit, or even BC. I mean, we had iron.
The medieval guys, the blacksmiths welding, or these weapons.
Yeah, so if we had iron, if we're making bronze and all, all these composites, if we're making metal tools, metal weapons, man, I mean, they make it sound like we're in caves or something, like idiots. When it's a contradiction in itself.
How much of that is even true? If somebody did like a reset, or some group of entities did a reset, then those ages even the case? Like all of the claiming that they're like forging swords and shields and out there stabbing each other and all that. Like, was that even?
That's a good point, dude. That's a good point. If we have the technology to even forge the metal, then we obviously know how to make fucking explosives and shit like that. So it's a big contradiction in itself. But before I woke up, I didn't even think about these things. But as far as the technology, like the first thing to go naturally would be metal. That's the first thing to rust away, unless you're talking about gold or something like that. So it's no wonder why any technology or things, even if it is old, would be gone, because it'd be the first thing that nature would swallow up, would be all the metal. The very first thing would be metal for the earth to digest, So it's possible that, the whole timeline is off, man. But yeah, talking about it kind of helps narrow it down in my mind. I love this discussion.
It's not just weapons though. It's also these buildings that they were making. Like, look at some of the town squares that are just massive, like huge buildings, and the architectural work on them is just like the stone masonry work on them. It's just like we don't even really make stuff like that in today's times, modern times, with such beauty. And my question is, what about like these buildings that had doors that are like super high and there's locks at the top of them? Like, who were those made for? Like, who? I mean, are we now getting into like there was these giants that also like lived amongst?
Dude, check it out.
Does it seem like everybody else that everybody's getting smaller every generation? The older I get, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk. I think the flood of the Bible are pretty much the same.
You're roboting, dude. Nobody can hear, or I can't anyway.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to come through just to see if it would, but it didn't, man. See if you could drop and rejoin, and I'll stop. But I wanted to make a point that it seems like if I could go back as far as my grandfather, and my dad talked about he knew his great grandfather, but he didn't know much about him, just where he was from, like in Europe. But it seems like my grandfather, and then my dad, and then me, and my kids, and my kids' kids. It seems like we're getting shorter. And I know it's not a consistent line, but for the most part, like the average size of if I just take my great grandfather and then my grandfather and then my dad and his brothers and sisters and then me and my brothers and sisters, like by average, we're getting shorter. So my kids are even shorter than me and my brothers and sisters. And the great grandbabies, it's hard to tell yet, but I'll know within too long. But just within like 4 or 5 generations, I could see like a freaking 4 or 5 inch average drop in height. Am I like silly, or does anybody else notice this? I know there are some anomalies.
Yeah, you have to go on mute, Brian, when someone else is speaking. Well, for me anyway, because it's echoing like mad. But I completely agree with that. I think there's definitely a nutritional deficiency for a start. I think there's other things we probably shouldn't talk about because, I want to keep the server going. I think you know what I mean by that.
That's a good point.
Well, Rudolf Steiner talks about that quite a bit, but I don't want to really go into it. Well, then I was thinking about, Greek mythology. Sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead.
I was just thinking about Greek mythology. You know, there's so much history with that, and the Romans. I was just thinking of Plato and all that. Could they reappropriate? I don't know. It's just there's so much of it, though, isn't there? I don't. Sorry.
Well, just look at the way that history in our lifetimes has been totally fucking twisted. Like, kids are growing up thinking that planes were crashed into buildings and brought them down. You know, that we went to, we did a 20-year war. We sent thousands of our brightest and best that we trained to like go die just for some bullshit cause. So you see the way that they can twist it in just this the last 30 years. Who knows what's really going on?
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I don't
I
know
was going to say earlier, I think the mud flood and the flood described in the Bible are like the same flood. And
Yeah,
I think that it happened a lot sooner, or like a lot more recently than we'd like to think.
that always got me, that one with the mud. I'm like, why are they calling it mud? Because surely flood, it's like a bumper sticker, isn't it? I mean, flood surely comes with sediment anyway, does it?
Right.
These events could happen like locally, like say continentally, maybe, or like on a scale like that, where it might have happened over in Europe, like say Dark Ages, and people flock from here and from like United States or from other parts of the world to Europe, and then it happened over here, and then people flocked back here, and it might have happened in Australia, where it kind of wiped out everybody except some of the indigenous who were just sparsely populated in the right areas. But I'm just saying it might happen in pockets, and maybe they don't know exactly where it's going to happen. It could just take out like continents at a time. If you really think about it, man, it's possible that it's not a worldwide event. But it's a big event, and it's it's hard to deny it'd be electromagnetic in nature. That explains every characteristic we see of if you want to call it aftermath. I don't know.
If you see also too now with the drying up of lakes and rivers and all these water, different water places that are drying up, they're starting to find stuff underneath them, and that's interesting too. That I'm coming across the artifacts they're finding that have been underwater for quite some time, and now that the water's drying up and the levels are coming lower, they're starting to realize like there's more stuff that was built way back before, and that also I find it interesting.
Coast of Japan. I think it's called Yonaguni.
You was roboting, man. We heard the very end, Yanabumi, but what'd you say before that?
There's some like temple ruins or some kind of stone structure underwater off the coast of Japan. I believe it's called the Yonaguni. So don't quote me on that.
Interesting. Yeah.
I've heard of that, but what's the byproduct
underwater?
What's the byproduct of plasma? So if it could even, this event could even happen like up high, like toward a firmament, just throwing that out there. And the byproduct of plasma is water. And so that could explain a flooding, and that might have happened maybe worldwide. But I think, it just, what else could shape shift parts of the land and without, I mean, it just seems like it has to happen kind of local. And local is a bad word because it's a continent is fucking a big area, but it seems like it might be happening in different places at different times, but it could be happening worldwide. Would anybody agree or disagree with the fact that there's a like electromagnetic event at least sometimes or has happened?
What kind of electromagnetic event?
I'm kind of new to the whole electromagnetic spectrum of anything, to be honest. But it's exciting. I mean, I'm liking it, but There's all sorts of things that could cause a flood, like ice melting, for instance, water displacement. There's lots of things in there.
I mean, the electromagnetic spectrum is like visible light, microwave. Like, I mean, you're new to it, but it's literally how we perceive the world around us.
Well, if the stars are closer and the planets are closer, like I believe they are, but they're still freaking huge. So in my mind, I'm thinking like something like, let's say 30 miles in height and width. Like if it is a type of sphere, whatever shape it is, picture something on the ground 30 miles tall. I mean, we're talking 5 times the height of Mount Everest and freaking, 5 times the width. We're talking about just one of them. And if it is, whatever it might be, man, if it's just energy or ion, if it gets close, it could be nature's way of evening out. Like if the shit gets too out of balance, maybe that's what they meant by like the stars falling to the ground, like them getting close and not just killing us with a freaking impact like an asteroid, but them arcing and reacting with the natural electricity of the earth, and just causing pretty much a lot of the things we see, like liquefying shit and turning stone to mush and turning wood to rock, petrifying shit kind of instantly. It would explain a lot, man.
Well, I think you'd have a really hard time proving that happens.
Well, just walk outside, man. I'm just kidding, dude.
Walk outside and watch wood turn to stone?
No, I'm just kidding. Like they always say, you want proof, just walk outside and look up. Or it would be hard to prove something like that, but what we can do is prove effects in the lab, with electricity, like liquefaction. I think that's what causes petrification. I think what other way could it be done? It happen damn near instant before something rots if it ain't with electricity of some sort.
I'm not super learned on the subject, but I always was under the assumption that petrification of wood, especially, was just the absence of water and the slow collection of mineral deposits into it, which hardens it.
Yeah, they try and explain everything with time, but I don't buy that. I try and think of the actual cause, and not consider time the cause of anything. It's a factor in everything, but they explain everything away with time. But they try and say like just a meteor hitting the ground, like wiped everything out. What the fuck is that? Just an impact alone just wipes everything out. Like that's to me that's far fetched.
I mean, it's not the impact itself; it's the literal metric tons of dust and debris that get kicked up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, and then time, right? And then time.
Well, yeah, it doesn't settle immediately. It makes a blanket, like back in the '60s when they were talking about nuclear winter. I mean, it's the same concept. You have a blanket of dust and debris, which insulates the Earth from the atmosphere, and it heats things up. So life can't sustain.
So how much dust do you think? How much dust do you think this asteroid can? I mean, ain't there still gravity? This dust you're talking about. Do you mean like ash or something like that?
No, like the crust of the Earth, all the dust and the makeup of the Earth. Like we know where impact spots are on the Earth's surface due to the mineral deposits that were unearthed from the surface due to the breaking of the surface from the impacts. And
watch out for the word due to, because usually after due to, explanation they ain't sure of. Just a guess, in my opinion. After due.
It's a very well researched and well thought out guess, if you want to call it that.
You're saying dust killed the world. Dust.
Yeah, if you kick up a lot of dust into the atmosphere, you insulate the ground from the upper areas of the atmosphere, and when you insulate the ground, it heats it up, and there's a very tenuous amount of temperature changes that life can sustain on the surface of the Earth, and when that gets thrown out of whack for even a few years or 100 years, and
what do you mean years, bro? How is dust sitting up in the atmosphere for more than a day or something, dude? It moves through with the Earth's natural cycles. It moves, or it combines with the humidity in the atmosphere and rains, or you're acting like dust anti-gravity or something. It's dust. You're talking about a year of dust in the air,
Bro,
from
clouds
something hitting the ground.
Do you know how much?
Yeah,
dust,
we did the cloud
Do you know
deep
how much
dive
dust
recently,
is in
didn't
the?
we?
I don't
You know
think
how
you're
much
quite,
dust is in a cloud, Brian?
I don't think you're quite understanding the magnitude of debris that's kicked up from one of these impacts.
Brian, there's
I know
tons
that
of
the only
dust
amount.
in a
Yeah, I
cloud.
understand that, Jeremy. I understand that. But the point is the only amount that can be above us is what is below us. So you take the ground underneath us where the meteor or the asteroid hit, and that's how much you can use in your equation to cover whatever you want to cover. And then does it have mass? Does gravity still affect it? Doesn't it when it come back to the ground? I can understand if it stayed up there for even maybe a couple days. I'll give you 3 days, where it's just stirred up. But it's gonna follow the rules of
Brian,
density. Are you arguing for the
Brian,
asteroid?
remember when the
Jeremy?
volcano? Yep. No, but I am arguing for dust being able to stay up in this air for a long time. Remember when that volcano went off?
Ash. That's not dust, though, Jeremy. Ash. That's why Ash specifies it. He mean ash.
Well, I mean solid particulates. However
You're
you want to.
quibbling over something that is inconsequential. That debris that's in the air, whether it's ash or, I mean, yes, it would be very, very, very hot because of the friction of the impact. But yes, that will stay and linger in the air for a very long time.
It's actually a theory that a meteor could have. That's why you have this mud layer in the ground. You've got this black ash layer. When they dig down, you can see it looks like something set the world ablaze at one point. The ash layer, I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So the ash
You
from
guys
the
don't know
volcano,
about that?
the majority of it does deposit, but it comes down in a few hours, and then some of it works its way, and then some of it gets caught in the jet stream. Yeah, it spreads out, but for the most part, it deposits. It falls due to whatever you want to call it. But yeah, as far as like something big enough to cover
Eventually,
the world, I ain't buying it, man. To cover the entire world and then just stay up there, I ain't buying that.
And it doesn't stay up there indefinitely. Case in point, it's not there now, but it does stay up there for quite a long time.
Yeah, maybe a day or 2 or 3 even. But you're acting like
What are you basing a day or 2 or 3 off of, other than that's what you think it should
volcanoes,
be?
bro. Volcanic ash. What we see. Actual fucking
Talking about
Dude,
real world
volcanic
stuff.
ash will stay longer than 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, if it spreads and gets
Yeah,
caught
when
in the
that
jet stream,
volcano.
if it gets stuck in the winds, yeah. But for the most part, it settles.
Like I think you're
Yo,
just making this. I think you're just making this claim that it should only be up there a few days because that's what you think it should be, but the evidence suggests otherwise.
No, it's exactly opposite. You need it to stay up there for a year or 2 to block out sunlight, bro. So what you're putting off on me, you're literally claiming that it's doing something that we don't see in nature. We see the ash sitting up there, but we also see it raining down ash. Like, I'm good with all that. Like, it can make a plume, but dude, you're saying that it blocked the sun out for a couple of years, and I don't. I'd like to see a demonstration of something.
You're not going to get a demonstration of a meteor hitting the Earth, but you can model it and simulate it.
Not a couple years. It's not going to be up there that long. But Nidhug, have you heard about when volcanoes go off that it's been observed that a luminary appears in the sky above where the volcano went off?
No, I've never heard of that.
Like
what is it?
Essentially like a new star. Essentially, a new star will essentially it's like almost like the birth of a new star. Like there's a new celestial object emitting light that is basically at like the GP of the volcano, if you were to say that, the ground position directly above it, and it's viewed in the sky for a period of time after a volcano goes off. It's been observed.
Yeah, like it's an explosion so big it causes vibration, possibly like bioluminescence.
What is the name of the observation? Like, what do they call that particular phenomenon?
I'm not aware of any particular phrase for it. You mean like a phrase?
Yeah, like I mean, if you have been made aware of it through whatever means, and I'm sure they ascribed a word to it, like we call the sun appearing in multiple places at certain times of the day at the polar regions. We call those sun dogs. It's a phrase used to describe unusual events. What phrase did they use to describe the appearance of a luminary above a volcanic eruption?
Light. They call it light.
Yeah, like
Okay,
I
well,
said,
that's-
I'm not familiar with any particular term, but it's.
I only ask because I'd like to read about it because I've never heard of that before. So I guess
Just call it swamp gas, bro. And for your model, just call it something crazy like swamp gas.
Do you think you're being helpful, Cletus, right now?
Just saying, you act like just because you can't define a term because it's not discussed about in mainstream a lot that it's not possible. It's not. That's a dishonest stance, man. Everything we say is shooting down.
I never once said it wasn't possible. I just asked if it was ascribed a name so I could look it up.
Fair enough. My bad.
Answer your question. No, I've never heard of it, but I'll look into it because it sounds interesting.
But I was saying swamp gas, like because if they, I was just using that, kind of sarcastic. I didn't mean it to sound quite that sarcastic, but they can't call it a star. So if, let's just say a luminary appears, like or some kind of luminescence around earthquakes or something. But if something that looks like a star happens to appear, they're certainly not going to call it a star. They're going to call it some dumb shit like freaking, like swamp gas. That's why I brought that up. Like they'll say like unidentified object, oh, that was swamp gas. They try and dumb down people's excellent, try and explain it with shit. That's really what I meant. I didn't mean it to sound quite so sarcastic.
That's fine.
They'll never call it a star though, right?
I was looking through, slightly off topic, but I was looking through news feeds yesterday, and there's a TikTok article that talked about a luminous cloud, and I'd never seen pictures taken of them before, but they're actually really, really cool. They look like opalescent clouds, like what's that? What's that? Mother of pearl. They look like mother of pearl clouds in a cloud layer above normal clouds. It's really cool looking.
How about noctoluminescence?
Say that again.
I think they call that like noctoluminescence or something like.
Yeah, I think so.
Noctilucent.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I'd never seen them before, and I saw a picture of it from guy on TikTok over China. They're happening a lot over China right now. I don't know why, but and I was like, hey, that's really freaking cool. I've never seen clouds look like that. If I was someone who had never seen that before, I would be like, wow, that's alien, right? Like
that's because
really cool.
What they tell us is that like the clouds being lit up from the sun not being set, still having the angle to the clouds. But the fact of the matter is it's in one of my videos. I'll try to post, but it ain't letting me post videos still. But it shows you clouds lit up at night. Just it does look strange. But you think about it the way they explain things to us, that it is strange. But if you think about it the way we're trying to get a grasp on things, like with ethereal. Like it's just energy up there reacting with the ions up there, and kind of focused in, and it's lighting up these clouds, even when the sun's on the other side of Earth. Whatever model.
All right. Yeah, I didn't bother looking into the how or the whys of it. I was in awe of the pictures because they were gorgeous. Anyways, that was just a little sidebar. You go back to what you're talking about. I also read, if no one's going to bring up a topic, I also read, Jeremy, you'll love this one. There was an article that came out a few days ago on the science of cat.
Science of what?
Cat, when dropped upside down, rights itself midair. And there's typically no mechanism, like if you drop an object, unless there's some lateral force acting on it, there's nothing to make it right itself. So cats were confusing the shit out of physicists for the longest time because they couldn't figure out how a cat could twist to land on its feet midair no matter what orientation you dropped them from.
Yeah, they just twist their body like a gyro.
Yeah, it's really neat actually. They actually did go into the physics of it. Their spine and their skeleton is so morphable that they actually can cause a counter friction between the upper and lower half of their body, and that twisting creates torque turn. And like no other animal that they talked about at least could do this, and it's really cool.
Yeah, marsupials in general are pretty good at that. They're marsupials.
That sounds pretty cruel. Dropping a cat upside down, even if it rights itself, it doesn't sound right.
It's not really that crazy, man. It's crazy according to physics.
It was a study. It was an article because they mentioned that cats can literally survive a fall from any height because the terminal velocity that their body reaches based off of their mass is reached at like 7 or 8 feet, and it's a survivable speed because their skeleton can compress so much and they can always right themselves no matter what orientation they fall from. So whether they fall from 8 stories or 800 stories, it's the same force of impact when they reach to the bottom. So cats can literally survive any fall from any height.
Jump out of an airplane and just randomly land on the ground, no problem, dust himself off.
Like,
did you see that raccoon fall for that building and just fucking walk off, dude? They fucking animals are different.
Squirrels can do that. Like they float. They got flying squirrels, and I think a squirrel is like a cat. If you dropped it upside down, it would probably right itself. They're really agile.
Yeah, squirrels have their own really cool thing. Mark Rober did a neat squirrel video or two because they kept eating his bird seed.
I watched those. Those were actually pretty. They were kind of cute, like the little squirrels. That was fun the way he did that. That guy is he's definitely like a NASA Beyond fanboy. He like claimed that he worked for NASA and he's like all into it, totally sold to the heliocentric thing. He's all bought into that stuff. And he does kind of push for that stuff or whatever. But some of his videos are also pretty darn good, and he does have some cool information in there and like some cool little gadgets that he makes and stuff. The guy's so clearly funded. He's got this huge channel. He's all connected in with NASA. Who knows?
Oh yeah, he was an engineer for them, so yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of in the family, if you know what I mean. I mean, he's just like instantly propped up. He's got millions of subs on YouTube. It's all this kind of mainstream programming stuff. But he also does put out some pretty entertaining stuff.
Man, an owl killed my cat today, man. I'm thinking it's an owl because it's like the time of season where we hear them everywhere out around us. Like I just heard some about an hour ago, but it's got like talon looking marks on it, and we're guessing it was an owl. But it was the same cat I was explaining the other day where I thought it killed itself running into a damn wall, like it was going crazy. We think it because it ate one of them big ass grasshopper things. Where that's what my wife thinks it was, and that's a good idea as any. But it recovered from that, and it's a pretty hardy little cat. It ain't quite full grown, but it's almost like an adolescent cat, and they're pretty tough. But But I guess, man, we see talon marks on this cat. So there's blood, and we don't know if it picked it up and dropped it or what. But it's dead, man. Shame.
All right. Sorry to hear that. Was it like a pet cat?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really give, I'm not like emotionally attached to it. I appreciate the sentiment, but I heartbroken about it, but it does kind of suck, your cat, even if it's more for the wife and all that. So it's like the way it went, it sucks. But we have it's just, you call it a pet, to me it's just more of a nuisance, dude. But still, now that it's dead, it's kind of sad, man.
Yeah, I just wondered if it was like an outdoor one that was just kind of hung around, or whether it was like actually, you guys.
Yeah, we give them free reign out, and they kind of come and go. They'll catch their opportunity to come back in when one of us open the door. They're in and out cats. We just give them free reign. So I guess he had a good life while it lasted, man. But it's crazy, man. I'm gonna have to watch out for the other cats, man. It's crazy. An owl, dude. We seen an owl a long time ago actually grab a kitten, but it was small, and picked it up and started to fly off with it. Dropped it like about 5 houses down. But this was like a smaller kitten. But these owls, they can pick up a cat, like it's their business, man. So that's why we think that's what it was.
Could have been how about like an eagle or some other like bird? Like
Yeah,
we do have hawks.
Yeah, because they'll try to grab them, take them up to high altitude, and then drop them so they die, and then they'll go down and peck out the organs. Isn't that crazy that they do that? They'll pick up a rodent, take it. They're so evil. They'll fly it up to a high altitude and drop it so it falls all the way down and then dies, and then they'll go down and peck out its organs. That's so hardcore.
I'd rather
their talons are super strong though. Like
pecked alive.
They can break bones with their claws, man. I mean, not every bone, but I mean, they got some incredible freaking grip power. Like you wouldn't believe the power in their talons, man. You look at the pressure. It's like almost call bullshit that eagles and such can squeeze that hard. It's crazy, dude. It's like hundreds of pounds of freaking force in their freaking talons.
Have you seen the one that picks up a child?
Oh God, I hate thinking about that. That's
and you hear the parents screaming. They're like, "No!" It did pick it up. It picked up the child like a toddler, and it actually carried it. It was like a huge owl, I believe.
Was it okay at the end? Please tell a good story here.
Yes, yeah. The owl dropped it, and then the baby was fine.
Because I come from Globe Earth territory. I need a happy ending every single time. Everything needs to be wrapped up with a bow. Okay, I crave the comfort of certainty. Therefore, this has to have a happy ending.
That's funny.
Yep. After a long day of being in the trenches, the baby was saved.
Okay, good.
But it was scary to hear the.
Was that a fake
yelling.
vid though?
Well, there's that question. It was
I've seen a couple of fucking CGI ones that were a little questionable.
Maybe, yeah.
Also,
it's possible though, man. And the physics of it is possible. If you look at a little toddler, 2 years old, or like compare the weight comparable to like these goats and shit, these mountain goats that these freaking eagles lift up, man. It's unbelievable, man. I think they have the benefit of like the angle of the mountain. I'm not sure they could just fly straight up with some of these bigger animals, but they got. I mean, it's surprising though the power they have. What kind of weight they could fly with is unbelievable on short bursts. But we got alligators around here, man, and there have been alligator attacks where they've got children and shit, man. I was golfing with a buddy of mine, and he was squatting down near the lake, and this is a few years back. He's squatting down near the lake to size up his little chip shot. He's gonna try and like chip putt it, and it was a little par 3 right next to a lake, and so he's squatting down and he gets up and walks up the hill, to do the putt, the little chip putt, and this alligator comes bursting out of the water, dude. I'm talking about fast. And when I tell you fast, like I've heard it, but now I can confirm it. You're not gonna outrun the fuckers head on. Like, you better turn because this thing literally come bursting out the water full speed, and it was small. This alligator from head to tail was only about 4 foot, so it wasn't that big, but it had its mouth wide open. And it stopped right when it got to my buddy Jeff, and he's got these little bird legs, and he wears no sock, right? So he's got these white ass little chicken legs, and with with no socks on. And I'm thinking this alligator seen him and thought he was prey next to the water with his little chicken legs. But then when it come bursting out the water, it came right up to him, and he's facing the other direction, right? And we haven't even teed off yet. We're about 120, 150 yards away. And we're watching this alligator come bursting out of the water with its mouth wide open, trying to look as big as possible, like, and it stops. And we're like, turn around. I didn't even know what to say. I was just like, and I'm like pointing and just like, and I'm like, turn around, dude. And he covers his head like somebody might have fired a shot and is about to hit him in the head. But then he turns around and he covers his head, and then he kind of walks off a little bit, then he turns around and sees it and jumps, and this alligator's just sitting there with its mouth wide open trying to look like as big as possible. And we had to go and intimidate it, go back in the water, but it was the craziest thing, dude. Them fuckers are fast, and they'll attack.
Yeah, they can go, I think, 35 miles an hour in like 40 or 50-yard bursts. It's crazy. They have a wildlife conservatory down here in Florida where they show you how fast animals can go in short bursts, and obviously like cheetahs are fast and whatnot. But they have it was a little course you do, and they say, okay, run as fast as you can. So they time how fast you run, and then they take that time and they show you what you compare to with like every other animal. And like, you don't outrun bears, you don't outrun alligators, you outrun like literally nothing as a human. It's really kind of eye opening.
They could jump too, dude. They my wife's brother, this is a short story, told us about this gator who come running up, man, and jumped in up over the tailgate, dude, in the back of the truck, and they had to jump out of the truck, and they eventually got it. But that's crazy because this tailgate's a few foot off the ground,
Yeah, that would be scary. All right, guys, take it easy. See you tomorrow.
Take it easy, man. But by the time that alligator got up to my buddy, and it stopped, because obviously it's like, this thing ain't prey. This thing's bigger than me. And it just froze. And it, like I said, it just tried to appear as big as possible. It had its mouth, it looked like as wide open as it could. And, in hindsight, that alligator could have wound up being lunch in nature. If we were dependent on hunting for food, it would have just committed suicide, basically. But it didn't know that. Like, it just seen my buddy squatting down next to the edge of the water, where these cranes do sometimes, and then about his little chicken legs, I told you had chicken legs, bro. With your damn little ass ankles. Even the alligator would agree with me. I brought that up earlier, though. If anybody, is listening, if anybody wants to just think about it, just something to think about. Like, if you think about the star, like I was saying earlier, if you put it on Earth, it would be unbelievably big. Think of 30 miles. Think of getting in your car right now and driving 30 miles, or think of a place near you that's 30 miles away. That is big, dude. I mean, in their world, that would be like tiny and laughable. Like, that's funny. Like a sun or something being 50 miles wide or something. But think of driving 50 miles, or think of Mount Everest. Like, if the sun to me, that's massive, dude. That is something huge, like comparable to, you know, not even mountains, dude. It just dwarf freaking the biggest mountains in the world. So, I think that's, I don't know, a little more legitimate and still massive and impressive in size, man. And probably still being able to be seen from you know, thousands of miles away, possibly. But the motion of them is basically what would cause the magnetic field. You know, they're kind of self-sustaining. So the orbit of the heavenly body, you know, it kind of be self-sustaining. So it would create the magnetic field and kind of be sustained by them at the same time. It would be like a system that could be a creator could create. You know, that falls in line with natural mechanics of things. And then maybe the planets are just there. Maybe it's a long lasting system where if things do get out of balance, there's different balancers out there, you know, like where it just naturally draws something in. If shit gets too out of balance, and then a certain planet can be attracted and start interacting, and maybe it might just interact through you know, sparking, for lack of better words, but basically interacting electromagnetically with plasma, helping balance shit out. And then sometimes maybe if it's bad enough, they might come crashing down. But what else did they mean in the Bible, like in other histories where like the stars like rain on Earth or something? Like, think of it in their paradigm. I mean, if a star couldn't fall on Earth because the Earth, it would be a speck compared to a star. You know, not even a speck. It'd be almost microscopic in comparison to the size of some of these stars, the way they describe them. But if in reality, you know, they are just crazy big, 50 miles, 30 miles, even 10 miles, still bigger than a fucking mountain, it would, to me, make more sense, man. It's just fun to think about sometimes. Possibilities. Something's causing shit happen on Earth, man. I don't think it's all due to people. We have a major influence, but the survivors, people with the knowledge of this, and the families with the knowledge of these things would have a massive advantage. They would be the families that rule the world. The only way they could ruin that is by letting this information out, and they'd have to hide these things, like to throw off their sin, gravity, and being a ball, and instead of it being a local system, you know, being in a universe. I mean, it's just.
Oh, did you hear like what do you call it? There was like a circuit court ruling about about like Facebook and stuff not being able to like, you know, they've like made a ruling that, like, I know it's off topic, but they made a ruling that it's a violation of freedom of speech to like censor people.
That's excellent, man. That's good news, right?
Yeah, pretty good news actually, especially for
Where does it what separates censoring people from spreading misinformation?
Well, the point is that that's for the listener to decide. So
is it though?
Well,
yes, it is. It is, because everybody's different.
The good part.
Yeah, otherwise you're controlling the information.
Right, like.
But sometimes you have to protect people from themselves.
Well, no, I mean, just like you know about like Sam Harris, like, you know, Sam
No
Harris.
idea.
He's
No.
like the dude. Like, for instance, he's like the dude who came out and he was like, you know, even if Hunter Biden had like dead kids in his basement, like it was better that the laptop that he had was shelved by the FBI so that we didn't have Donald Trump. And he thought it was more of a, like, you know, he felt that it was better to hide the crimes of Hunter Biden to save our nation from having Donald Trump as president.
Right. When
So,
they
like,
say
you know,
protecting
the point is,
sorry.
like, you know, you could say like that it was Russian disinformation, right? But the idea is that the suppression of that information did not allow other people to decide for themselves. Therefore, when you say it's like spreading misinformation, like, are you talking about like Russian misinformation? You know what I mean? Like, where do you draw the line? You know what I mean? So,
It
like, if
doesn't
you're going
matter
to
if something is
censor,
that important. If something's that important, then they could come out and claim it's and call it bullshit. Look, if it's that important, they could come out and say, "Look, there
hold
is
on
no
one
laptop."
second, though.
I'm agreeing
Yeah,
with you,
well,
though.
you and I have the same opinion, maybe, but the gentleman disagrees. That's what I'm getting at, right? Extremist, is that right?
That was me.
Yeah, you were saying like you feel as though it's okay for these companies to um, to censor people.
Well,
He says they're helping people,
Just
protecting them
let him say
themselves.
it. How about that? Let him say it.
I didn't necessarily, I'm not necessarily advocating for it. It's more of like I'm playing devil's advocate in that, A, where do you draw the line? And B, how do you prevent the spread of misinformation without censoring?
Well, you would bring the counter argument, just like the reason why flat Earth is winning is because the ball Earth has made such, like, instead of making their piss poor arguments, they've just censored flat earthers. So, like, because their argument, like, if their arguments were so good, they wouldn't need to censor the opposition. Like, if your argument is better, then you don't want to censor the opposition. You want to expose them. And, like, by censoring people, you don't allow for the exposing to happen. Therefore, people remain ignorant. That's why it's like a tenet to have freedom of speech in a society that wants to remain sane. And what's cool is that with this ruling today, they have actually said that the previous courts have ruled incorrectly and everything needs to be addressed again, which is pretty fucking interesting because I think everyone should sue the fucking living shit out of all these companies. Especially like regarding like even like the topics of like flat earth and stuff, just because it's like, why are you censoring? Why are you like, what gives you the authority to like deem what people want to like talk about? Like wet ass pussy from fucking Cardi B's okay, but I can't talk about like the ether.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like nobody knows what the whole damn world exactly is. I mean, look, we have a good map. There's a good model, but if there was proof, then we
It's
wouldn't be
okay.
here
We
right
don't need
now.
to elaborate. It's just so cool that like, you know what I mean? They would actually like have to deal with it. And that there would actually be legal precedent which would allow people to sue these fucking dipshits.
What
And
that
all
guy
these
just said, though, he said
fascist
protect
fucks.
people from themselves. Like that's how they think about us. People with a lot of money, they think it's a sickness. I think where they think they're responsible. When they start getting older, they start feeling responsible for people, and they get a God complex. I think they call it, and so they think that they're protecting us from ourselves, which is goddamn ridiculous. That's an insult. Like misinformation is still information, whether it's true or false. And if the person given this misinformation, if can be proven wrong, they lose credibility. So if
Well,
it's
people see
somebody,
like,
hold on, almost done. So if it's somebody that
oh
has
my
a
god,
huge platform, if it's somebody who has a huge platform and can reach enough people, and then they can be discredited, then they've just lost their fucking everything else they say is crap from now on.
well, it's like a socialist, like cult, fucking fascist, historic thing that these people have done throughout history. And like, that's why so many of us were like, or even any of us like flat earthers, like, hey, wait a minute, the censorship is what gives you guys, like, the censorship is what makes them lose right away, because those of us who saw it for the fascism that it is, we're like, hey, this is fascism. Now it's only gonna, it's taken a couple of years, but society's coming around to be like, wait a minute, that's fascism. You know what I mean? It's like there's only going to be more people coming around to it, like to realize like, hey, this censorship, because like in societies, like, and especially America, like in Americana, everyone's always known. Like there's an old adage of like, I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight for your right to say it, right? And
Yeah.
that's
So
like,
Issa, what?
that's the epitome of Americanism to me. Anyway, what's up?
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to ask what you thought, like in terms of having like governance around, let's say, behavior or conduct. Things like drunk driving or murder or all the whole spectrum. From major to minor. How do you think that plays into all of this? Like, because on the one hand, like censoring someone's free speech or saying you can't talk about this or that, I definitely agree with what you're saying there. Like, it becomes totalitarian and so on. But how does that compare to sort of like governing or even in a sense controlling, not really controlling, but like, yeah, I guess governing in a sense, people's conduct? How does like, is that different than,
Oh
in what
no,
way is that
I
different than
hold a
sort of
no,
censorship? Yeah, how does
I
that?
hold a strict law and order policy myself. Like if somebody's around me and they act inappropriate, like I'm very sensitive. So like I'll reprimand the shit out of somebody for being inappropriate or out of line, as I might call it. You know what I mean? Because especially if it's in like my home, and like, or whatever, or if it's in my fucking presence, like, you know what I mean? There's certain behavior you don't tolerate because there's like a kingly way of existing. Now there's certain things, just because you have the right to say something doesn't mean you should say it, right? That's what distinguishes men from fucking beasts. But like at the same time, like, you don't have the right to, like, it's like I have the, like, let's say it's like if I go, like, if I make a newspaper and I'm talking about what I want to talk about, it's like, nobody should be allowed to necessarily stop you from writing your newspaper. They can't force, I can't force you to read it. Do you know what I mean? But you can't stop me from making my newspaper, especially if it's like, acceptable. You know what I mean? If it's not like, and I don't mean like acceptable, like, I mean, I don't know if it's like, you're talking about ideas mostly. So like, I just think like, you can't shadow ban people off of these platforms like they've done. And
Right.
just stifle the conversation. And this is what's interesting with the ruling is that it's ordered, it's put into the play that like, these are not newspapers. I should get the little, I'll get you I'll post the little link or the little caption that I got.
By them calling it misinformation puts it in a box. Like that's horse shit on its face, just saying, because then anything they don't believe, they can call misinformation. So they might have as well have been specific. I thought in court they had to be specific. Like they should have said that, what are you doing against flat earth? Because she answered it, flat earth. Just saying misinformation, that is, it's dishonest on its face because all that means is whatever they consider bad information.
I put the ruling there. If someone could read it, actually, I have to use the restroom real quick, but if someone could read it, please.
Is somebody gonna read that or?
So
go ahead and read that. Yeah,
I wasn't going to read it, but specific to the whole freedom of speech idea, what's his name is going through a trial. He was just found guilty a second time for the whole Sandy whatever thing hoax, the school shooting.
Who, Alex Jones?
Yeah. So I mean, there are obviously limits to the freedom of speech. Is my point.
Well, that's something. I mean, fair enough, but I think he also like, there was there's people that I think were directly affected by what he did, and he called out names and called out people. I think, but I really don't know his case. But also, he's got an attorney, and an attorney is just gonna like all they do is fight for you and argue, so you can't win it in that kind of a case. But this is more on the merits of the constitutionality of like censorship. So like, you know, Alex Jones, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, he probably made millions, you know what I mean? So that's why they're going after him, because it's civil too, right? It's not criminal.
And that,
right?
yeah, you're right. And that kind of goes to the very heart of what you're arguing is, does he have the right to say those things?
Yeah, I mean, technically, he could get his case. Maybe he could use this precedent to show cause why the, you know, why the people going against him have no case.
Yeah,
You know what
and
I mean?
also let me ask Issa. Issa, can Owen Benjamin? Does that mean that like Owen Benjamin can come back on Facebook? I mean, on YouTube and things like that? Or what does that mean? Can you read that
Well,
afterwards? By any chance?
I think it means that they need to just. I mean, I'm not for lawyering up, but I think if they understood what to do, they could sue these companies. You know what I mean? Because and then you could throw that precedent in your mix. But really, it's I think there's ways. I've always thought there's ways to sue these companies for what they're doing. It's just a matter of like, you know, how important is it to somebody who wants to go sue them? You know. But I think it's interesting that like, you know, the courts are coming around to realize like, hey, wait a minute, you guys can't do that. Which I think is kind of cool because like it's like all these people have been ensnared in like a trap. You know what I mean? By their fascism, it's brought them. It's going to bring them to their knees, which is kind of cool. You know what I mean?
It's very important, man. It's very important that this happen, man. This
Well, I mean, I
gives
look at it
hope
like,
to
the
our
thing
future, right?
The thing is, well, the thing is, I think what's interesting, and I've always kind of taken note of like the old school, like, you know, the old school battle of like people who hated flat Earth were like, hey, dickhead, you guys are over here arguing about the shape of the Earth, and there's all this other shit going on in the world. Now, that's a good argument because what I've noticed is you got a bunch of people arguing about sunsets while they, you know, they've got to wear a mask and go like, you know, can't leave 5 kilometers from their house. You know what I mean? And just fully accepting that. You know what I mean? Or just fully like breezing past the subject. Like, you know, it's like some of these topics haven't been addressed properly, I think, because people have been so immersed in fucking, you know, the
Yeah,
sun.
once you open your mind to flat Earth, though, all the other bullshit is just kind of obvious, right? It's called waking up for a reason. I
Right,
think.
but then,
Like,
but
I
it's
don't
also
think
like,
any flat earthers are going to go around wearing masks unless
it's
we
also,
absolutely have to.
it's also like Terrence McKenna said when he said, like, you know, like once you get the message, put down the phone. You know what I mean? So it's like once you get like flat Earth and shit like that, and like you've sussed it to no end for yourself, it's like it's kind of like passe. It's like to me, flat Earth is so 2016. You know what I mean? I'm over it. Like I have no, you know what I mean? It's boring. Like we're fucking living in like these apocalyptic
I know, but
times.
there's so many people who haven't woke up, bro. There's so many people
Yeah, I don't.
who
Well,
haven't
it's
even
not. Is
heard
it
of flat Earth.
right? I just wonder, like, is it your job to wake them up? How's
No,
that
it
going?
ain't my job. But hell, don't you think?
You know what I mean?
Don't you appreciate being woke up though? Don't you think
Well,
it
I mean,
changed
no,
your life?
right? But didn't you wake yourself up?
Yeah, but if nobody hears about it, if we don't spread the you know the gift of waking up, you know that we were taught just to question things, period, just in how big the lie could possibly be, even if they figured out the world's a pyramid. I'm just saying that just the fact of waking up goes way beyond the flat Earth, and
Oh
what
no,
we're
I get it.
pointing out the deception and how far it can run, and just people, even if you don't call it a lie, just what people think is not always true. It just wakes you
Well,
up
see,
on a
you know
bigger
what,
scale,
Robert?
right?
I mean, I agree, but I'm also like I'm pro globe. You know what I mean? I'm pro globe because it's like, you know, the masses need the opium. You know what I mean? Like they need this shit, and it keeps them out of our hair. It's great for them. It's great. It's perfect. We don't need to wake up everybody. You know what I mean? Like, nor do they want to be woken up. You know what I mean? Nor do they just hate you if you try. So it's like this is what I mean. It's like it's just that's why it's interesting when you get like court rulings and shit like this in our favor. You know what I mean? Because these are substantive. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I just think people who are going to come to flat Earth are going to come to flat Earth anyway. You know.
But this is speaking to the people who haven't had the opportunity yet. But it almost sounds like you're saying you're trying to protect people from themselves a little bit. I said no offense.
Oh, I don't give a shit. I definitely am trying to protect people from themselves because a little bit of knowledge, is very dangerous. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden you think you start learning about law, and then you're gonna go like get rid of your U.S. citizen. It's like whoa, like slow down. Like same thing with the globe. I think you know what I mean. Like it can fuck people up in a certain way. There's a lot of people who don't even have like mental clarity or anything to go through the whole clusterfuck of flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? And I think like and if they're gonna get through it, they're gonna get it. They're gonna find it. I mean, shoot, I used to always feel like flat earthers needed a place to have a soft landing. There wasn't enough places. That's why I like a room like this. That's why I like.
When did you go back? When did you go back to the?
What is it?
When did you go back to the globe?
Oh, I didn't go back to the globe. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I'm of the opinion, like, you need the globe just like you need Santa Claus in order for younger people to exercise their muscle of discernment. So, like, who am I to deprive somebody of that moment when they realize, holy shit, I'm not fucking.
Like, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like for the weak-minded masses.
Well, no, it's not the weak-minded. If you get rid of the globe,
it kind of is.
No, let me explain. If you get rid of the globe and you get rid of Santa Claus, then you will have weak-minded fucking people. Because you won't have any of us who fucking like fought against it to some degree and like found our way out. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't have that because everyone would just know. Oh, we just know what it is. And then the problem with that is you wind up with a flat Earth government, which becomes a monarchy.
Yeah, no. That's exactly wrong. You've seen it try to become a monarchy, and it's got immediately stomped on every attempt. It can't be a monarchy. I mean is like, it's everything it stands for is against the monarchy. Flat Earth
okay, let's
never
just say,
become a monarchy.
Let's say like, QE becomes president of the flat Earth, right? Like all I'm trying to say is like, like tyrants are tyrants regardless, right? So like, but the interesting thing with the globe everything is that you have a secular society that says you can believe whatever you want to believe, which is a lot better than living in some kind of like religious society that can burn you at the stake for not believing the whatever religion. And the problem with like a flat earth is it drives people to religion. The problem then is that they want to all of a sudden get political and change and save the world. So you have like the most inept fucking retarded people. That's why anytime you meet anyone who says, I want to go change the world, chances are their life is shit. Because you realize like you can only change yourself. It's only like naivety that would make you think you're going to go change the world. There's nothing wrong with that because it takes that kind of energy to a certain degree. But I think when those people with their naivety get into power, they become very dangerous. And then when it becomes religious and like everyone starts thinking that we live under a fucking snow globe and there's a sky daddy and all that psychological thing steps in, then you're dealing with something that's almost like just like, the dark ages where everyone's going to, I mean? Like if you don't fucking believe what the church believes, you go to hell. I just think it's a little whatever. But what's interesting is that in our system now, you do have a secular system that allows you to be a flat earther, allows me to be a flat earther. And what's cool with court rulings like this is that, the system is justifying our right to think differently. Because I mean, like, and the best argument I come up with is like, by what authority would you tell me what I can or cannot think? Especially in a society that allows people to cut their genitalia off and make me call them other names when I'm just making a decision in my mind. You're going to tell me I can't do that? Like, that's so fucking un-American. You fascist scumbag fuck. And what's cool is with a court ruling like that, people can sue these fucking fascists. Because you have a right to be a flat earther. You know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, man. I see what you're saying. I don't want it to become like anything extreme, man. But in my mind, that's kind of what it stands for, man. And I think it'll police itself, like all the monarchy with QE and it'll police itself, man. It'll never work because the idea of flat Earth goes against all the
Well, I mean, you know, they have
of ideas, you know, so they won't prevail.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it's like, you know, it sucks because I'm just saying, like, people have tyrant tendencies.
I was literally a big fan of Nathan and QE, and I literally haven't watched them.
I'm still a fan. I like them both.
I was, but I mean, I still root for them against certain topics, but I no longer watch really their streams since a couple weeks ago when they tried suppressing ideas and insulting other like-minded people. Man, it was eye-opening, and I think you're doing a good job of elaborating on it.
Well, I think, like, how many times can you, like, I mean, seriously, how many times can anyone debate this subject wholeheartedly, seriously? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, ugh.
People can,
especially with the same people.
The subject itself is about, you know, the philosophic roots of everything, and how the world works, and that's what we're questioning. It's part of questioning everything, and so there's no certain things you can question, and certain things you can't, dude. It's all about questioning everything, and that's what's going to prevail.
But I think there's a difference, Issa, in my mind, between somebody who's trying to like push an idea onto someone else, you know, like this, you know, I know best or I know everything, so I'm going to push this idea, you know, in that sense about, let's say, what the Earth is or whatever it may be, which I think the term flat Earth, there is plenty of that, like almost like it's like in some circles, in some cases, it's like a cult, and it's, you know, ridicule everyone who denies it, and there's all the tactics and the, you know, the way that is gone about, like that whole energy versus more like an actual exploration or discussion, or like sitting by the bonfire and be like, what do you think this place is? What do you think about the stars? You know, this, that. And then that could be taken to, you know, doing experiments or tests, more like in a way of like the wonder of what the universe is, what the Earth is, the cosmos, whatever word we want to use, in that sense, where it's more like sitting by the fire, you know, smoking a J and actually like looking up at the stars and trying to, you know, just ponder upon truth and philosophy and everything involved within truth and what the Earth is, and then having others share that
how
with.
would you? Here's the thing, though, Gio. It's like, if I'm sitting there, and you and I are sitting there smoking a joint, talking about like how wild it is, how bright Jupiter is, whatever it may be, you know what I mean? How interesting and awesome it may be. And some fucking Star Wars geek normie walks in with his bush light and fucking says, you know, I just like, the conversation's over. The vibe.
Yeah, but no, it goes beyond that though. It's more like this, bro. Like if somebody calls something a debate, and then has the philosophy of just shutting down the other side. That's what I'm against. Is you can't you call something a debate channel and then just shut down the other side. That's what they did. That's what they're trying to do to us. And luckily the courts ruled against it, but they're just trying to shut down the information itself and let other people decide. It's not going to go against everybody's beliefs. It's a philosophy. And to shut it down is horseshit on its face. To shut down the opposing argument, and then you call it a debate. That's a joke,
right? And that's why I mean, if you see, and that's why it's like insanity is doing the same shit and expecting different results. It's like, I mean, yeah, and I just think like that's why the debate is essentially for yourself. You know what I mean? And like to suss out your own arguments and like consider these ideas that are fucking profound. And I think like, but then like, you know, once you, I mean, you kind of come to an open-ended conclusion. I think if you're rational, you know what I mean. You're like, this is what I believe, but I'm going to have an open window regarding the other side. That's, you know what I mean. Whatever the percentage is.
I agree with that 100%.
You know what I mean. But then there's like, you know, like carrying on the. Like, there's no reason when you come to that position, you're no longer going to carry on the whatever. Like, I mean, for us, I mean, it's kind of like, I think it's like a tribe of interesting people. That's why I stay tuned, because it's like, you know, it's just a tribe of interesting fucking people. You know, the shape of the earth is kind of secondary to me now. But you know, I'm kind of in it in the sense that I like to see, you know what I mean? I like our tribe. But you know, with like the, you know, noobs and normies and shit, it's like, I mean, it's fun to like play the game and like try to entice them to think. And you know, but I think like you can already tell who's like along the way thinking for themselves, and you can tell who's, you know, either retarded or possibly a government shill. You know what I mean? Like, you could just, these things just, you know, become apparent.
Yeah, you're right. You can identify pretty quick what
But also
type of
too, I
person
also
you're dealing with.
real quick, I don't want to belittle the people who really like, because some people, it's like, this is something that's tripped me out before. It's like the idea, like, I'm of the opinion that science doesn't prove things, right? So like, the idea is like, if I'm looking at a fucking boat over on a fucking, you know, on the ocean, and I don't see any curvature, you know, who am I to tell the next man standing next to me that he doesn't, you know, see curvature or doesn't whatever? And that's kind of tripped me out lately. Like the idea of like, wait a minute, you know, I mean, I believe that there's an objective reality. I don't think that that motherfucker's seeing any curvature. But in a certain sense, like, who the fuck am I to say what his eyes see? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be the ultimate trick of God? It's like some people see it and some people experience curvature and some people don't.
That's funny, dude. That's
You
why
know
I
what
say sometimes, like, God has he must have a good sense of humor to put this debate and so on such an even playing field. So I don't knock anybody for believing there's a globe. There's a lot of evidence supporting it, and there's a lot of evidence supporting flat Earth. If I'm gonna be honest, it's just a model. And but for people who go push, and I'm fighting against the people who push and knock down flat Earth like it's stupid and ridiculed, laughed at. Like, I'm supporting the belief that yeah, we're free to think whatever we want. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, even shoot, when I used to do my thing, Flat Earth Court, you know, and I always made a point to let the ballers in, or, you know, if someone was being talked about, you know, we'd hit them up and be like, come in and defend yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for it. But like,
And that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to
like,
say too. He's real quick. Sorry, but I wanted to say I agree with you that science ultimately doesn't prove anything. Like, it can prove aspects of certain things, like certain causes of certain effects. But there are I agree with you. There are always unknown variables, and I ain't talking about water boiling or some stupid fucking in the box argument. I'm talking even with water boiling. Like, you could take a torch and fire it at fucking water for as long as you want, and that water is never going to boil. You have to heat something else up. You have to put the water in something. So even if I want to get technical, but that's what reality is. Like, Mother Nature doesn't like to be pinned down with no one variable, and so you can prove variables. I'll say that, but as far as proving something and specific, besides the absolute basics, beyond that, yeah, I don't think science can really prove things. I think everything past that is philosophy. So I wanted to agree with you on that.
yeah, I just think we get, you know, we have evidence. You know, we have evidence that leads one to believe X, Y, and Z. But I think also too, I take like flat Earth. It's like, you know, when the penny drops regarding flat Earth for flat Earthers, you know, if anyone else doesn't get it, it's like, probably chances are we shouldn't even hang out, dude. Fuck off. I don't even want to hang out with you, man. I just personally, like, you know what I mean? I got enough friends that are ballers. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, but if you're vibing and chilling and everyone's good, I mean, that's what's cool.
Yeah,
That's
in the
what
real world, like, you don't have many people acting like the anti-flat earthers do. Like, they might go on believing the Earth's a globe and stuff, but most people in real life, when you mention it, you know, their knee-jerk reaction is to doubt it. But then it gets their mind thinking and stuff, and the result of that is sometimes flat earthers and then sometimes anti-flat earthers. But for the most part, it's just people just don't give a shit and carry on about their life. To be honest, it's the majority of people really don't give a shit.
Well, that's why I throw that in the baller's face, because I'm like, look at your society. Look at the society that you've created since we went to the moon, allegedly. Your society is fucking illiterate, can't get taught cursive. There's a bunch of drunks on fucking Monster Energy drinks and fucking Adderall. This is your society. Well done. Those are your people. That's your dude at the gas station who can't tie his shoes, can't fucking, change his tire, can't fucking put oil on. You know what I mean? Those are your people. The NASA, space oriented, all that philosophy and all that postmodernism bullshit. Like you created Monster Energy drinking people who don't give a fuck.
They take the brightest minds and they put them behind telescopes and calculators, and they take the smartest people instead of having them work on reality and what could fix. They take those machine heads and they have them looking up into space, bro. What do you mean, dude? They steal everybody's brains, bro, and put it into outer space, dude. Every one of them, dude. All these machine heads.
How about this? Go ask somebody what the 9 planets are. They don't know, dude.
That's why I said I'm telling you they're taking the best and brightest.
It's not like right, dude. But this is like average people. This is the society that they created.
There are only 8.
Right, but I'm not talking about the average people.
Enough.
I'm saying they're taking the best and brightest.
If you're Neil
and
deGrasse
putting them behind telescopes.
boy, there's only 8.
It's only 8.
Have you ever heard about the subconscious levels of that shit with removing Pluto? And how by removing Pluto, Pluto was this in astrology rather.
Right, the average people don't care about that either, bro. That's why I'm talking.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pluto represented this, if I'm not mistaken, this dark subconscious truth, you know what I mean? It's a destroyer of all lies and shit like that. Pluto was the representative of so these fucking cucks have tried to remove Pluto from the thing because they can't face the judgment that astrological Pluto symbolizes.
Ain't that what Pluto was the judge of the general?
Bacon, you ever heard of that? Is that you, Bacon? Forgive me, man.
Say it again?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that theory or any of that?
No, astrology stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know anything about astrology stuff.
I'm not for astrology. I wish astrology kept up with astronomy so it might have any kind of legitimacy. But the theory of Pluto represents this subconscious thing. So by removing Pluto as a planet, it kind of takes away this subconscious element of judgment. There was an archetype associated with Pluto. You know what I mean? So this is what I mean about when normies come into the fucking conversation. Forgive me. But it's fucking so there's I don't know if you're familiar with, I don't even want to break it down. I'm done almost. But the idea is there's archetypes associated with the planets, etc. And Pluto was one of the judgment bringers. So these cucks have gotten rid of it because they can't face the judgment. But Bacon,
you think anybody who believes that? Who believes that? Average people don't care about Pluto, bro. What I was talking about is the best and brightest, bro.
Holy
That's why
shit,
you kind of
you're all normies.
No, you might agree with me. Hold on.
Fucking done.
Listen, bro, you might agree with me, man. Just hear me out. You were right about the average people, man. They don't give a shit about that. And they really don't give a shit about Pluto. But I'm talking about the best and brightest, all the machine heads and the mathematicians and all that, instead of having them work on technologies and government ways to make things better and shit, they entrap their brains into a fantasy that may or probably doesn't even exist, like light years and all these stars and fucking measurements and
working technology.
You know what I'm saying?
People, it's not that there's someone choosing whether or not you're going to work with software developing or with astronomy. If you want to do computer engineering or if you want to do astrophysics, that's up to you. And there's a lot of bright minds
in social engineering as well.
I just think it's interesting that the same society, like, you know, the society that landed on the moon has produced the most brain dead fucking society that we could ever imagine. Like all the people who work,
I agree.
all the people who are brain dead, who work at like, need to be told like they can't write in cursive, like that's your team, Bacon. Your team is fucking retarded and destroying the earth and ruining everything good.
Dude, what's even funny is NASA tried to come
I'm
out
not.
and tell us the truth, man. Like NASA come out and said we can't leave low Earth orbit. You know, they made a big campaign and Buzz came out saying, you know, we didn't go to the moon. And in other words, you know, he left a little bit of
First off, Buzz
ambiguity.
Aldrin
But
did not say that
even the
nobody went. Did
no,
Buzz
yeah,
Aldrin
like I
didn't
said, it
come
was
out and
ambiguous.
say
It was
Buzz
ambiguous.
Buzz Aldrin has never come out and denied the moon landing for one.
No, but he said because we didn't go there. He said
Yeah, he didn't
like
mean
I
it
said,
that way though. I saw that.
that's not my point, though, bro. It's not my
Right.
point, bro. My point
But my
is,
point is that it's a
you'll,
bad look trying to make that claim.
how you gonna know my point if you don't let me say it?
What is it?
My point is that NASA did everything to tune people into reality. Like, did they come out with the Orion thing and the guy saying we destroyed the technology and we can't leave low Earth orbit. Even the president of the United States, you know, said we can't leave low Earth orbit. They come out and tried telling the truth. They showed the Neil Armstrong thing where he's telling, you know, there's things to be discovered if you get behind truth's protective layers, all these things, and the anti-flat earthers wouldn't accept the truth. That's what is funny to me. Like they tried even admitting where we are stuck, and the fact we could just go above the earth a couple hundred miles or something, and anti-flat earthers wouldn't accept it. It's funny. It's like they won't even allow the truth, even when all the old people are dead and no longer part of NASA. So there's a new generation of being honest and saying where we stand and what they're really trying to do. And the people deny the truth, like anti-flat earthers just deny the truth right in front of their face, whether it comes from the president or freaking.
Well, what they did was they just
anything.
answered all the unanswerable questions for society, and they just tucked them into sleep. And a lot of people are cool with that. That's all, man. They just, like I said, like the globe isn't going anywhere. You know what I mean? And thank God, because these people would lose their fucking mind if you took it away from them. But my point is that, like, their society, for all the hoity-toity falutin physicists out there, like, your shitbag cosmology has created the dumbest population that's ever been on the earth before. Like, that's my gripe. My gripe is like, you dickheads created the dumbest people that live in the world, and now we have to deal with it. They can't even do cursive in school anymore because these people are fucking brain dead. Because all the questions have been solved. There's no problem left to solve. There's no rock to unturn to generate imagination. Like I've often put, like they've carterized the imagination of mankind by attempting to answer unanswerable questions that were always supposed to be unanswered because they fuel the imagination of mankind. But these fucking cucks who say that they've landed on the moon have like sterilized the population so that they no longer are interested in these things because there's nothing new to learn. It's already solved. Like, you know what I mean? And that's why they come in with, well, what you don't understand is, because that's all they've got. And that's why it's like, I personally, like, I mean, hey, to each their own, but I think it's gay and fake and stupid. But like, what a shame that this is their society. This is what they created. Like, good job, assholes. Like, people need to be told not to drink motor fluid. That's your generation of people, Bacon. Your success story is the population that exists today that can't read or write. Fucking well done. You know, that's my gripe. I know it's not Bacon's fault. I'm just saying, Bacon. Pluto is definitely some kind of astrological fucking figurehead of Carl Jung, bro. Is anyone getting this fucking fire that I'm putting down or no? I'm just fucking. Hey, Gio, what do you think about that? Like the idea that removing Pluto removed this like astrological figurehead in like the psyche of mankind.
No, it definitely has been fire, dude. I've been sitting there listening. Hell yeah. So wait. How does that link exactly? Say it again.
Well, like so, like all right, the cucks, like they can't handle someone not calling them by their pronoun, right? They're such limp-wristed faggots that they couldn't, like, because of that, they got rid of Pluto because Pluto was like the judgment bringer. Pluto was like going to offend these limp-wristed cucks, so they were like, "We're just not going to call that a planet anymore. We're just going to pretend it doesn't exist. That's what we're going to do."
Pluto was general.
We're
Ain't
gonna
Pluto?
pretend. We're gonna
Pluto's
pretend
the
that
general,
we're
right?
fucking cuck. Oh, I hate them so much.
So okay, then where did the Carl? I mean, they did like downgrade Pluto into a what do they call it?
Let me look it up. Let's like. I figured you were into crystals and shit, man.
But what was the Carl Jung part? That was the part I didn't get.
Well, no, like Pluto in astrology, like what does it represent in fucking astrology? Let's get it correct.
Pluto is
the general
catharsis and transformation. It's connected to the underworld, like the seedy underworld.
Right, like okay, yeah, go on.
Pluto is a dwarf planet.
Dwarf
Yes,
planet. That's what
we
they
get it.
Yeah.
Kind of like the intellectual capacity of ballers. That's a fucking dwarf. Like yeah, but like so like what's the astrological like? Isn't there like a fucking I'm trying to think. It's like I guess it would be like the darker side of things, like the revealer of the seedy side of things, right? And so because these bastards are so guilty, they can't handle facing the seedy side of what they've done and their karma that's going to come with it. So they've just tried to pretend it doesn't exist. Oh, it's just a dwarf planet. You know what I mean? They've just downgraded like this astrological archetype to like, what was supposed to be like this revelatory fucking, kind of archetype that was healthy for mankind. Because these dipshits can't handle being called by the wrong pronoun. They've just like, they're so cowardly that they've decided like, we're just going to get rid of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it is interesting because Pluto's also it's connected to power. It's like primordial energy, and it's also connected to power. It's connected like even like the Kundalini, like the serpent power. But it has this kind of destroying and resurrection dynamic to it, like the forces of nature, like death and rebirth, upheaval, breakdown, transformation. Yeah, I mean it's a multi-layered archetype for sure. But
so they've tried to abolish it because it's like everything that goes against their like their fucking facade of
right change. They don't like change. You're right.
So it's like now it's a dwarf planet, and Neil deGrasse Tyson told us, oh, it's not really a planet, it's you know what I mean, and all the rest of the fucking gay shit they come up with.
Yeah, no, they definitely did run like a. Because I felt like when all that was happening, there was a way in which they were trying to like overpower people more by kind of removing the archetype of power of Neptune, the seedy underworld. Like, yeah, like basically power, the seedy underworld, like that component of it. Because Pluto's a multi-layered archetype, but it does seem like, and it's like connected to the underworld, like. Like secret societies, for example, secret controlling societies, the whole idea of like Illuminati, the Jesuits, Freemasons, at least to the level of them doing all that, that's all within the Pluto archetype. And so in a way, yeah, it's like they downgraded it almost in a way to be like, yeah, that's not even a thing anymore. It's just a dwarf. You guys don't have to worry about that,
And because
it's just a dwarf now. Yeah.
Do you think about it? These guys, like the society that they've created, like they can't even write in cursive anymore. So it's like, never mind, like read the, like they're not even literate in like the archetypes or like the subconscious. So they're completely manipulatable because they're so fucking dumb. And they're so uneducated and their ignorance is so profound. And then they uh, you know, the trifecta is then their pride. They have a lot of pride about their ignorance. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, they have a lot of pride about their position, and it's like, you know, it's what we put up with every day. And
Yep.
you're like, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some people for sure. Yeah. And this kind of mainstream kind of just poison that's been spread. It is. Yeah. It's like the people in power are trying to artificially give people a sense of power, of like intellectual prowess, you know, in some sense, because they, you know, the authority has figured out all this great shit. And then now you're supposed to be trained in it. And then you're supposed to carry on that egotistically inflated, you know, sense of control upon nature and the world. But in reality, well, so much of that stuff is, I mean, a lot of it's false information, of course, and just misleading and misdirecting, so that the people in power actually have more power over you, because now you have these really unintelligent people in some cases, or misinformed people that think they're really informed about things that are not true.
What Pluto is like, also like the giver belt, like it kind of represented like the giving and flourishing, and also like the son of Rhea, like, or Isis. I don't know, man. It kind of seems like the rise of the end of change, the end of transition, the end of transformation into an age of fucking, you know, basically bullshit, poverty, you know, no more spreading of wealth, no more change, like everything's set in stone. And I don't know, man. That's my take on it. But yeah, it is like the god of the underworld, Hades. You know, Pluto wasn't Pluto's Hades, or depends on how you want to look at it. But yeah, I like talking about it, man. So I'll just sit back and listen.
No, I mean, I'm more into like I guess actually I've always been into, but like that, you know, how they subliminally rule over people. You know what I mean? Like, we're all affected, and I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, I can't say I'm immune. You know what I mean? Like, and I think the issue is, though, it's like, beware of anyone who says that they are immune. You know, it's like when, like, you know, anyone's like, oh no, I'm too smart, they're not gonna get over on me. Like, dude, that's the, you know, famous last words. And I love there's a great line I like, when like somebody's really sure about something, you know, and it's like, many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. And I just think that's so good to remember.
Yeah, like I was wrong once, and that was for thinking that I was wrong.
But, you know, it's like, where like when people have like unerring doubt, like they're just like, nope, I know I'm right. The ISS, right up there. No doubt.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
You're brain dead.
In a lot of ways, I would say for myself that I actually seek to discover if I'm wrong about something. Like, I actually seek that out. Like, it's a goal for me, in a sense, to be like, is there something I am wrong about that I could either correct? Or
That's why we're all here, because like we were all sussing it out, and that's what I was getting to earlier. It's like, but once you're done, you're done. Not, I mean, you're not fully done, because you know that there's questions, but you don't have to go talk to somebody else about some information that you're not familiar with. I mean, you know, it's always interesting to learn about shit, but like, you know, when the penny drops, I don't know, man, the penny drops, and like, you pick a side, kind of thing, like. And but at the same time, you have to remain skeptical, but you also have to have a position, you know, I think, for mental health, you know. I don't know. Like, I love the thought that like the earth is the basement floor of the universe, kind of a thing, you know. Like, that's just such an interesting concept. The idea that like earth and space could go on forever is fascinating to me.
That's funny. The other day I was asking, I forgot who it was, but I asked everybody to, how they feel, how do they imagine the end of the earth, the end of the world? How does it end? Is there a wall? Does it keep on going? And I asked Flat Earth, and they answered, just kind of typically of how one might think if the world was encased, kind of. And then I asked a baller, I think it was forgot who it was, but he laughed at their answer and ridiculed it right off the bat before even answering. It was Zanuck, and then he started saying, that obviously, it can't end like that. Okay, well then, how does your universe and how does your world stop? And he's like, oh, he's like, oh shit, that's interesting. I never thought of that. And I'm like, yeah, that because right upon first glance, you're just ridiculing the other guys for answering. When your world also has to have limits, or not, it's up to you to answer it. But the fact that they don't even consider, they just think about the Earth as they picture their ball and how it can't be enclosed. And then they think of the world like, it can't be eternal or something, or you could just keep going. But the same applies to them on just a bigger scale. All they did is took the problem, or not the problem, but the question itself, and just put it out of reach. But the question still stands, is there a boundary? Is there a wall? In whatever model they've just took and put it so far out of reach, they tried to put that question out of mind. And that's part of the deception of their model, is just like size and time causes everything. Just give something enough time and anything can happen. Give something enough space and anything can happen due to the odds, the probability. That doesn't cause nothing. Space and area, volume or time doesn't cause shit. And so they've just took the basic problems instead of answering them head on with actual intellect, and ideas and thinking and imagination, and just put it out of reach. And you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I think of it like a lot of the mathematical minded type people. It's like, and that kind of stuff. It's like they're kind of like, they're like, they're just diving in on a particular set of problems that they're well equipped to answer. And then because they're well equipped to answer this set of problems that they have in their particular way, they think they have it all figured out. And I think there's probably more to it, but there's not that many creative types in their
You're
ranks.
right, brother. You're exactly right.
They're robotic. They're not like in their field, they're respectively like, intelligent. It's like I've often said before, it's like if I was a captain of a ship, you know what I mean? I might have Rumpus doing the math in the fucking, you know what I mean, in the hull of the ship, figuring out like, the course corrections that we're going to have to make. But we're not going to tell Rumpus why we're going anywhere. We're not going to tell Rumpus the fucking mission. We're not telling, you know what I mean? All he's doing is math. You know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up about everything.
Right. They don't have
do the math.
a very big imagination.
Right. You're not the captain of the ship, thank God. But you're going to sit here and be the little robot that's going to do the math for the captain who has a soul and has a spirit and is going somewhere for a mission.
But then they think, they think that math, like,
it's something that you can't. Well, like this too. It's like, you've got to get, as a captain, you've got to get these dipshits on board. So you sell them a pipe dream. There's a bunch of gold where we're going. Oh, it's really a treasure hunt. Fucking, you know what I mean? You just tell them what the fuck.
Yeah, that's well put, actually. He said that is well put. And they think math, like everything runs on math. When they say math is reality, nothing has ever been invented by math, period. Right, we can refine things and model things and make improvements, with a mathematical model, but it doesn't, it rarely matches perfect with reality. They have to always add in variables and all that stuff. So math never invented shit. Math is just a way of refining and making things more efficient, right?
That's my point of like, I'm not going to plan on having a creative conversation with one of my robots that should be in the fucking ship doing math problems that I'm giving it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to have like an intellectual, deep fucking conversation with that guy. There's no way. All he's meant to do is fucking solve fucking.
There's a problem to that, though. There's a problem side to that. Like the people who they've made people think like these mathematicians, like all math does is tell us what's not possible. And there's always ways around things, man. So they've literally limited the bright, the educated people. They've limited possibilities through math. So like I said, math never invented anything, but math can help model things. But what the math does, and here's the weapon of the math, is it limits possibilities. And that's the genius of it. They took machine heads and bottled them up. They stole their minds, put them on space, and then they limited them to possibilities. It's crazy, dude.
It's like Henry Ford said, it's like, I'm not that smart, but I surround myself with smart people. And so it's like, when you need someone to do a certain task, that's what you get those people for. You don't tell them your grand design on the Model T, and they're not going to make the money that you're going to make when it's all said and done. But they get told to solve this problem. And you know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying it's like you can't look to your math brain person for fucking psychedelic fucking inspiration.
You think they'd realize
You know
that
what I mean?
shit, like, when it comes to theories like with energy.
Are you telling me that Rumpus is not also our shaman?
No, Martin. Well, fair enough. I mean, well, no, Martin Litka is my only flat earther, but I guess Rumpus could be a close second. He's definitely shown us. He's definitely taught us all about tolerance and patience.
Well, here's
yeah, and he's full of telling you what is impossible. That's what a guy like Rumpus. He's loaded with information that leads to the fact that what's impossible. So that's what math does for him. It's a secret weapon.
Well, no, Rumpus. The beauty of some of these flat earth trolls is that, like, when you're arguing with like a guy named Rumpus and you're getting a little too serious, you need to recognize that you're getting trolled by a guy named Rumpus, which literally just means to make fucking sounds. So if you're getting angry talking to a guy about, like, Rumpus is a fucking genius. He's trolled all the flat earthers. And fucking, he's probably like an OG. Probably an OG.
Rumpus is the reason I am a flat earther.
He's like an OG flat earther. He's like an OG that's side of the ball. And actually, like, the way I look at it is like there's a certain set of flat earthers who I'm beginning to appreciate more, I think. Like, he did a art called absurdism. I kind of used to go into this back in the day, but like the idea of like absurdism. So like, like the idea is that like Rumpus to me is like a flat earther extraordinaire who just hates all the new flat earthers because they're so fucking stupid. And so all he's doing is just coming in and exposing their fucking ignorance of the word rumpus and pushing.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say there? What do you mean when you say there's?
Hey Brian, your mic has got a real wicked feedback. I know you're trying to mute in between, but it's still, I don't know, because normally your mic doesn't do that. I don't know if you're able to remedy that.
No, I mean, like, Rumpus is like a flat earther that hates the new wave, even my wave of flat earther. We just walked in on the party and they're like, "Oh, could you get the fuck out of our party?" That's what I feel like. I feel like they're like intelligent first wave flat earthers that just hate all the new flat earthers. And so what they do is they come in and they make fun of them because it's funny. And like, and then there's also like this like artistic kind of way that they do it, like the Discordian kind of way of fucking everything up in order to teach you that there's no gurus and there's no earth, there's no shape, there's no nothing. Shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I mean? That kind of enlightened chaos. And that's why, like, when I looked, like, that's who Rumpus is to me. You know what I mean? Like, he's so triggers newbie flat earthers to get all serious about flat Earth, and then in the process look retarded. And I think he's brilliant at it.
I've heard you say you like Rumpus and you like Brenda. You said you like Brenda.
Yeah, I'm cool with all them folks, man. You know, I've known them for fucking years out here online. Just like, I mean, shit. No, I remember when Brenda. I've heard every argument from these people. My point is, I don't take them seriously. I don't give a fuck about their opinion on cosmology, but I wish them well. You know what I mean? Like, I vehemently disagree with their position on a lot of things.
Yeah, fair enough, bro.
But
they're
I wish
just
them well.
hardcore. Yeah, they're just hardcore heliocentrists. Like it's like a thing. It's like a you know, some people are like really into certain things. Like that. This is just their
right. It's like I to say with like it's like with Jem. Like honestly, like Jem, I've even told Jem this. I said, yo, if I come to England again, I'm coming to your house. We're doing steak and wine. Like, because I know he's a fucking, I could just tell his demeanor is interesting to me. I like interesting people.
Have you seen him on the when he goes to these setups? You know, when people are doing flat Earth demonstrations and he shows up and screams at them.
Oh, he's the best. He's the best. I've watched him. I haven't watched him for a while. I know he still does that Sunday show. I found out recently, which I used to love, because he's just hilarious. Like, you know, they're fucking genius in what they do. I like what they do. I hate his crew. They've done horrible shit. I've seen the worst of their crew, and I fucking despise and you know what I mean? And I reject everything that they've done to harm others and this, that, the other thing. But what I do know is that, like, you know, I don't know. It's like for me, my relationship with some of the heads has been like, you know what? We could probably have a drink of wine and talk shit about each other the whole time and have a hug and a kiss goodnight and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be all good. It's like, I can handle verbal jousting. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like, you know, it's like, you know, some people, like, it's like the problem is the ballers that got hurt from when I first came out, and they attacked me so hard. And even Jem always defended me in his circles too. So I got to give him, you know, his propers worth due. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I guess I dig some of them heads. I've been around here a while and seen them at their best and seen them at their worst.
A problem that I have with quite a few of them, especially like those that are relying on math and what they have been told, this is what is, and we could mathematically prove it. The problem I have, and that I find multiple times, is when you could math together anything, it seems like, even when it goes outside the constraints of logic and what our reality is, but they will still believe the math over what their own eyes are seeing or whatever, you know, whatever the reality is. And then when they call it progress, when science starts to correct itself because they realize this doesn't make sense or this is a problem, so we have to re-math it for it to make sense again to them. And just
dude, you're so right. I mean, I remember I asked that cat
Can I reject you something there?
Yeah, just real quick, 1 sec. I was just gonna say, like I said to Jem, I said, do you know, isn't it weird how NASA has had to react to the flat earthers? Like, for instance, the moon is now in the Earth's atmosphere so that jet propulsion can work, right? Fucking, you know, just interesting little, like, you know, he had to admit it. He said, yeah, they've openly had to react to flat Earth, but they still won't bow down. But that's what makes me think it's just even more funny to me. I don't know. I look at them as like the first wave flat earthers. What's up, Bacon?
No,
I was just gonna say there is no math that violates logic. Like, math and logic aren't that separable. A mathematical proof is also a logical proof, and so if something is not logical in math, then it would be mathematically wrong as well. But maybe that's not relevant to the point you're making. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, so for instance, let me give you an example. Kind of like what he just said. They had mathematically calculated trajectories and propulsions and the amount needed for this and the amount needed for that, all in formulas and calculations. Now, when when they say, "Oh wait, the atmosphere, the moon's now in the atmosphere," well, then what were they calculating before when they had to calculate it without it being an atmosphere over that the moon was outside of it? And this discredits the arguments that they try to present, but just blindly, it's just like they just turn away and they keep it moving. Like they don't want to look at that.
And then
Like,
even better yet, they're like, no, we always knew that the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere.
yeah, right. Like, come on,
it's like,
man.
dude,
I
holy
think that's
shit, you're fucking brain dead.
I think that's a very weak point because it was.
I think
It's not
I
that
think
we
it's a great
treated the.
point, Bacon. It's
No,
a
it's
great
not that.
fucking point.
You can call it a
Okay, I'm
weak
not
point.
gonna respond then.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna explain then.
Well,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
give
no,
you my
Bacon. I
reason
want to
if you
get
don't
your
want to.
response. So, like, let's suss it out though. Like, if they had figured everything out previously, and then they make some new discovery about the moon, because let's say arguments being made on fucking YouTube about flat Earth and how certain shit can't happen, and it feels like they're kind of like tending to the arguments. It's kind of like the people that we're arguing with, like Kosho goes back to NASA and he says, "Hey, they're citing this website. We need to shut that down." You know what I mean? He helps them update their arguments so that it combats against us and then therefore can prove him right tomorrow.
Like when we was talking about the meteorites on the space station, and then 2 weeks later, we got in a big group conversation about that. 2 weeks later, a meteor hits the space station and they cover it with duct tape and shit, dude.
Can
There's
you?
been a couple of, there's been multiple points. Yeah, go on, brother.
Yeah, what was the discovery related to the atmosphere in the moon? So I can respond to, because I don't know what you're referring to.
Like, how about this? Look up like if they had to go to the moon, right? They say that they calculated for everything because they know everything about the space environment. Now, however many years later, they say, "Oh, wait a minute, we were wrong. The moon is actually in Earth's atmosphere." So it wasn't in a vacuum of space. The calculations that they said that they had mastered years ago invariably must have to change if they're going to now change some variable in space. And yet
I
people
don't think there's
just
any variable changing.
see, like,
those
they'll
are
just
just
walk right
those are
past
just
that, like it's just no problem.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
think that's just the definition. I think that's just the definition of the atmosphere. So
it was always like that, wasn't it, Bacon?
Well, like when you're trying to calculate like something that goes all the way up to the moon, after a certain height, after a certain altitude, atmosphere is negligible, and that's how it always have been. Now, if you
Can I
want
ask
to
you this? If there was, how about this though? If there was atmosphere from here to the moon, right? Would it matter calculated that there was no atmosphere?
if the only thing that is changing is the definition of the atmosphere, then it doesn't affect the math. That's what I'm trying to suggest. So, for example,
right, and we're suggesting that your suggestion by breezing past this is precisely what we are discussing, because to us it seems illogical that you would think their reaction is just laissez-faire, just like, hey, that's how it is, whereas they I'm sure there's other points maybe, but every time we update stuff and NASA reacts, then we bring it to the ballers. You guys just pretend like, oh no, it's always like this. And I think whether you realize it or not, it just lessens the value of your sincerity in the argument.
Well, yeah, it's pretty clear to me that if you're just making a difference in definition, it doesn't affect the math. So it's not that now we think there's more atmosphere. It's just that instead of saying that the atmosphere goes all the way up to where pressure is measurable, you're saying it goes all the way up until you have atoms of the atmosphere. And if you can find atoms of the atmosphere close to the moon, then technically the moon would be inside of the atmosphere. That wouldn't change any math because the amount of molecules.
Just say yes.
It changes the whole gradient, bro. It changes the whole gradient.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of
demonstrate
something.
that's the case and not just a difference in definition.
Let me give you an example that's something that came out on the 15th of September. They're saying that NASA's Webb telescope could be drastically wrong, experts say. Now, they're saying that because what they're finding is what they originally thought and were calculating for, again, math, and they were using these figures based upon what they understood. But now that because this new satellite has made them have to go back and change, literally, it says currently the model we use to decrypt spectral information is not up to par with the precision and quality of data we have from the James Webb telescope. So with that one sentence alone, that's saying that their data is wrong. But for years, that has been the model. So if I made a rocket based upon a distance of a certain whatever planet or star or whatever that we're going to try to reach, well, in this case, I guess Mars, that means their data was wrong. So then they would have never got to Mars the way they have because it was based upon a specific formula. Once you change that, it changes the game. And if you're just going to just hand wave it, be like, no, it doesn't make no difference, then that just shows how much cognition is going on, because you're just not seeing how that will drastically change the outcome of what you've previously calculated. No
I can
different.
only address.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I can only address one case at a time. So, like, let's try to settle the situation about the moon being inside Earth's atmosphere.
No, but hold on, though, Bacon. In all honesty, we could present 25 different cases, theoretically, but you're missing the point. Let's on any case, any one case, if the math
it must be a case that is right.
If the formula was presented, understood, calculated, the fuel in the if I put gas in my car and I calculated how many miles per hour I'm going to get, and then I find out that with the telescope, the destination wasn't what I actually thought it to be, but I told you that I got there on that amount of gas, then you're missing the point. And honestly, I feel like my brain's about to bust like a blood vessel from anger brewing within me that you don't understand what I'm trying to convey to you.
Understand.
And I know, and that's the problem. Like, okay, let me make it like simple layman's terms. Okay, I think the
don't
gas.
even bother. Just say yes. Do you know that guy who like asks people questions and they answer wrong, and he just goes yes? That's how you have to do it.
He ain't got a chance to answer yet, though. Let's at least hear his answer before we call it wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yes. And before he answers, let me make it layman's terms. I calculated a trip, and I needed to make sure I had enough food and water and fuel for my vehicle to get to the destination. Okay, that's all calculated through math. I can calculate the distance, the time, everything. Now, I go on the trip, I get there, I come back. Years later, I tell you, oh shit, so that destination where I went to is 5 times further than what I thought it was. Then you would say, well, then how did you get there and have enough food and water and fuel if it wasn't on that formula? Do you understand that most simple explanation? Yes or no?
I completely understand your argument.
Okay.
I'm trying to respond to that. Yeah. So, first of all,
let me get a beer real quick.
If that's the case, sorry.
Go ahead. I said, let me get another beer real quick. But go ahead. I'll take my phone with me. Go ahead.
So yeah, if there's some instance like that, it would imply they were lying before. Then I agree with you. That's a good argument that they were lying before. But before we can agree that they were lying before, that this is actually an instance that happened, I'm gonna have to take a look at what you're saying that is actually analogous to that. So first we have to establish that some situation happened, some case happened that is analogous to the trip you just described. So that's why I was trying to analyze the claim about moon and the atmosphere. If that would be analogous to the trip, you're saying, well, even if that's not the one, I could present you many. Well, if none of the ones you present are actually analogous to the problem you're proposing, then there's no issue to be solved. So first of all, I think we should try to establish one instance of that happening. before we can move on. I'm not gonna just accept that happened before I see.
Let me bring up a point. There's no way to get around. How about the fact that they interviewed the guys and they asked them about space and Sicily, the area between the Earth and the Moon, about stars, and he says he didn't remember seeing any stars. That one guy said he didn't remember seeing any. Okay, then we're told that they did their calculations with a slide rule and a sextant according to the stars. Okay, so if they tell us that they use the stars to triangulate to make their course corrections, then and they don't remember seeing any stars, bro.
Exactly.
How do you work? How do you work? How does your mind allow that, bro?
Right. Can you give me those things so I can take a look at them? Like, I'm not saying I'm not. I don't think it would be purposely giving you misinformation. I'm just want to take a look at those things.
Okay. Well,
give you a response.
What you could look at is the interview with them when they got back, and they were asked, "Did you see stars?" And they're like, "No, I don't remember seeing stars." But then you have another interview where they're telling you that they use the stars to navigate. That is a clear contradiction. And where do we go from there? Like, okay, someone's lying here, but there's a lie to be had. Bottom line.
Well, not necessarily.
Go ahead.
Where they
Okay.
So for example, I'm just thought about one reason why would that happen. I'm not sure what the reason is because I didn't take a look at that in close detail. All I have is just what you presented.
Would you agree that they would need? Would you agree they would have to correct their course? They'd have to triangulate, right?
I don't know.
Hold on.
I'm not sure.
Hey, first thing
I'm not
first.
sure
Hey, check it out.
what they're.
Bacon.
What?
If like what was it that if like what the gentleman just proposed, right, or even like what Brian proposed, if that's what happened, right, where they said that they didn't see any stars, and then in a later interview they said that they used the stars, would that
You're breaking up a little bit.
I was saying, would that raise a red flag for you if what was said is true?
Oh, it definitely would interest me on take a closer look. And if I take a closer look and starts to,
That's
it
fair.
really starts to seem like they're trying to hide something, or that they're lying, or that the story doesn't match. Then yeah, definitely.
Then I suggest you look into it. I really do. I really do suggest you look into it.
Have you ever seen or heard about Astronauts Gone Wild? Have you heard of that?
I'm sorry, my connection's bad. Everyone's breaking up for me.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I think it's better now. So what did you ask?
I was saying, have you heard of this video called Astronauts Gone Wild?
No.
All right. It was one of those, what's that guy's name? Bart Sibrel. So it was some of the stuff he did, but it was kind of before he did a couple like movies and things, but it was kind of before that. It was like his earlier stuff. And you may have seen clips from it, but if you haven't, I would definitely recommend checking it out just for this. Basically, he does a lot. There's a lot of different videos he does, actually. He does interviews with Buzz Aldrin and all that stuff. But in this particular one, what I'm referring to, it's called Astronauts Gone Wild. It's like a couple videos that he did. And basically, he goes up to these guys and basically challenges them to put their hand on the Bible and swear they landed on the moon. Now, that is a pretty like confrontational thing. I get it. Like someone coming out and putting out a Bible and being like, swear you landed on the moon. He even also does a thing where he says like he'll give $5,000 to.
Yeah, he's got a stack of cash, right? He's got a stack of cash.
Yeah. And here's where here's to piggyback that.
And, well, hold on. Let me just finish, Brian.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, you cut out. I thought you stopped. Go ahead.
No, I just Brian, you got an echo in your mic, and it just made this. This is what it does. It does this really loud shearing feedback thing. So yeah, Brian, if you could fix that, I'd really appreciate it because it's rough for the listeners. Okay, let me just finish what I was saying. Okay, so he basically puts out the Bible, and in one case he says he'll give $5,000 to a charity of his choice. So it's even like sweetens the deal. Anyways, it is kind of an obnoxious way to approach someone in public and all that kind of stuff, especially around this. However, the reason I brought it up is because the body language of these proposed astronauts that proposed landed on the moon. And that's where I was going to ask you, have you ever been aware, like looked into like body language when it comes to psychology and emotions and liars versus telling the truth and all the different, I mean, that's all been studied very well. And just looking at these guys as they're being confronted, their body language absolutely failed any test of integrity. Like they are showing all the signs of liars, the way they look away, they get angry, all of the way they react. And even so, I'm just saying, even though it was kind of a confrontational way that he did it, I thought it was very, very revealing and just showing basically that these guys are not telling the truth.
And to real quickly to piggyback on that, here's the logic of it. If it was true, okay, it's an easy $5,000. If it was, let's say I go to McDonald's and then I come home and then the missus is like, swear on this Bible that you were there. If I'm telling the truth, yeah, I'll swear on 10 Bibles. I'm telling you the truth. I went to McDonald's and I'm back.
But
But
in their defense, Bart Sabell's a piece of shit, and for doing that, and you know what I mean. But I don't think they're like giving someone $5,000 based on like their biggest achievement isn't the movie. It's petty. And I think it's a poor example, especially for Bacon, because Bacon's looking for numbers. He's not looking for body language and astrological fucking implications.
Yeah, well, that's why Bacon, I say, petty as that is, still, a person that's telling the truth would have no problem. There'll be no qualms about swearing on a Bible or even just raising their hands saying,
no,
yes,
but it's like degrading. It's degrading. They're not going to do it because it's like someone's not going to take.
No, it ain't degrading, bro. In court, you put your hand on the Bible or you hold up your hand.
He wasn't in
you
court.
Swear to tell the truth. Yeah, but if you have a nation full of people,
right, it doesn't matter.
Hold on. They are the liars, bro. It's not all the other people. It's the guys who said that. It's the guys who listen. The beef is with the people who said they walked on the moon. And to everybody else, it's just a production. Only to the guys off the set. It's more than that. So now, if we're trying to call you out and ask the American public, he had a camera and was representing the people, and all they had to do, if they swore on the Bible and they were telling the truth, then what Bart Sabell did would be bullshit. He'd be a piece of shit. The fact of the matter is they weren't willing to do it, and they weren't willing to tell the truth either.
Yeah,
but they are the only guys who can hold the story up. He said, guys who literally claim they walked on the moon.
My point is this. Is that one, it's a shit point. 2, I'd have punched Bart Sabell in his face anyway. 3, fucking, like, the point is you got some nut job who doesn't believe they went to the moon. He doesn't know what that person's capable of. He doesn't know. He's not coming to them with any form of respect. He has no manners and the whole fucking thing.
Well, them are the people. At first he did. Hopefully my mic's a little bit better, by the way.
It is.
But he went around, he did. That ain't how he first talked to these guys. He offered them money to a charity of their choice. So that takes away the bullshit out of it. When you say, hey, man, just tell the people, solve this once and for all. And because people are doubting you and will give $5,000 to a charity of your choice. So that takes away all the bullshit about it. So if he's wrong, the guy swears on the Bible and the $5,000 goes to the poor kids, bro. So,
right.
Why would it matter? Why would it matter like how sweet you are to these fucking liars, bro? Like if you were in their position, you actually did it. There was no guilt association whatsoever. You would instinctually just be like, yeah, okay, cool.
Exactly. You would be like, yeah, all right, let's do it. Because I went there. I know I went there, and that's the truth. And I'm going to stand by the truth. Especially if it was, you would be prideful. Like, yes, I accomplished something that a 0.01% of the population has ever even accomplished. You would take pride in that. Like, yeah, I was there. You didn't go, I went, asshole. Exactly. Okay, fine.
Another approach they could have taken too, like they didn't have to swear on it or not swear on it. Because another approach, they could have just been cool and calm and collected, be like, oh, hey, how's it going, man? Oh, yeah, I know you want me to swear on the Bible. And they could just be like, well, you know what? I'm not really interested right now in doing that. I really don't have to. Like, I was there. I'm glad to tell you about it. It was amazing. Oh my gosh, it was the ride of my life. And then just sort of like politely declined to do the swearing on the Bible, but just been truthful, honest.
My point is this:
an understanding to the guy, be like,
Yeah.
oh, I know you think we didn't go, and I know that's out there, but hey, you know, I'll help you out and answer any questions. I mean, that would be legit.
Real quick though,
And despite all the bullshit, he still donated the money to charity. So even though them assholes wouldn't do it for charity, he still donated the money to charity, man. So good for him.
My
man.
point is this: is that like know your audience, and I was saying like it's just the idea that like for one, it's never something for me that I bring up to people. Secondly, I wouldn't bring it up to Bacon, who's looking to crunch numbers.
Bacon ain't here.
Oh well, again, fair enough. He was, but like I thought we were raising the issue to Bacon to go look up astronauts or whatever the fuck. But my point is,
I did.
Right,
I
exactly.
offered them the information because
Right, and it's and as much as I agree with all of you on this point, it's like and there's 1,000 other ways to handle it. I just think it's just not for me. It's not like something I would argue about with people. But you're right, though.
I didn't present it as an argument either.
You're right, though. You didn't.
I was sharing it because for me it was very potent. Like for me, I remember watching it and being like, "What is up with the body language of these guys? Like this is." So yeah, I'm not saying it was like the ultimate.
Dude, the body language of the president.
One of the craziest moments of those videos, by the way, is what man or woman, don't want to be sexist, don't want to leave people out, what person would then your reaction would be to run away from you?
To run, exactly.
Like what is that, bro? Like, hey, can you want to be honest? Were you at the strip club last night and you run away? Like, oh, you're fucking guilty. You're a liar. You know what I mean? Like you didn't do what you said you did. And I don't know. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. They went to a strip club, but you're saying like, hey, were you at your brother's house last night and they run away? Like, how hard would it be to be like, yeah, I was at my brother's house? That's a fact. That's the truth. I wasn't at the strip club, right? Like, come on.
Right, but my point is like, let's say like instead of running up to them with the Bible or something, it's like let's say you had other evidence against them. Let's say you could use it. Like, you don't even need to go see them. You've got the great example Brian brought up. You said you didn't see any stars, and then they said they did see stars. And those people.
All that was a TV screen, dude. It's like this. We're seeing you out in public, and there's a lot of people who thinks that it's a lie. So clear that up for us, man. So what other answer does somebody get? It's like he's asking him to clear it up. But if they had heart, bro. Listen, if they had heart, they're old men. They would fucking tell the truth or tell the truth, one or the other. You can't do neither, bro. Look, it ain't every day that anybody gets a chance to ask the people themselves whether it's true or not. So tell the truth or tell the truth. Don't run.
Here's what I would say, right? If let's say you see an old timer in your town and he's wearing his World War fucking whatever vet, if he's even still around, and you walk up to him and you said, was the World War II even real? Did the Nazis actually fund you? Were you really working for the Nazis when you didn't? See what he fucking does. He's going to hit you with a stick. He's going to fucking tell you you're a fucking commie. And he's going to freak the fuck out on you.
I actually have a personal story that I actually have a personal story that I think that could really along these lines. Let me share something with you. I remember years ago, there was an argument. It was Thanksgiving dinner. All my family was there. All my uncles, everybody was there. And some of my cousins started talking shit about the Vietnam War, which one of my uncles served in. And passionately, my uncle stood up for the truth of what was really going down in Vietnam. Literally to where he was coming to tears and they had to pull him aside before he started taking flight on everybody in the house. Because he was like, you have no fucking idea what it means when your commanding officer tells you to burn a hut and you could hear the women and children screaming. Like, he started going crazy because he was convicted in his truth. And to me, I think that is a person that is owning the truth, and it doesn't want to hear someone trying to tell someone, oh man, the Vietnam fucking war was a sham, bro. Like, there wasn't fucking shit going. No, you tell that to someone that knows the truth, that was there. They're going to express this really, really strong opinion because it's the truth and they're standing on it. Let's fast forward to astronauts being asked, why aren't they fucking just as like with much vigorance of like, yes, fuckers, we were there and it was tough and shit went down and fuck you if you don't believe me. Why isn't that there? And I'll tell you why. Because if that didn't happen, then it makes sense why they're not like that. Bottom line.
Well, also too, he's not at a family gathering. He's on the side of the road. I don't know. Like, my thing is like, I'm, and I look at it like I'm Americana to the bone. The idea, like, Buzz Aldrin and all those guys are like fucking heroes to the American public. God bless them. There's no reason for Bart Sabro to be running around and bothering fucking astronauts. But the fucking point is like that we already have other evidence that doesn't involve these people, and God bless them people. I don't need them for making my arguments. You know what I mean? Like, I just
give them bro, but to call them heroes, that's the heroes are the ones.
I don't give. I'm American.
The two guys who admitted it. Hold on, the two guys who admitted it, the Polish,
I don't give a
Russian
fuck.
guys, them are the heroes, man. They risked their lives to tell the truth on public television. Them are the heroes. But I don't condemn Buzz and them. They're probably obviously protecting them and theirs. But they've also, in every way they could, admitted that it's horseshit, But they've also exploited people as heroes, selling coins and shit like that. Selling coins that went to the moon. Call them a hero is going overboard, but I do give them amnesty and the fact that they need to come out on their deathbed and tell the truth. Period, man. Now that all the threateners, whatever, most of them are dead. Come out and tell us. Like Neil came out and said, he did a good job in letting us know it was bullshit, because he gave a speech to the gifted children at that and said that there's lots of discoveries to be made if we can see past and get past truth's protected layers. So, and like even Buzz, he said to that lady, because we didn't go. And had we went there, things would be different. So in the future, if we're going to do something, he did his best to not harm his people, and to let us know that we didn't go. I mean, that's blatant. Because we didn't go there, And even the president come out and said we can't go past low Earth orbit. NASA.
I don't get the sense that he purposefully came out and said that he was going to be honest. Seems like like if you talk about that one with Buzz, like he's just older and probably a little senile and just a little more like goofy, And so he just was sort of saying the truth, more like a Freudian slip. I don't think he was like really trying to get it out there.
That happened. That also happened at one of his latest, lecture meetings where they had a bunch of people asking questions. And when she said, what's one of your scariest moments? And he was like, there was none. And then like a handler on the side was like, circuit breaker. And then he's like, what? And then the girl next to him's like, there's a story about a circuit breaker. And then he starts talking about a circuit breaker that was not even scary to him. It wasn't even a scary story. It was just like a footnote for him to remember how to answer this question. And
it was probably in a book he wrote or something, or probably, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know what it maybe, but the fact that it's again it was almost like it was one of those senile slips, like when they're like, so what was the one? He's like, there wasn't none. And then, well, wait, you're telling me that there was not one scary. You're flying at these crazy speeds, going these unknown charted territories for yourself. Maybe someone else did it or whatever, but I don't know. I think if you start putting the puzzle pieces together, it makes a pretty clear picture. It's only the belief that no, they did go, and I'm going to hold on to that. So no matter what puzzle pieces are, I already have that picture in my mind, and that's going to be the picture.
Let me bring up another point. So yeah, exactly. So I'm talking to these anti-flat earthers, and I'm pointing out to them that that NASA, the president, the astronauts, and the Polish and the Russian astronaut flat out told us. And so all these people, NASA's trying to come clean and let you know where they're at now. Like maybe by 2030, we might, in other words, we can't leave this area, low Earth orbit. We can't leave it. They're telling us blatantly to our face, not encrypted, that we can't leave low Earth orbit. And I'm telling these guys this, and they're sitting here saying that Well, it's because the new technology with circuit boards and semiconductors are what's at risk. Not the people going through, but the electronic equipment. And then I'm like, what about all the fucking probes? Like with all this circuit board since the 1960s, with all these circuit boards and this probe that crashed into Venus and these robots on Mars and all that. So is that what you're speaking of? The circuit boards that are rolling around on Mars right now. So they're stuck either way they go, man. And they've tried to be honest by saying we can't leave low Earth orbit. In other words, we're stuck fucking just right up there above us. And the anti-flat earthers won't allow that. They won't allow the truth, even when they're telling it.
I like when Trump said in one of his speeches, NASA that keeps flying to nowhere. That was fucking pretty telling, bro. Like, wow, the president of the United States is even saying they're fucking not going anywhere. Like, what's up with that? Why don't we question? How does that not raise flags to people who are believing the narrative? That's what I don't get.
So by having these discussions, they should spread. You know, we're having these discussions and we're pointing out all collectively, pointing out the problems and the how we busted them. Look, this. It all adds up to obvious crock of shit on their part, and the fact that they're admitting it. But this could spread, and we could get disclosure and find out what's a little bit about what they really have and what's really going on. But instead, we get friction from these anti-flat earthers who won't accept the truth and let it spread. It's weird, dude.
Gio's next.
What up?
Say something, Gio, before they fucking say something else.
Yeah, this is fast paced. You got to catch the train or jump off. I don't know. What do I got to say? Go.
I've been waiting like 30 minutes. But
go jump in. The water's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, what were you guys talking about? Oh yeah, the liars going up with the Bible and stuff. You know, I thought about that and I was like, I'm gonna do the same thing. You know what I did? I went right up to R.C. Meisty. I was like, R.C. Meisty, I want you to tell everyone right here. I'm gonna ask you directly, were you born with male sex hormones? Or I'm sorry, were you born with male sex organs? And have you ever taken hormones? Because there's a lot of people here who think you're very dishonest, and I'm not exactly sure you're who you say you are. And I got every answer except a direct answer of any kind.
Oh, wow.
R.C. Meisty, like, I'm a father and I have a family and my community respects me. I'm like, well, I know some lesbians that are fathers too, and they're in families and they're in communities. But were they born with male sex organs, and did they take hormones? You're gonna answer me directly. At no point was I ever given an answer. I was ad homed. I was belittled. I was poked fun at, and avoided every answer except just the most honest, like,
So,
oh yeah,
no penile specification.
No specification, no specificity whatsoever. I was like, okay, well,
Riggs,
that answer, I guess.
Riggs, if you would have asked me, was I born with a penis?
Yeah, you'd be like, of course.
And then I say, yeah, that's how I have my 5 kids. Not, well, I have 5 kids. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. And then I went around and I was asking other people too, and I know what kind of answer I'd get because I'd say the same thing. I'm like, of course, what are you talking about? Duh. I would say, yeah, of course I was born with all this stuff, I would just be direct instantly. I wouldn't like drag it on forever and then avoid the answer for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, huh? How some people can just chalk that up as a
it just goes to show, man, like there's very dishonest people out here, bro. And we need to stop wasting our time with some of them because they're just like Brenda is totally unqualified, totally dishonest, very not super smart, and then there's a bunch of other ones. R.C. Meisty comes in here, makes claims, has a huge ego, very dishonest. And then Bacon comes in here and pretends he doesn't understand common sense even to the slightest. But that's all of them. They will ignore common sense at any given juncture. They can literally not add things together to make any sort of fucking sand pile. Their Legos don't connect for some reason. Who just joined? Who just left?
For some of them,
Right. Well, the thing is, like, if it's an open panel, like to the public, kind of a show, then yeah, then it's not really about like excluding anyone in that way. But you could also have other streams where there are only certain people that have the role that could access it. So
no. That's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm just saying, like, it's not a matter of censorship. It's a matter of knowing your worth, having some self-worth, some self-respect, like know your value kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, there's something to be. Yeah, exactly. There's something to be said for who you spend your time with, just in general. Like, like Issa was saying earlier, like someone in his home, if they're like, that he would have, a certain level of like a healthy governance, basically, of your domain, and so in a sense, like we all kind of are cultivating connections with other humans, and so there is something to be said for that. Where like if somebody just has hate for you or really wants to just attack you or belittle you, then at that point you're kind of putting yourself in that, and then there's something to be said for that, like kind of tending your own garden when it comes to kind of who you're dancing with, basically.
Yeah, well, I like the direction that Witsit's going. I get the feeling that he's putting all of the pressure on himself. I wish he would work better with others, because he's going through a lot of information. I think it'd make more sense if like there was like a place that he's putting all of that so we can all sift through it together, kind of a thing.
Well, apparently he is.
Yeah, where's that?
Yeah, on his website, he even created that huge long
website.
What is it? What do they call it? Like a slideshow, like a what you do at work when you want to present something. What the fuck? I went blank.
PowerPoint.
A presentation. Yeah, PowerPoint.
Yeah,
he has a PowerPoint
that's not all
presentation.
what I'm talking. Okay, that's for educational purposes. I'm talking about just the raw files, like the shit he's collecting, where he's finding all these courses. Just dump it in folders somewhere with a couple titles in different folders. Let people sift through it on like a Google Drive or something, and then everyone can have their opinion and be informed instead of him pulling his monologue shit and nobody agrees with him.
Yeah, what's interesting, Riggs, is I want to say about 3 to 4 years ago, Dicelo was doing this, and Dicelo did not get a warm welcoming. He got fucking berated with insults, and they always just say, you and your fucking word salads. And realistically, I think if Dicelo, Napalm, and Witset like formed a fucking trifecta, cool little group, like I think they together can really get the point across, and the understanding of everything they're saying to maybe the person that doesn't get what they're saying. But I don't know. That might be more of an ego thing at that point, to be honest.
You heard my point, though, right? Like, I wish that he'd play better with others. Like he's doing everything by himself. Which it works to get you started, sure, but if you want to have any success, you need a team, and you need a team that's going to work with you. And and I was watching the debate with him and Bryant and Hibbler and everyone else is on the panel, and like. Witz is in the corner there, just like kind of waiting to speak, and then kind of being demotivated because of Brian's attitude and just the trajectory of the debate. And then they're arguing about stuff for like 10, 15 minutes, and Witsit has to come in and say, well, actually, it doesn't matter either way, because that works on either model. So, like, I can see where he's getting frustrated because he's furthered his argument. But what he's done essentially is leave everyone else behind. Like, look, if I find stuff, like if I find like 2 new links, I find a guy, like Martin Kamen, the guy who basically founded radiometric dating, right? Like if I found that link, I will share that link. I will share the articles of people saying that he was a Bolshevik spy, right? I will share these articles. I'll drop them places. I will help the collective knowledge, right? But what he's doing is he's coming in and like using his talking points, but I'm not getting all the information. I'm not getting the links. Like I just want to see the dumps, I want the files. I want the folders. I want people working on it together. I want to see some initiative, because we're wasting our time talking to dumbasses like Ruhiv or dumbasses like RC Micey. It's not going to get anywhere. Like Bacon, at best, Bacon is just going to slow us down, because he's just going to waste our time with shit that he doesn't understand. It's not that we don't fucking get it. We spend all our time explaining our shit to him. Like, what a waste.
I even tried to dumb it down for him just so he fucking could get the grips of what we're even trying to say. And it seemed like that didn't even really work. He said I understood, but...
No, he doesn't understand.
Yeah, exactly. He said he understood, but if he understood, then he wouldn't be saying, well, no, it's the math and this. No, you're missing the point. Dude, completely. It's going over the head.
I've gone at length with fucking Bacon and his 2, the 2 guys that sound exactly like him, and they're all fucking the same. They're all the same. They don't have any common sense. They don't put 2 and 2 together. They wouldn't know how to paint your wall if you asked them.
Oh, speaking of Ruhiv, there's Ruhiv.
Yeah, that's why I said his name.
Speak of the devil. Let's see Ruhiv's take on it.
On what?
We heard
Riggs, I mean, the thing is, though, we are in a world in which this huge quote unquote majority believes that they're on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
And they can think that. They can think that.
Let me ask Ruth the question.
They can, but what I
we
was
don't have to save those people. There's a bunch of other people who will get it,
No, I know, but what I was saying is that the part of the conversation that consists of that dynamic, I think, needs to still hold a flame to keep it flowing. You know what I'm saying? It might not be for everyone. That's why I was saying there could be different kinds of streams for different kinds of things. Like if people want to,
you do what you want with your stream, student. I mean, I appreciate the stream, but what I'm talking about goes far and beyond like your little platform. I'm talking about like the flat Earth argument as a whole.
Man, we got Ruif right here. Let's ask him the question. So Ruif, if they say they use the stars and a sextant to triangulate to do course adjustments with a slide rule on their way to the moon.
Hold on, Brian. If you want to bring up another topic, that's fine. But I think to just steamroll Riggs and then blast into a non sequitur is not.
Well, I thought he steamrolled you. I thought I was backing you up, bro. Sorry.
No. I was talking. He was talking. We were talking together, and then you wanted to.
Sorry.
So. Sorry.
I know nothing about the sextant going to the moon.
Shut up, Rude. If we're talking to Geo.
Righto.
Well, no, because Riggs, you're saying debating certain people that are, let's say, very rigid in their worldview, as it were, and are not, seeing it in the same way as someone else is, basically.
Well, yeah, I mean that is banging your own head against the wall. Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to like sales, like if you're trying to look, I'm not saying you have to buy the worldview, but if you're trying to sell an idea, that you have to know your audience. Like you have a very limited amount of time to at least get someone interested. And then once they're either interested, they'll either realize that it's got some meat or it doesn't, and if they're going to spend even a moment of time on it or they're not. So like if you're on the street and you're talking to people that are walking by, you're going to know right away if they're going to fucking listen to you for 5 minutes or not, and then move on. RC Maesty ain't fucking listening. Ruhif ain't fucking listening. Bacon doesn't even know, like, Bacon's probably on the spectrum. He doesn't make any fucking sense, like, ever. But these are the people we waste our time with. we just got to keep it moving.
You're literally talking about people that are literally here who we could literally talk to and ask them that.
And I'll tell you, Bacon's a very smart guy.
Yeah, but he's talking about not talking to him.
Yeah, I'm talking about not talking to him. There's a difference between
up,
book
Rude?
smarts and street smarts, If you can't put it together, I can't help you, bro.
I think, it's just about, like, conversation appropriate. It's like, like, I enjoy, and to Gio's point, it's like, this is an open platform. Ruhif is welcome here. Ruhif's awesome. It's just like, I might not, I mean, like, and I don't mean in any, it's like, but even because you're going to have friends that you wouldn't have conversations with me with. Like, I'm not going to look to Ruhif to have, like, my deep psychonaut experiential conversation and question of reality, like, with Ruhif. You know what I mean? Like, no disrespect, Ruhif, and you might you're not going to want to have that conversation with me. And what Riggs is kind of getting to is that there are a bunch of us that do really want to have that conversation about the, psycho, you know what I mean? Like
the juiciest conversation is when you get somebody new on the hook.
So there's, well, maybe I'm misreading it because I really couldn't care less about selling or, you know what I mean, giving this idea to noobs anyway. You just heard them in the end.
Well, that's not true, man. That's not true.
I mean, I agree to some extent. I just don't
Are
think
you telling me that ignorance is bliss? I mean, that's basically the premise that you're selling me.
No, what I'm saying is it's like arguing with Ruhif about an idea that he's not going to get nor care about. And yet being like, why doesn't anyone listen to me when there's a whole other group of people who do want to have that conversation? So it's like, if you're knowing your audience, you're going to have the conversation with the correct audience. You're not going to have that conversation with someone who's not going to listen.
Well, I think we're at a point right now with all the censorship that we have a whole new pool of people with brand new ears on these kinds of topics.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like,
he used to call them stupid new flat earthers.
Well, no, I mean, like, it's like the idea, and it's not even me saying that. It's like what it is. But like, the idea is like, like, let's say like flat Earth, like Riggs. I know you've been out here for a long time. I've heard your name floating around.
Stupid, though, man?
But like,
what makes it?
But the idea is like, there's history and there's conversations we might have about online flat Earth that other people are, wouldn't have the faintest clue about.
Yeah, but what Riggs is fighting for, he says, is putting out the knowledge, like to which and anybody with new knowledge, putting out knowledge, not condemning the people who don't know it.
It's not about condemning the people that don't know. It's about the idea that there's already an audience of people who are curious about the information. If you're trying to...
He said getting the information to people who don't know it. I didn't say condemn. He didn't say condemning.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I was... Or forgive me, like, if you're...
No, but he said the new generation of flat earthers are stupid. And I don't buy that. What makes a person stupid?
Any honest flat earther...
He just said that.
Oh,
yeah,
well, kind of. I can
any
kind of
honest
agree.
flat earther would say that they're stupid coming into flat earth because they don't know half the fucking shit you're talking about. If they're a smart flat earther, they're looking up everything that's being said. So they know that they're stupid. My point is that instead of digressing and having those basic conversations, which are great with Ruhif because you can suss out ideas, the advanced conversation might not be for the noobs. Like ether and shit. They'll come to it eventually, I think. No one's hiding it from them. The point is that they're not going to be interested in it because they don't know it's interesting. Because they don't know about, like, helium-3. You know what I'm saying, dude? Like, they got to learn a whole bunch of other shit.
Yeah, it takes time to fucking learn up.
Right, you're not going to have, like, the advanced conversations. Like, I'm not going to have my advanced, like, psychedelic conversation about the nuance of the ether with Ruhif.
Yeah, but you're not going to get like advanced honesty either.
I've had some good. Maybe not quite to the psychonaut level, but Ruhif, we've had some good talks about even spirituality a bit. Just life and things. Yeah, I mean, you got to catch up at the right time. Like when he's not
Moving
doing
on
all
base.
of his like number crunching and his drawing
Pixel
lines
counting.
on pictures, and
Pixel
when he's
counting.
not in that mode, we could go.
Yeah.
We could take some
So,
journeys on a
so
map.
then let's ask him the question now. Then let's ask him the question and see what he thinks. Gio, did you want to ask him?
Yeah, ask him about the update. Ask him about the update.
All right. Well, whatever the question, I don't know which question. One thing I was just gonna say real quick, just as kind of a almost like, just kind of as a response to some of this stuff, because it sounds like kind of what you guys are describing is a difference between a discussion or a debate. Like a discussion, like that word meaning more like where you're like building ideas. You know, one person talks for 30 seconds, they drop some information, someone else responds. There's usually not like fighting for the mic and toxic energy. It's just rolling with it. Everyone's throwing their seeds into the garden, and we're just whatever's growing, and then people take what they want, they leave what they don't want, and it's all good in the more discussion style like that. And in that case, yeah, you can, like, people could go deep on many levels because there just isn't that ego defense mechanism of a debate style. Whereas the debate style, it's more like fencing, you know, like you've got your, like, there's not real like blood being drawn because it's like fencing, you're just poking whatever. But it's like, and in this sense, it's like the intellectual version of that, which is more the debate, which obviously ego gets involved, trying to prove your point gets involved. And that's a whole different vibe. And so guys who come in that just want to do that, it then takes the whole room into that. And it's actually the way that this server currently, like the structure of it, is that Livestream 1 is supposed to be for discussions, Livestream 2 for debates. I think I had like did that a couple months ago, but usually we're just all in one live stream. So we usually just don't split it up. But we have been talking about getting the second live stream going, because sometimes when there's so many people in this room, it's like hard like for anyone to get in because it's just crazy in that sense. So if we do split it in that way, then it's like this one would be more the building discussions, like get into whatever vibes, you know, in that sense, and then the debate.
No, what I'm talking about is something more akin to like
do one of them no ballers and one of them ballers and see which one fills
Brian,
up. But I got a set of questions I want to ask Rue if y'all don't mind after he's done.
All right.
What is with your mic, dude? I don't know what the hell is going on.
Bro, if you're trying to talk, if you come in behind me and trying to say something, then it's not going to come in clear. I was just trying to make a point. I got a set of questions for Riff, if y'all don't mind, when you're done.
Okay, but I think Riggs was going to respond, though.
I was just saying that my point was more akin to like a study group that is collecting information that's relevant so that everyone's continuously becoming on the same page in mass, instead of like these like malformed debates with regressive argument styles.
Yeah, more of a like building knowledge and information and swapping stories, and that can all be done in more of a discussion environment, because it's discussion, the style we're having right now, it's like anyone can bring up any topic, we're just rolling with it. But if it was a debate style with like two people going at each other, then and then you're just listening to that, and then you like, there's no other option if you're going to listen to the stream of just listening to that. Is that what you're kind of experiencing, like frustration?
No, dude. No. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about stream at all. I'm talking about literally like a study group or somewhere that we're dumping this information and sorting through it together. Has nothing to do with
let's get some of that information, man. These are the questions I have for him. I'm asking him first because I was going to ask a bunch of other like anti-flat earthers and flat earthers the same questions. And but who better than Ruhip to give a base format? It's not really right or wrong answers, but to start somewhere with the information and see how they sync up, and just curiosity to see how they answer some of these questions, and to narrow down the point is my opinion. If Ruhip doesn't mind answering some of it, if y'all don't mind 5 minutes of time.
Yeah.
But it's ultimately up to Gio,
as they say. Oh, all right.
No, I don't know. Yeah, we can shift towards whatever. I guess it just, Riggs had brought up, that kind of dynamic of some of these guys that come in and argue the same things, and a bit going in circles with certain things. But I still think people are interested in that discussion, and I think it also has value for the larger like human world, as it were, to have these discussions happening. And even if someone's concluded that the Earth isn't a globe, that might just not be their focus. Like they may not be that interested in that particular topic any longer. Like they'd want to maybe go deeper, figure out some additional things. Whereas other people are in the process of going through questioning it, and therefore giving them a voice and a platform and an environment that they can be able to work through their ideas, is I think still has a lot of value, even if it's not for everyone.
Well, I think also what's good is, is for anyone new to the topic to listen to people who are familiar with the topic. And if the person familiar in the topic is just debating all the time, then you're not really like furthering what I think like flat earth is all about, which for me is more like psychological and philosophical in a way. Because like you think it like it's like a puzzle piece for like the disturbed people of the world, and when they find it and the penny drops, like everything makes sense to some weird extent. And it's for those of us who are disturbed, who flat earth kind of like helped. It's not for the other people who are just fine with this shit.
Oh, it's funny because at first I thought you were talking about the disturbed as those that are still in cognitive dissonance, not
No,
us.
I mean those of us who've like tried to like find our way out of this shithole, like the shitty
Disturbed
situation
by
of
the disturbing.
existentialism.
Yeah, the disturbing reality is what makes us disturbed, though.
Right.
Right.
So like, flat earth is like the puzzle piece that kind of, for me anyway, it was like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's just like that for a certain swath of people. And they don't need to go through the nitpicky science of it all. There's more of a subliminal, like psychological reality that is more almost even though the math can be answered for, the interest is more in solving the existential crisis of flat earth also, because otherwise you could like lose your shit if you don't have like a bearing on things in a psychological aspect.
That's why I compare it to acid all the time. It's like the acid of information.
Well, we used to say it's like LSD without the drug,
Yeah.
And
But
so,
you're tripping actually because you realize everybody else. The reason you're tripping is because you realize that everyone else is tripping, including you in the past. And you're like, whoa, just that contrast makes you feel like you're tripping. And it's like offering someone a permanent hit of acid. They want to find out about flat earth.
I'm
I
still
would say
interested in Rudolph's answers.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, I'm still interested for Brian to ask Ruhif those same questions and to see his answers.
Oh, yeah.
Brian, you still here?
I was gonna. Oh, I thought there was just one quick thing I was gonna.
Yeah, I'm here. I was gonna wait on them to finish their conversation about conversations.
Dream within a dream, bro.
yeah, it's like,
go ahead and ask him then.
It's like, what are we gonna do? Talk about the angle of the sunset and how the fucking spectroscopy didn't solve it all, and the fucking Sadnac experiment? Like, suck my nuts. I'm over it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the math doesn't add up, though.
He's heard it all. He's spent. Yeah. See, I don't feel that way for myself, though, dude. I still find it very exciting, invigorating, fascinating, all of it, and how it all intersects with the modern world. Because to me, like, there's a massive paradigm shift coming, and a lot of what they have is true in the mainstream. Like, it's not all lies and fake. There is a lot of technology and information, but there's even so much more to discover. So I think integrating the current most cutting edge understanding when it comes to what actually is going on with what already has been established is where the real paradigm shift is all headed towards.
Exactly. It's rooms like these that narrow down the debate and get it on point. Without the open, civilized communication between each other, and how are we going to progress? This rooms like geos are dying breed. And it's what needs to happen for us to get anywhere ever. And at least when we have this debate in the future, we're on point. And at the very least, right?
Well, there's been some talk recently about like why do we let some of the trolls in here? Or I don't have anything to do with it, but I think what Briggs is maybe trying to bring up is like we're wasting times with some of these people that are just here to troll. And I don't know what to say about that. Sometimes they actually, if they're actually representing themselves poorly, then that works to the audience's advantage in seeing what's going on, I guess is all I can say for that. But sometimes it's just too much. Like you realize that it's just there you're just there to like poo-poo everything someone says, and then what do you do, right?
Yeah, true. Just like I can see why Riggs was against asking Ruhif the questions, because it's almost like we know what his answer is going to be, and he's not going to speak on the logic of our point that we're making. So I
you
get
could
what he's saying.
literally ask yourself those questions. Answer like a baller, and those are your answers.
Yeah, but if there was a show with like, let's say 10,000 people watching, 20,000, whatever it may be, sort of like welcome to the show on the world stage, that this topic is to that point at some point where you're actually having, professors and professionals and all kinds of experiments and tests and things and an actual live discussion with that large of a sort of community in that sense, then somebody like Ruhif, for example, he does have a lot of points that he thinks show that the Earth is actually a globe. And of course, once it's definitively established, I'll use that term. I mean, some people would claim it already is and so on, but I think it will be on the actual like larger scale in the future. Then at that point, obviously his, if he's not correct on that, it's all sort of just hot air. No offense, Ruhif, in that sense, at least that part of it. However, it is still a very live discussion, and there obviously is so much question about it. And we don't have necessarily the tools that all the government people have to claim that they're proving theirs, as it were. And whatever this process is, it feels like some organic unfolding of what the nature.
Dude, check it. This is like, listen, outside of the moon landing, there was never any confirmation of the shape of the Earth. Up until 1960s, it's been a raging fucking debate between people about the fucking shape of the Earth, in my opinion, in certain circles. The point is one, like, we live in a society of people can't even spell numbers correctly. You know what I mean? The people just can't even fucking spell. So they don't give a shit about these topics. So, like, you're in a cult of anyone who knows this information, right? But, like, also, so I don't think it'll ever be something broad for the people kind of a thing. But it'll bring us back to, like, if we were to get rid of the moon landing, that's the big political ploy, because they tried to answer the unanswerable. It just brings us back to 1950, where nobody knew. And anything was possible. And how cool is that?
Absolutely. But see, I would say, I mean, I know you're saying that it may never be large spread, but in my viewpoint, it's actually required that this truth does become fully understood by enough, because at this point, in my viewpoint, I know this might sound negative, but it is the truth in my viewpoint. The people in power are leading us to, let's just call it the NWO, New World Order, whatever you want to call it. They do have a specific plan, I think, to move us into a whole nother phase where we'll have way less freedoms, way more totalitarian control, stuff like the fake demic thing that just went on the last couple of years. I mean, that's just conditioning for what's coming. And they do it in cycles. They do it in waves to condition us and so on. So it is a potential very, very dark future for humanity. I also think with their genetic modification agendas that they're doing with the jabs, everything else, the food, all of it, they'll end up actually potentially exterminating the entire human race eventually by genetically modifying us beyond the point that we can't even like heal quick enough with our natural genetics, because they're toxifying to that level. So anyways, I think that not only the truth about what the Earth is, but so many other truths are really like, the idea that the truth sets us free and truth saves the day, all that kind of stuff. It's the truth that will be able to allow us as the larger human race to be able to stand up to these criminals and these psychopaths that are doing this stuff, to where we can like regain our sovereignty back. And so,
right, but the shape of the Earth is not on the table of truth.
Well, I think they put it on the table.
Hold on, let me just quick respond. I would say it is the table.
Yeah, it is the table. It's the game board that's fictionalized on purpose for a good reason, maybe.
But people have been debating it for ages, regardless of, regardless of, I think God knows how long everything is, whatever the fuck. But like, the idea that like they've been debating, like you're still gonna have ballers, even if like, let's say the moon landing's exposed, because there's still people that base so much science and all the rest of it on that system that they're not going to let it go. So even if you take down the psychological op of the moon landing, right, and bring us, all I'm saying is you're bringing us back to 1950, where the debate is still raging. It's
Dude, what are you talking about, bro?
Okay, wait. Can I rephrase it, Issa, for you, or
Sure.
not for you,
Sure.
but
Yes,
just
please.
another way of putting it? Like it's almost like the people that have devised this realized that the only way to disprove it is to learn all of the complicated mathematics, reverse engineered as they may be, before you can even understand it, to debate it. And the people that you're going to try to convince or show that it's not the case would have to also understand it when they can't even spell a number, like Issa was talking about. And
Yeah,
like it's like you would have to go through what we went through and figuring out the model that no one learned to begin with. They unless they were in like specialized classes or wanted to become astronauts, and then realizing.
Wait, who said that flat Earth is the argument? Because that's who's right. Because look, it's not a coincidence, dude, that we know what stance. You could look at modern day debates and look at the topics for the most part,
Let me
and
ask you
know
this.
what
Do you
stance
know the
flat
shape
earthers
of
are
the
going to
Earth,
take.
Brian?
Like the evolution,
Brian,
you know
do
that
you know the
ball
shape-
earthers. No, I don't. But listen, man, here's my point. It's not a coincidence, bro, that we know what stance flat earthers are going to take as far as evolution and all that. So whoever said that flat Earth is the debate, we know what stance they're going to take about the moon landing, about 911, about evolution, and all these topics. We already know their stance. And so we know Baller's stance, bro. So whoever said that flat Earth is the topic, they're right.
In the specifics of the shape of the Earth, right? Like if I ask anyone here and they're honest with themselves, they're going to say that they don't know the shape of the Earth. My point is that even if you abolish all the other myths, you're going to still come across two people looking at a sunset arguing about the fucking shape of the Earth, because it's just a matter of opinion. You know what I mean? So
Wait, you don't think it's a matter of fact? Hold on, you don't think it's a matter of fact?
No, I mean, for me it is. For you it may be. And for the other glober, like Ruhif, it's a matter of fact that it's a fucking globe, dude. And who am I or who are you to disabuse him of any of those notions, especially if that's really what he fucking experiences.
Bro, my kids are being taught.
Disabuse, Asa.
But I think what
my kids
Ruhif, come on,
kids are literally being taught that evolution is a fact.
I didn't hear what he said.
Well, he was just making light of my use of the term disabuse, and I said, "Forgive me, Ruhif. We are in a flat Earth server.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the whole world. I don't think anybody knows. I don't consider flat a scope. Kids are literally being taught. Hold on, kids are literally being taught that evolution is a fact. That's what my kids are being taught.
And in terms of what the Earth is, like, okay, there you could view it from a perspective of philosophy. There's a lot of different ways of viewing it, even spirituality and so on. But if let's say we're in the same room together, we're hanging out in a house, we're in a room, we're just chilling. We could totally measure that floor. Like, I think we would both agree, like, on all levels. Yes, this is a room. It's physical. My hand's not going through the wall. Your hand's not going through the wall. We are in something that is measurable and physical and real, and we're in this room. And you can measure it because it's, only 10 feet by 10 feet or whatever. And you could verify that as well. But when it comes to the Earth, it's the idea that the Earth is a massive room. It's the room. It's the hugest room ever, with the ceiling, the ground, all of it. And so now we're in this thing. We're all on the same Earth. We're talking. We're going to our jobs, things, living, doing all this shit on the internet. So it is like, it could be viewed just as philosophy, but if it is an actual physical thing, just like a room in a house is, then it is something. Like, it's planar, it's concave, it's globular, like all that shit. It is something from that. So to that point, it is like the debate of it is that like poignant in a sense.
You know what, like a Zen koan is? So like, the way
we got subjects called astrophysicists. What the fuck is an astrophysicist? Bro, there's things that need to be changed,
check out
bro.
this koan, right? This is like my little koan about the shape of the Earth, right? The Earth is an infinite plane contained in a celestial sphere.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, based on with that.
So, like, my point is that you're trying to prove what would be physically improvable because it doesn't make logical sense and it's inconsistency in the mathematics and it's not on the table of truth. It's not on the table of something to be decided. It's something internal, philosophical, and for yourself. If you're education system is teaching. If your
to me,
education
calling
system
anything
is
infinite is a
teaching
cop out, man. To
evolution,
me, calling anything infinite is a cop out.
if your education system is teaching evolution and how to read and write for your child, then that's a benefit to you because you understand that your child's going to learn what society thinks, and you are completely within your rights to then tell your child the other side of the coin as you see fit. And that's the beauty of our system.
Hey, Brian, I don't think he meant it literally about it being infinite.
So they need.
What is it?
I'm sorry, whoever was trying to talk. I was just going to say, Brian, I don't think he meant, and like you said, it was a cop out to call anything infinite, but I think it was more, it wasn't a literal, it was showing the paradox,
that's the
infinite
paradox.
plane within, the infinite plane.
Infinite plane that's contained by something, Brian. It doesn't make sense, right?
No, I think it does. I mean, I've had this idea a lot where you would have a planar Earth, and here's how I would see it working one way. So you'd have a planar Earth, flat Earth as it were, and then if that is in a way suspended within a sphere, a celestial sphere, and so the planar Earth goes through the middle, and you've got this kind of sphere surrounding it, and then that within the sphere, you could say it's limited, like it's the plane within the sphere. But once you get to the outer edges of the sphere, you could talk, Antarctica, etc. What's all that about? If you're traveling in that southern region, there's an idea to where you like transition because it's the end of the magnetic field of that sphere. It is an extended plane, or it can be an extended plane, because basically this idea is like it could be anything. Like once you get to that quote unquote edge or the barrier, whatever it may be, as you're traveling, you may just transition into continued water, continued land, whatever it may be, in that sense, or like even something else could happen. Like I'm almost describing the idea of almost like a portal in a sense to where you get there. And so anyways, in that sense, like it could be an infinite plane, but we also could be contained. And that's actually both. Like we're contained within this magnetic field for the stretches of what we know. And then there is like this Antarctic region, but because
I always get tripped out.
Reality is infinite, it could just extend in more spheres or more realms in a planar fashion if it's so desired.
I always get tripped out like two ideas. I guess one is like the idea of like other star systems and like other suns that like spiral around the Earth, like kind of like the outer ponders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
outer ponders. Somebody said outer ponders.
Yeah, so like like the idea and like the idea that there's other star systems and shit like that like trips me out.
Well, it's the same philosophy that we
it reminds me
all reasoned with. There must be planets with other life.
Well,
As soon as you realize we're in a pond,
if you take if you take like a handful of rocks and you throw it into like a pond or a lake, and all the rocks land and you see the ripples, that's how I see it. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Earth is those, like what makes up those ripples. You know what I mean? As you throw the rocks in the pond, and like the Earth is like whatever. Like, but it trips me out with the idea of like other star systems and like other suns that spiral inside. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so fucking cool to think about. And I think though that these things are to breathe life into the imagination of man, whereas the postmodernistic fucking we landed on the moon cult. We're all Americans right here, right? Because I don't like to speak of we landed on the moon if you're not American. But if you're an American, fucking, we're getting down to tax brass.
You think them other star systems are rotating around us? Just a question. You think them other star systems are rotating around us too?
Are you an American?
I'm literally genuinely curious whether you like
that would make sense.
I'm trying to get on board with you, but I'm wondering.
Well, it's all right.
Could it be said that the globe is actually more American than it is in other countries? Because I've been to certain countries to where they really don't hold the globe in very strong order. Like if you tell them the Earth's not a globe, they're like, yeah, all right. Yeah, I kind of seen that shit was fake. Like there are, because they see it, especially with like the moon landing stuff. Like there's certain countries and areas, they see all of it as just American bullshit. Like it's all lies. It's all propaganda, rich men garbage. And they just know that already.
Yeah, I think
what do people do, man? What's in our blood, in all of our blood, dude, when we're younger especially, and when we're older, our curiosity to send the young guys out on expeditions to discover. We want to discover. So back in the days, let's say 1400 with the new civilizations or early civilizations, let's just say that, young, and they said the Earth is flat, so people didn't go far because they think they're going to fall off the edge of the world, and then people realize that's horse shit. And then, so then now shit gets, more modern and better understandings of shit. And then what better way to keep your people from wandering off, making their own freaking countries and shit and settlements by telling them that if you go that way, you're going to loop right back around on yourself.
Hey, Brian, I would venture to guess that nobody ever really thought they were going to fall off the edge of the world. I think that's something that's been put into the context of how we're supposed to think of primitive people. Yeah. You know
but it's the same metaphor as like if you go around the earth, you're just going to loop back around on yourself. I don't mean that like you're going to die or fall off the ball or something. But yeah, I'm just saying they said like there's no point in going that way.
Don't you think they just made that seem like the primitive way of thinking? Like they used to think that they were going to fall off the edge. So
they're just trying to keep
that if it's not a ball, it must have an edge.
Like there's right, like it's all been explored. There's a border or an edge or something. There's nowhere to go that direction to keep their people, their citizens, all the men who young fucking healthy men who want to explore, who want to go establish their own places, to keep them fucking confined, bro. It's just the ball. What better way than the ball to keep everybody confined into their little position?
You could look at it that way, but what if there is an actual treaty with the Outer Ponders, right? That there is a limit to where we're allowed to go as a race or whatever, as a citizen of this area that we live in, and rather than tell us that we just can't go there and tell us this is our perimeter and we're trapped inside here and make it seem like that, they decided to make it a ball and make it fantasy, and they had to balance the budget somehow anyway because they had extra money they needed to spend. So there you go.
And what else would leaders even agree about? Like, there's one thing we'd agree about: if they find out about all this land, this fucking land that's out here, then people are gonna slowly, just like to the New World, people are gonna flock to the new lands, and they're gonna lose all their fucking people and shit. And so the one thing they can all agree on, all the leaders, is the fact that they don't want other countries to deal with in the future. They want their people here. They don't even want people to make their own. Like if Florida tried to annex, dude, the United States would be they'd bomb the shit out of Florida. We can't leave the United States. That's horseshit.
There is justification. Yeah, there's justification for the lie.
Russia's not going to let fucking Ukraine fucking leave them. That's stupid to even think that. So what would people want to do? People would want to fucking go explore and find their own little piece of paradise. And make their own communities, just like we talk about all the time. What better way to keep people confined as world leaders is to put them on a ball?
Well, exactly, dude. The ball limits what you think the world is, what everything is, and the limited lands. It's totally like it's a prison cosmology, so that they can control people.
But would society work if we didn't have the false scarcity that creates?
This is what's hilarious, though, dude. Wait, let me finish. This gets even funnier, guys, because it not only that where that you put them on a ball. So what you did is you took the best and brightest, naturally flocked to space because they still want to fucking leave. That's human nature. So even though we're on a ball and we can't find new land, we're still looking for fucking new land. So we got all the machine heads looking through telescopes and trying to do all this math and equations like they're ever going to get anywhere. That's what's the fucking irony in it all, is we're still trying to fucking explore. And the exploration is out there to be done for all of us, man.
It's just like rocket scientists. Rocket scientists are smart enough to build the rocket, but they're not intuitive or intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
Or that these rockets could go somewhere legitimately. They could fly over Antarctica or something, to places unknown. However you picture the world, these rockets could literally get us somewhere, but they're trapped in space, and it's just, to me, a joke, man. And
actually,
they're trapping brightest minds. They're trapping their brains.
Well, have you heard the idea have you heard this idea that basically what NASA is that it's a farming operation to farm engineers, technology, actual real things that they are designing, while selling them a completely fake story about what's actually going on. Meanwhile, they're getting rockets built, and they could be using those rockets to explore more lands by being able to launch with faster speed at a trajectory like you're throwing a football. perhaps, over the Earth, like that the rockets are actually development for actual real Earth travel on the lands that they're hiding from us.
Make pretty sweet weapons to make wars and lots of money and stuff and take over places.
Well,
and I was going to say the technology to like bury down, like that they're using the money from NASA to actually do real technology of like digging down deep in the Earth as well. So it's like they're using the engineering for actual, really exploring the actual Earth, what it actually is, the more lands, everything else, and then selling everyone that is going to space and just hijacking all the engineers to build them stuff.
Right, makes sense. And if it was cold out in space, they have to build those special things to deal with the cold of space, but it's actually the cold of Antarctica that they're building it for.
I still find it interesting that by definition, extraterrestrial just means more extra land. And why is that always referred to as a vertical thing, not a lateral thing?
Yeah, when lateral is horizontal, that's actually a literal possibility of us getting there. And I even have a video where they show the lands. They call it Antarctica, and they show there's no ice. It's a literal fucking coastline. 1,000, I think they said 2,000 miles of warm, sunny coast. And in Antarctica, so they hide shit like that. They don't want to let you know that there's fucking warm, sunny coast in Antarctica.
I bet there's huge. I bet even within our own pond, there's huge continents that we're not aware of.
And it's even recorded.
They literally showed it. They showed it in the video. The coast of Antarctica, no ice.
And it's even recorded in Bird's journal that they reached temperatures that were like 72 degrees. That's a warm climate. How the fuck are you supposed to be in the coldest climate, and you have this like natural tropic weather going on with green lands below you and mountaintops that you can see that are flourished with trees and forests? Like, that doesn't add up to the story that has been sold.
And then tell us we can't bring gasoline. We can't even bring sled dogs or fucking gasoline engine. We can't bring a fucking snowmobile. We can't even take a shit. Like, dude, if there's no flora and fauna or animals, what are they worried about? Somebody taking a shit on the fucking land for? We're supposed to bag up our own shit and all that. Dude, it's going to discourage anybody who plays by the rules.
Plastic bags either.
They don't allow plastic bags to eat the snack set. Is that what you said?
It's insulting, though, man. My point is, it's insulting.
Well, you know what? The thing is they may say they're probably like, okay, they heard everything you just said. They'd be like, look, nobody promised you the full truth about everything when you were born into this country. You are a citizen of this country or of this pond or this, sector of the pond. That's your place in life to a certain degree, and you can look at it one way or another. And it's almost like Issa and I have talked before, it's almost like they're doing it in such a sophisticated way that they're giving us the wink and the nudge, with the moon landing being so obviously fake and all these other things in the ISS shown to us on purpose, maybe to give us the thinking man, and not only the truth about that they're not telling the truth for a lot of the space stuff, but then then gives them a chance to open up their discernment about a lot of other things that they either can or can't or choose not to participate in, which we kind of did get a choice. You may have lost your job if you didn't participate in this last 2 years, but it was a choice regardless. And it seems like they have to follow that code to a certain degree so that they save their consciousness or their conscience or whatever.
One thing that kind of blew my mind when I heard that there are over 4,000 islands in the Pacific Ocean that you can actually go purchase yourself. You could go buy one. It's off the coast of like Asia, mainly. And I'm like, 4,000 islands. That's a lot of land that I don't ever remember learning about, ever. I never heard of that.
In the Gulf, bro.
And then you look into it
on an island for weeks at a time. Just right, my hour and a half. Well, let's say about 2 hours from here, just across Florida in the Gulf. It's called Cedar Key, but it's not one of the keys down south. But there are literally just islands everywhere, and we went and stayed on this one called. It turned out it was called Deer Key, but we literally were caught in the fog and caught in the mud, dude. All that, as far as you could see, water turned out to be like 2 foot deep, dude, in the Gulf. And we were stuck, and then it was foggy as shit. And then we had a bunch of supplies. We were just trying to find a land that there was no people, dude. We were just trying to find our own little spot to camp out for a couple weeks. So we had cases of beer, a bunch of food and shit, and we had the boat loaded down, and some girls and some of my buddies, and we get stuck in the mud, dude. We had to wait on the tide to change, and the fog's starting to break through the sun a little bit, so we seen a little rainbow. We followed this rainbow. It took us to this place that wound up being called Deer Key, and it was just an island about half a mile, but maybe about almost half a mile wide and about 200 yards, 200 yards wide and about a half a mile long. And right when we cast our line, dude, there was fish. It's just God's country out there, but there's islands literally everywhere. We just stumbled upon this one, and come to find out, it was one that was legal for camping. Like, who's selling these fucking islands?
Hey,
what gives somebody the right to sell an island, dude? You know?
True story. One time I caught an Uber, and the guy was like, he was, we kind of got talking, and I'm like, so where do you live here? He's like, well, I used to live out in the Midwest, but my son committed suicide, so I sold my ranch because I didn't want to be in that property no more, and I took the $300,000 part of that sale, and I bought an island. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. That's when he told me, he's like, yeah, there's like over 4,000 islands for sale, and you can buy them. And there's a whole community over there. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, I only come to the States for like 3 or 4 months. I do Uber, and then I have enough money to go live like a king, because over there in these islands, he said like a huge dinner table filled with food would cost American dollars like $5. He's like, I live like a king.
Hold on. You think a guy who bought an island and owns it, and there's all kinds of people and cheap stuff there, he has to come drive a fucking Uber, bro, for 3 months?
He said he comes back to visit family, he makes money, and goes back and lives for the rest. So he works. In other words, he only works 3 to 5 months a year, and he spends the rest.
He owns the island.
But he owns an island.
Yeah. It's an
he
island.
drives an Uber.
Yes, he owns it. Like literally.
But wouldn't he generate revenue from the people paying for shit on the island? Like, wouldn't he get?
No, it's no different than you buying a house out in the country and then you just like Airbnb it when you go away from it for some whatever reason. But there's these islands that are for sale, and I looked into it, and he's absolutely fucking right.
I think we misunderstood him, Brian. I think what he's saying is that it's not the island that he spends money on. That's his island. He has a small little island amongst these other islands.
Yeah,
and he can spend money on them. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, and like
I definitely misinterpreted.
And I said, I asked him, I go, how do you deal with like people just showing up on your island? He goes, everyone's so friendly. It's a community that you can, everyone has a boat, like a little boat, and that's how close they are. There's so many of them, and they're within distance. You travel, you land. You have dinner with them, you parties. Like it's a community amongst all these islands, and it's like island living, and everyone's cool, respectful. Every now and then you'll catch someone that's like trespassing and trying to like set up shop at your island, and you have to kick them out. But
that's what kind of what we're getting at is we found an island and we went back there, and I stayed there for like weeks at a time, and we even challenged ourselves a couple times and just brought spices and stuff, of course we got the cast net and all the gig and shit and everything, and but we didn't bring no meat. We just brought spices and a few side dishes and shit, and we caught fish the whole time. One time we had to eat shark though because a fucking raccoon got our fish off the stringer, but yeah, we'd go there, but we didn't have to buy it though. We just went and it would just stay for weeks at a time and come back, But yeah, if I had the money, I would have bought that island. But I see what you're saying. I could get you there right now, but there's islands everywhere, dude. So yeah, I believe that about the Fowles Island. But who really has the right to sell these fucking islands? Like, dude,
how much do you buy it for?
Yeah, it's just land. It just happens to have water all around it. If you go to like privateislands.com, I believe, I think it's just like a huge website that has like thousands of islands that you can just like peruse all over the world, different countries and stuff. I mean, they range from, some of them are not even that expensive. Like there's certain cheap ones, but then of course there's ones that are 10s, 20s, hundreds of millions as well. But it's just like land, even because it is an island, but it's just.
But who do you give the money to, though? Is my question. Like,
who has the right to sell a certain country? It's not that different than just owning property.
You're giving the money to a real estate broker.
If I start a website, you sell some islands.
It's a real estate broker.
Well, the one I mentioned is a huge real estate one.
Yeah, hold on. Let me jump in real quick. It's a real estate broker that there's a website you go to, and they'll show which ones are available. Like if someone's selling it, and then you can buy it. And he said that he was lucky because not all of them have their own natural spring running water. And he said that one time he traveled all the way up the spring that does run on his property, and he couldn't find the source of where this natural drinkable water is coming from. But and he's just like, I'm just lucky because that is on my island. I have that, but not all of them do have natural water.
Yeah, we found a source of water on that island, so that's a good point. But I'm just saying, me and you could go map the shit, and the islands that aren't sold yet, we could sell them first.
Yeah, we need to get bandsaw. We need to get bandsaw and Jeremy.
Right up the hold on,
we spend $10,000 on making a straight line. Instead of spending the $10,000, we'll make it Flat Earth Island.
Yeah, no, half price islands. HalfPriceIslands.com, dude. We're just underselling the fucking islands. Fuck that. They're selling them way too expensive. We're selling affordable fucking islands.
There are some amazing islands out there. I saw this one a couple years ago. It was on the market for $30 million at the time. It had a landing strip on it, and it was in Fiji, and it was surrounded by it was surrounded by a huge circle of coral that protected it. So it was like a lagoon in the ocean. So it was in the ocean, totally far away from any other islands, and just this huge surrounding, it was like out in the ocean. I'm talking way out. So you have this huge area surrounding the actual island that's all protected. It was like coral reef and basically, island that was just under the water that was raised up. And so it created like the water was real calm in that kind of lagoon. And then you'd have to drive the boat into it. But basically it's just like this bomb drop on the earth. Like it's just it's like this incredible island with this huge surrounding like protective lagoon, basically.
That's what makes the Florida Keys so cool, dude. There's a fucking a coral reef around it, basically, man. But still, my point is if it's past 9 miles, dude, it's international waters. So we could sell it if they bought it from us first, and fucking, it's fair game, man. We need to think about that.
That's no different. Hold on, that's no different than homes being sold in the desert. Like, there's different real estate brokers. Like, if you sell that before the other broker, yeah, you're gonna get the money because you represent it and you sold it. So that is doable. But another thing that I wanted to add to this story,
that's a little different though, man, because 9 miles offshore is international waters.
Well,
6 miles,
what I want to add to the story is he ended up making his island because he's really big into animal rescue. He has a website. It's called like Zoom something Island. Like that's his island. And he ended up getting.
I just found it. I just posted it, by the way, real quick. Sorry, go ahead. I just posted what I was talking about. Check that out.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's crazy. So this guy, he rescues animals, and he has them shipped to his island, and he rescues these animals, like all kinds of animals. And I was like, what? And he made a zoo out of it. It's a zoo island or something like that. And that's his fucking island, his property,
That's cool, man. Basically, you're selling somebody GPS coordinates is all you're doing, man. If it's in international waters, then it doesn't belong to nobody, dude. Unless it's within 6 miles of the shoreline, it's or if it's already inhabited, with homestead laws. So it ain't like the desert. The desert is terra firma. Islands out, like I said, 6 miles offshore. So you're selling GPS coordinates. So if you could sell them before the next person, then but they probably have it's not going to be easy to get these locations. But if you had a way to get the locations, or if you went out and found islands, past 6 miles, then basically you could sell it just the same as they're fucking selling it. But their information's worth money. They have the location of these islands.
I'm not sure what you're quite referring to, Brian. I mean, all of the islands that are known about today are all part of, this whole government taxes, the whole bullshit. So, I mean, if you want to buy one, you have to, obviously exchange the currency, the fiat currency to get it, and all that. And then it's just treated like owning land and all that. So I'm not sure. Are you talking about discovering new islands that have never been discovered and then staking claim on them and shit? Is that what you're going?
Selling them. Yeah, you proof of purchase. Once somebody sells them, it's theirs. But no, I'm not talking about islands like I'm discussing it over in the Keys, because them are obviously part of the United States. I'm talking about like islands in the Pacific and the Atlantic. That's international waters, man. I'm just saying the knowledge is the value there. And who's going to tax you if you're in international waters? Who's going to tax you?
Well, like no, there's no land that's like that I'm aware of. I mean, unless you're really out in the middle of nowhere, maybe there are some. That's a good question. Like, how much unclaimed land is there? But I mean, if you want an island, I mean, you'd have to probably buy it. Like I don't think you're just gonna find one that's like not being regulated by some government. Like that one that I posted that's in Fiji. It's like if you bought that, you would, you'd be buying it under like Fiji laws and all that. You'd be like an American buying it under.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, if it's not out in international waters, then yeah, like the islands, and there's multiple islands over in the Gulf, like literally just everywhere, every which way you look, island. And yeah, they're part of the United States and all that. But I thought we were talking about like islands out in the middle of nowhere type of islands,
Well, yeah. I mean they're probably. I know that there's some like uncontacted tribes and whatnot, but how many of those still exist is a question. But
yeah, that is a good question though, right? Because like it ain't like them tribes are being taxed, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it would be. Man, I've always wanted to get a freaking sailboat and just cruise, man. Like I got the spirit that could do it. I know it would be cool at first, it'd lose people, but I almost want to just sell everything I got and get a bunch of supplies and sailboat, and yeah, you could.
Yeah, but if you're going to try to
anywhere, right?
If you're going to try to break new land, my thought on that is it's a kamikaze mission right now, because these people in power, they have control over the military and they will just take you out. So I do hear what you're saying. I mean, sailing around everywhere that's legal to sail and all that. And
you might have to give them a cut, bro. But I'm just saying, they're not doing nothing with it. Who's going to argue? But once again, I'm talking about islands. Like you'd have to find the fuckers first. And,
look at, I'm online right now.
It's no good. You'd have to have the coordinates to it.
I'm on online right now, and it says private islands for sale worldwide. 10-acre islands for sale starting at $299,000. Own a last elevated land available in the Outer Banks, and it has all these different locations. But what I'm trying to get at is there are pieces of property that I never even knew about that were in the middle of the ocean, let alone what's way beyond all the continents of pieces of land everywhere. I mean, because I don't know, that's just interesting to me. Again, what is beyond that wall? other lands, I would say.
Well, yeah, the other lands question is a big one. I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself. But yeah, I mentioned the private islands, like those like real estate websites, because I mean, there are some that are, I didn't throw out a price. I didn't know what the cheapest ones are, but yeah, like a couple $100,000, like you might be able to get an island. Yeah, at the lowest price in certain countries as well. But like I said, they go up way higher from there. But yeah, you were saying $300K for the one 10 acres. That's pretty big.
Bro, did I tell you about the dream I had? I had a $10 billion bill, and I was in the middle of a dream, and I was like, yes, I got a fucking $10 billion bill, but I couldn't buy nothing, dude. No bank would give me change, dude. I was like, look, and I tried to buy things, and I couldn't cash it, dude, not even in a bank. And then finally, I'm like, you know what? I'm just in my whole dream, I'm trying to think of a way to fucking spend this shit, because I have this $10 billion bill and I can't buy nothing at all. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna buy a fucking island. And so I go to buy an island, and my dream, it was like a $50 million badass fucking island and all that. And it had a house on it and all this, which is probably worth more than that in real life. But in my dream, and I go up and I'm like, look, yeah, I want this, man. I want this and everything else. And they're like, cool. I go to pay them, and they're like, oh man, that's all you have is a 10 billion, dude. They wouldn't even sell me a fucking island. I'm like, keep the change, dude. Keep the change. They're like, no, we can't do nothing with this $10 billion bill. So my whole dream, dude, I was poor with a fucking $10 billion bill, dude.
Wow.